Hello and welcome to the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship. You join us at a very, very special track. Not just one of the best in the UK, but one of the best in the world. We are here at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club, better known as Rowrah to you or I, an absolute rider favourite and a real classic track here at FAB Racing. You join myself, Ross McIntyre, Zach Sweeney alongside me. Zach, pleasure to have you here once again, but it's going to be tough for the riders because this time it's a double round. Yeah, it is going to be a lot of attrition, a lot of endurance is really going to be tested over this weekend. They each get 6 races unless, like some of the riders are doing, they're racing in 2 classes. We've got a couple racing in the 70s and the extremes, for example, and they're going to be having 12 races over the duration of this weekend. It's going to be tough on them. It's not like it's an easy circuit to ride around either. It's very demanding race in, race out, and they've got plenty of track time to go and get it done. Should be enjoyable though. Yeah, should be indeed. We had some races yesterday when we were not on air. We've got some more to enjoy today. 23 races scheduled today, 24 for tomorrow. But as always at Rowrah, the racing usually runs quite fast here. So if we don't have any stoppages, chances are that we could potentially be getting some more done today and then a few less done tomorrow. We'll see how it all runs, of course. You know, there may be a stoppage occasionally. We'll just have to wait and see. Looks to be all clear weather-wise this weekend, which is always a joy. So that should be very nice. But of course here, nestled in the northernmost part of the lakes, up in Cumbria and situated down in an old quarry as well. It can get quite windy on occasion, so that is something the drivers will have to negotiate. You can see there some of the plants just at the front of your shot moving about in the breeze a little bit. Not too bad at the moment, but it will be possibly picking up. We shall wait and see. You join us in the warm-up sessions at the moment. You can see that that's the Moto team guys about to go out, so just getting their morning running in, making sure everything is working okay on the bike. Of course, some riders using it as another practice session, trying to see if they can push the bike, see what changes they've made, and if it works okay. As the riders head out, this is all just making sure that it all runs fine. No racing for the next couple of sessions. We've still got 2 more warm-ups after this, and as well this warm-up as well, which is set to go on for about 7 minutes according to our timing screen. So it should be a very interesting weekend. And of course, we're racing tomorrow as well, Zach, let's not forget. Monday racing, so, you know, if you're stuck at work, got that Monday blues, you can switch on the FAB Racing and enjoy some bikes going around. It's so true. It's so true. And the kids are off school as well, so they can enjoy it as well. You can get the whole family involved if you're watching along home. And I hope you enjoy the coverage. Of course, we've got plenty of racing action to enjoy. And yeah, just getting the final couple of warm-up sessions out the way, just acclimating themselves to the bike, to the circuit, because it really is a rider's circuit. It's one that you can definitely make a difference at if you're riding well. And a lot of commitment corners, obviously that first chicane at turns 1 and 2, you've really got to be brave, try and get yourself over to that curb, and obviously a lot of changes of direction, some heavy braking zones, a lot of challenges to contest with, and that's going to make for some tough riding for them, but some good viewing for us. Yeah, absolutely will. Racing always electric here at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club. Again, it is a real rider favourite, a real fan favourite, maybe not so much a parent favourite for the younger riders in the paddock. It is a long old drive up here for a championship that's mostly situated down in the south of the UK. So you do occasionally see grids that aren't always at full capacity, especially this weekend as well. We're racing on a Monday, maybe parents unable to get time off work or something like that. But for what it is, you know, I've seen a lot smaller grids at FAB, at Rowrah. You know, it's still very, very healthy across all of the classes. So don't expect it just to be a few bikes going around and almost a parade for a lot of racing. You know, there will be hard racing going on. There will be exciting racing going on. That's especially what this track breeds. It requires a lot of bravery. It's a very tricky circuit, very technical, especially down in the middle sector. And then you've got that fast-flowing final few corners on the run out of Stewart. So there's lots of opportunity to do things. It does require a bit of bravery to pull a move off. There are a lot of overtaking opportunities, but they're not easy. You do have to work for them. You can pull it off into the first chicane if you get a good run out of the final corner. As you can see there, the hairpins down in the middle of the track. The Crays and Erdales, respectively, they're also prime overtaking slots. Erdales are at the top of the track in the Mini Motos, looking to be especially good. because the riders essentially come to a stop there. The corner is so slow. You're going uphill towards it, and obviously Mini Moto has not a lot of power of those things. They do struggle up the hill. You get to a very slow hairpin, and was watching down there earlier, and the bikes essentially just come to a stop. The revs basically just hit zero. And then just trying to drive off the corner is where all your pace is made up in that section of lap. With a brave dive bomb, you can't get it done. As I said earlier, we're not expecting any rain, Zach, but it can get very, very slippy around here in the wet as well. And again, Lake District, and with the weather the UK's been having over the last few weeks in Europe in general, who knows what's going to happen, but looking to be dry, which I'm sure the riders will enjoy. I think this will be the first, if it does stay dry, the first completely dry weekend we've had in a long while, if not all season, I think.
Lid was okay. Lid got slippery. It wasn't wet, but it got
just
slippery. For reasons that we will move on from very quickly. But yes, Ella Park was wet for the most part. Obviously, Three Sisters began, was it Sunday morning, began a little bit slippery, but began to dry up as pretty much as the warm-up sessions were done. But yeah, this will be the first time since Lid, which was back in April, we're now closing into the end of July, that we're going to have a completely
fingers crossed
dry running. I mean, are we fingers crossed? Do we want some rain? I want some rain.
Well, they say it's the great equaliser in motorsports, and it certainly does make things exciting for us, but I know a lot of the riders will be hoping that it stays dry, not just for, because you can go a bit faster, but also it's a bit safer as well. It's a lot easier to ride in the dry than it is in the wet. And again, with all the rain we've been having all season, and especially again over the last couple of weeks in the UK, it's supposed to be summer and it's been absolutely hammering it down. So I think they'll be enjoying the warmer weather and the nicer, sunnier skies. As the Moto team guys continue to work their way around in this warm-up session, we've got about 2.5 minutes left to go. After this one, we've got the Mini F1 sidecars warm-up, and then the Mini GP 70s warm-up session, and then it's time to go race. You can see a bumper crowd, as always, here at FAB-Racing. Some members of the paddock watching along, some of our younger riders there. On the right, on the left, I think that's the top of Sullivan Mounsey's head. I can't quite tell who he's talking to. I think it might be Harrison Day. Sullivan is here this weekend. He was due to be racing. Unfortunately, a problem with the bike, but it's great to have the Redbull MotoGP Rookies Cup rider here with us at Fab this weekend, returning to his roots. We did speak to him yesterday, and he said, he was hoping to race. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen, but he's still here, still trying to help out and, help these young riders improve and hopefully one day kind of be where he is on an international stage.
Yeah, he said, we talked to him yesterday, obviously, and he said that he hasn't often seen a lot of riders that graduate from Fab come back and sort of give what he wanted to be given. Obviously, he's still got a long way to go on his journey, but he's also experienced a lot so far, and he wants to share that experience with a lot of the riders who, as you can see, giving us a nice little wave to the camera there. I think that might be Joey Athasic giving us a wave as well. A couple of them, anyway, just chilling before they get going for their respective races, watching along, trying to analyse what they can do. Maybe Mounsey is just pointing out some bits of other bikes on circuit, saying maybe you could try doing this, maybe lean in a little bit earlier, whatever it might be. But he's trying to give back what he wished he had when he was at their stage and help them progress, and I think it's amazing to see.
It absolutely is. Sully is a really good lad. Obviously, he's been around Fab for years and years, of course. He's come through here. He went British Talent Cup. Now he's off doing Redbull Rookies, and now fighting at the front as well, which is great to see. And of course, we wish him all the best in those endeavours. And while he's not racing at Silverstone next weekend at the British Grand Prix, I'm sure he'll be there watching along, pressing the flesh and all of that. Checker flag is out in this warm-up session. Sean Whittaker was at the top of the standings, followed by Phil Mapplebrook and Team Acme Racing in the Standard Open and Standard classes, respectively. Of course, they'll be back out a little bit later on. I believe they've got 2 races scheduled for today and then 4 tomorrow. Part of the joy of having a double round here at Rara, Zach, of course, it's round 4 and round 5, as the races are completely mixed up. The first couple of races that we've got are race 3s from round 4s, then we've got race 2s from round 4s, and then we've got race 1s from round 5s, and then race 3s from round 4s. It's going to take a little bit of working out, but we've got all the sheets that we need. We'll try and run you through it at home. We're just going to need to keep going. You can see it's very warm here. Some of the marshals trying to stay hydrated there with a beverage of choice. Of course, a big thank you to all the marshals. Couldn't go racing without them. There is the Fab photographer, Dale Baldwin, as well, with the hat on and everything. The sun is well and truly out. Again, a big thank you to everyone here at Fab Racing who was able to make it happen. The marshals, the medics, those in race control, Dale as well, for providing great photos. It always helps it run very, very smoothly. So a big thank you to every one of those guys. 2 more warm-up sessions left to go. Before we get to our racing action, the opening race of this Sunday's action set to be the AC40 Pro's race 3 of round 4. So we've got 2 race 3s of round 4s up first, which is the Pros, as I said, and then we've got the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup, and then we've got a whole host of race 2s from round 4 coming up afterwards. Should be very interesting. Again, that dynamic of it being different races as well should just spice up the day, because especially coming into the lunch break and coming out of the lunch break, we're jumping from race 2s of round 4 into race 1s of round 5. So some of these guys are on paper at a completely different weekend.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Essentially, when you look at it like that, and of course the AC40 Pro class is actually lined up to be a really good championship. We saw some fantastic racing at 3 sisters, Rex Austin, Mason Frederick, Ken and Ratcliffe. All 3 of them were having some amazing battles throughout the duration of that weekend, and it was hard fought all the way through. In terms of the championship coming into this weekend, of course, we've got they've already completed 2 races thus far this weekend, so it has changed. But coming into it, the gap at the front separating the top 3 riders was only 21 points, and that's virtually nothing. That's less than a race win separating all 3 of them. They've all got in fact, actually no, only 2 of them have got wins. Ken Ratcliffe is yet to win a race this season, and he's sitting P3 in the championship. That's good going, very competitive, and still a long way to go. Consistency
is key, and at every race over the last 2 rounds he's finished on the podium, so he is really racking up the points. Again, it's not about race wins as much as we all want it to be. That's what everyone wants to do out on track. You want to be winning races, we want to see people fighting for race wins, but in a championship perspective, it's all well and good winning races, but at the end of the day, it's much better just to be finishing consistently and getting those results in, so that come the end of the season you've got a good haul of points to your name. Personally, I'd rather that than be a kind of a bin it or win it type of rider, which, some riders, not just in FAB but in motorsport in general, certainly are. I'm not going to name any names, but it's just different styles, I suppose. Some people want to go all out, some people want to chase the glory, some people take a much more methodical approach, much happier just sitting back, maybe not pushing over the limit, trying to fight for racing, but happy to sit back in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th place and just pick up some good points. And at the end, points win prizes. That's where you're going to reap the rewards. 2 more warm-up sessions to come then before we get racing, and we're just waiting for the next group to go. It should be the Mini F1 sidecars heading out in a short moment, and it should be very, very exciting as well. So we're just waiting to see what is going to happen with all of that, waiting for the Mini F1 sidecars to come out onto the circuit, and then it shall be time to go racing. If you're just joining us, hello and welcome to the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championships as it returns here for a double header round at Rowrah. Rounds 4 and 5, 6 races for every single one of the classes. We had some racing yesterday when we weren't live. We've got even more to look forward to today and on Monday as well. It is sure to be a fantastic, it's already been a fantastic weekend so far, but over the next 2 days, Zach Sweeney, it is sure to be more brilliant action.
It should be, and it's exactly what we've been expecting all season long. Of course, we've ticked off lid the first of our 2 rounds at Ella Park, 3 sisters, a good few weeks ago actually. It's been a decent break between here and when we were last at Wigan. I think about 6 weeks since. So, relative to this season, it's been a fairly sizable gap. It's given them time maybe for other riders to go and get more track time, practice, recuperate, reset, and come back for not only the end of the first half, but also the beginning of the second half of this season. And it really is crunch time. You want to end the first half of this season off well, of course, but then you also want to kickstart that second half of the season equally as well. It's really this pivot point. Rowrah is a very good round. It's the beginning of the second, the end of the first, and you need to get the ground running. The pivot point in the championship and could be very decisive for the rest of the season ahead.
It could be indeed. As there we see some of the Mini F1 sidecar guys heading out onto track. Great to see them there this weekend. And not all of the sidecar guys, must be said, do like to do the warm-ups. A lot of them like to just sit and work on the sidecars. Of course, all very DIY, as wrong as that sounds to put into motorsport perspective. All of the sidecars, they're custom-built outfits, at home, in the garage, in the shed, in the workshop, wherever it may be. But unfortunately, it's just the nature of Mini F1 sidecar racing, not always the most reliable of machines. So a lot of the guys like to just, sit back, have a bit more of a chill morning, maybe a bit of a lie and have a fry-up, something like that. It's a Sunday after all, and then head out a bit later on and not do the warm-up as well. Saves you a little bit on tyres as well, I suppose. But we have got Vince Bailey out on the track, our sole participant, it would seem, in this warm-up session. But there's already 3 minutes of it have gone by and no one headed out. So there's only just under 4 minutes left to run in said warm-up session. but at least you get to see what it's like hot lapping a mini F1 sidecar as they make their way round the final bend and onto the men's straight. Hello and welcome if you are just joining us. It's back to the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship. We are here for a double header round here at the Cumbria Kart Club, nestled in the northernmost part of the Lake District, better known to you or I as Rowrah. You join myself, Ross McIntyre, Zach Sweeney alongside me to bring you all of the action from today and Monday's racing, and lots of racing to look forward to on top of that. Just in the mini F1 sidecar warm-up session, only one sidecar making it onto the track. That is the 369 of Vince Bailey. Just getting some laps in, seeing how everything's feeling before we get going for the racing later on.
Yeah, you want to make sure obviously that the bike is ready to go and sort of everything's worked, nothing's leaking, nothing's broken, all the bolts are tight, everything like that. And also you just want to get yourself warmed up. Obviously they had their practice sessions and qualifying yesterday, and obviously their first race of the weekend for the sidecars on Saturday. But even then, sort of, it's been a long time. You know, they only had maybe 20 minutes of track time yesterday. They've had a sleep and they've come back. And obviously there we can see the two Green Streets also taking to the track. The championship leaders, of course, in 2024, seeming to be the unstoppable force, just also wanting to make sure that they're, you know, set up, ready to go, and themselves are ready, they're warmed up. And again, because like we've been saying, Rowrah is a difficult circuit to sort of acclimate to. You want to make sure that you know where your braking marks is, your reference points are, what apexes you need to hit, and just how to ride the bike more so than anything. And this warm-up session is a good opportunity to do that.
It absolutely is. Great to see the Green Streets making their way out onto the track as well. I think the real picture boy, or the picture boys, should I say, of mini F1 sidecar racing over the last few years, of course, the last couple seasons spent building up their pace, building up their experience, and just making the sidecar faster and faster, trying to challenge the dominance of Mick Williams over the last, goodness knows, however many years. And last year, they were close. Mick Williams ultimately, though, still able to hang on for yet another championship after a season of drama. This year, the hunters have become the hunted. The Green Streets are the class of the field, but it's not smooth sailing. They've had some stiff competition. Mick Williams, of course, has taken a race win as well at Three Sisters when the Green Streets ran into problems after coming together with Mick Williams' shades of the final round last year in their titanic championship tussle, which all came to blows at Three Sisters at the FAB-Racing finale of 2023. Let's hope this year, or at this round anyway, maybe a little bit more calm, a little less chaos for the sidecars, but we're also hoping for some good racing as well. And we'll wait and see if anyone is going to be able to challenge the Green Streets. They are going to be going off of pole position once again with Mick Williams alongside, so they will have the clear track in front of them, which I'm sure they'll be absolutely delighted with that one. Again, they have been the class of the field. I'd say that's a bit of an overstatement. You know, it's not been easy going for them. You know, they've had to battle with the likes of Williams. You know, it's not just been disappear up the front every single race, but they've very much been the outfit to beat in mini F1 sidecars this year. So I'm sure they'll be hoping for another strong weekend. But of course, we're hoping for another weekend of racing as well. One more warm-up session to come in the Mini GP 70s before we get going to race one. One more warm-up in the Mini GP 50s, and then we'll be going out for the 70s race later, or one more warm-up in the 70s, should I be saying, and then it's the AC40 Pros, so they'll be heading out and it'll be all good going. We'll see the riders there in the pit lane. There we see Riley Paisley on the number 17 getting ready to head out for the warm-up. Great to see Riley back at the track after that big accident he had at Three Sisters. Ended up breaking his leg in a couple places, had to spend the night in hospital and have a few screws put back in it, but just over a month and a half later, he's back here on the bike, putting the laps back in. That is awesome to see.
Two different bikes as well. He's in the 50s and the 70s this weekend. That is mental. Honestly, it's sensational that he's able to sort of have that off, and it was a pretty big off as well, it must be said. The engine seized, it threw him off, and obviously it was quite a big affair a few weeks ago, but then to sort of immediately recover, pick himself back up and get onto not only the 50 but also then the bigger and faster 70 as well, to do 12 races this weekend. It takes bravery to do that, because after a big off like that, especially at sort of at a young age as well, it can knock your confidence as such. But obviously when we spoke to him yesterday, he just sort of said that he's going to come in, find his confidence, find his footing, and try and get some more experience. And I suppose that's all you really can do, but you've got to respect the grind really for Riley Paisley. He's just picked himself back up and he's getting on it. Not many kids would do that.
You do get that with a lot of run races, don't you? You kind of see the fear factor set in a bit. I've seen it before a lot of times where a rider has a big accident, hurts themselves, and then when they get back on the bike, it takes them maybe a couple of months to settle back in, not just because, you know, they're getting reused to it, but also there's just that little thought at the back of their mind, I don't want that to happen again. And unfortunately, it's part and parcel of racing, it's part of the fear is something you've got to conquer. You know, it is a very dangerous sport by its nature, and it's, you know, not a very natural thing to do to sit on a motorbike and hurl yourself into corners at 70 odd miles an hour. You know, the human body wasn't designed for it, and our brains certainly weren't either. But Riley is just here, he's in good spirits. We spoke to him very briefly yesterday in the paddock, and he's like, yeah, broke my leg, sure, whatever, I'm here now, I'm ready to go racing. What an inspirational story for that young man. Final warm-up session then underway in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. It was a bit of an interesting qualifying session coming into this weekend. Must be said as well, quickly before we get going, all of the qualifyings for both round 4 and round 5 this weekend, all going off the same qualifying, so it's just one grid for all 6 races in the class. So if you had a disappointing qualifying, that's really not going to help you coming into this one. But it was a very interesting qualifying in the 70s. Finlay Polehill was on pole, followed by Archie O'Brien, Byron Johnson third, championship leader Wilson Dilks in P4 and Harrison Day in P5. So the top 5 all there or thereabouts where you'd expect, but the top 4 just maybe not quite in the order we'd expect them to be, especially Wilson Dilks down to P4, going off the second row. We are starting 3 abreast this weekend. Yeah, I'm not sure he'll have been absolutely delighted with this one, but he's made good progress. I believe he won both races yesterday that he took part in, so he's still making the most of it. And it must be said as well, those qualifying times, all of the top 4 within 0.3 of a second of each other. So they are all right on the limit, right on the margins, and right on the money. There we do see Wilson Dilks, your championship leader. Look like a little bit of smoke or residue coming off the back of the bike there. Maybe just a bit of spray or something, but seemingly not hinder him as he drops back in. But yeah, that's interesting. Something, I'm not sure if maybe a bit of spray or something coming off the back of the bike, or maybe something coming out of the exhaust sac.
Might be cold, so it could just be
maybe
just condensation or whatever escaping the back of the exhaust. You know, when you breathe, when it's cold and you can see your breath, maybe it's something similar to that. It's not exactly blaring ablaze in terms of heat this morning, so maybe it's something to do with that. Maybe the bike's just warming itself up, but Wilson Dilks warming himself up, and he is absolutely sending it. Obviously, yes, it is a warm-up session, you can't read too much into it, but in terms of lap time, he's nearly a second quicker than his championship rival of Archie O'Brien. Those two this season, what a story that has been, particularly at Three Sisters, of course, where there was a little bit of argy-bargy, a lot of aggression between Wilson Dilks and Archie O'Brien. Archie has not finished a race other than P2 thus far this season. I think he finished P3 yesterday, so sort of that broke the record, but not in the right way that he was really expecting. But Wilson Dilks has won all bar one race, and that was the one that Harrison Day was able to take when we took to Ella Park, the Wet and Wild weekend that we had down in Suffolk. So Wilson Dilks is on fire and really is that man sort of setting the benchmark.
He is indeed, but as you said, argy-bargy last time, some choice words from both of them. I don't think it was said to each other, but it was certainly said to us, and obviously we won't repeat that. Repeat what was said out of respect for those two. But yeah, they weren't exactly happy with each other, was our impressions when we spoke to them after Three Sisters. Spoke to Archie earlier, and you know, he's feeling confident this weekend. He had the fastest lap in race number 1 yesterday. Unfortunately, just wasn't quite able to make his way past Wilson Dilks, which does again seem to be a bit of a recurring theme this year. Archie, you know, he's able to keep pace with Wilson, just unable to quite make the move done. But Wilson as well is very, very good at making the bike as wide as the track essentially, and if Archie does draw alongside or does poke the front wheel ahead, he's absolutely expert and essentially he's just kind of pushing his elbows out. Some might call it aggressive. It is probably a tad on the aggressive side, but it's certainly fair. He's not doing anything wrong in that regard, but certainly just pushing his elbows out and kind of hustling his way back in front. So maybe this weekend is the one where Archie O'Brien maybe tries to step up, tries to push back a little bit. We'll wait and see. As again, these guys have, I believe they've got 4 races to come over the remainder of this weekend, both in round 4 and in Actually, no, they've got 5 races, sorry. They only did race 1 yesterday. So they've still got, they've got 5 races to do. Race number 2 and 3 of round 4 and all 3 races of round 5. Again, a lot of mental maths to work out who's where and what race is going on when, but we'll try our best to keep you posted with 2.5 minutes left in this final warm-up session of Sunday's running. And the riders making their way around again. Wilson Dilks is the man to beat at the moment, a 49.334, the fastest time. I believe that's not far off of the pole time. In fact, it's actually faster than the pole position time from yesterday and Friday. Of course, track has been quite green over the week. It's slowly getting quicker and quicker. There was a lot of rain during the week, although it's been dry all weekend. Just getting that rubber down, of course, earlier in the weekend. When the track is green, it's a little bit slower. You've got to work the tyre a bit harder to get the pace in. Now the track's rubbered up with all the running, so the pace will naturally just get quicker and quicker. As we see there, the paddock watching along. Great to see it once again. A bumper crowd, as always, taking interest. I'm sure there'll be even more people watching when we go racing later on.
Yeah, well, we say later on they're going to be going in about 10 minutes time. We've got about, well, not even 10 minutes, less than, a lot less than. We've got 1:40 left of this warm-up session, and then straight into the AC40 Pro, followed by the AC40 Rookies. Then we complete the Mini Motos before embarking on the rest of the race twos for round number 4 of 2024. FAB-Racing, hello and welcome, of course. You are just joining us. Perfect timing, it must be said, here it's on Sunday morning. Make sure you got your snacks, your drinks, because you're not going to want to leave the sofa if you're watching along live, of course, on the FAB-Racing YouTube channel. Like, share, subscribe, turn the notifications on, whatever. Just make sure you share it around. Get everyone watching along, these young riders, of course, the stars of tomorrow, here today in the FAB-Racing paddock, and looking to showcase their skills around one of the most esteemed karting circuits, esteemed race circuits, really, in the UK. Absolutely, it is wonderful around here. Brilliant views, as you do generally find in the Lake District. Nestled down in this quarry as well. It's just a wonderful place to put a racetrack, and it's great around here as well. Of course, these riders will be wanting to impress as well. British Grand Prix this weekend. All eyes in the motorbike world are on the UK as it stands, and I'm sure a lot of them, while they won't be racing there, will be heading over to, press the flesh, say hello. Sullivan Mounsey, as you can see there, just stepping behind someone, is certainly going to be there and saying hello as he continues his Redbull MotoGP Rookies Cup campaign, although they are not racing at Silverstone, which is a big shame, must be said, and I'm sure a lot of the riders as well will be just there watching along. We've had riders there in the past, off on stage. British riders who've gone on to the British Talent Cup are being invited as guests as well, and going up on stage and doing interviews. It's a big show really being made of it, well, as you'd expect for the British Grand Prix, and it's very, very exciting, and I'm sure we all can't wait. But that's next weekend. This weekend, it's all about FAB-Racing and showing what these young riders can do. Checkered flag is now out in the final warm-up session. We are moments away from getting Sunday's action underway. Wilson Dilks was fastest in that warm-up session by some 0.5 of a second from Finlay Polehill. Archie O'Brien just behind him. Let's see what they can do heading into their race number 2 of round 4 a little bit later on. But for now, Zach Sweeney, it's time to get the visors down. It's time to get focused as the riders all finish their laps and head into the pit lane, because the AC40 Pros are coming up. Yeah, they are indeed. Of course, as we touched on, very close championship battle. Rex Austin, Mason Frederick, Caelan Ratcliffe coming into this weekend are the ones to beat. Mason Frederick, 5 race wins from 8 races up until, of course, the end of Three Sisters, but 2 DNFs really letting him down. Of course, got maybe lost his head a little bit at Three Sisters, a little bit aggressive, came off a couple of times, and of course the rule over that circuit is if you come off, you can't get back on, and that, I think, in the longevity of this championship, is really going to cost him. He did a really good job here, though, of course, Mason Frederick, when he was racing in the Rookies this time last year. 3 podiums, 2 wins. He does run well around Rowrah, and hoping to sort of carry that into this weekend as well. Yeah, Mason was awesome around here last year. Really put on a great display in the Rookies. He's got to be feeling confident coming to this one. Again, it's a track that not only he loves, but a lot of the riders as well. It is so much fun around here. Wait to see what he can do, but it is almost time to get going and get racing in the opening sessions of Sunday's action here at this double header weekend at Rara. Round 4 and round 5. Some racing yesterday, most of it today and tomorrow. The pressure is building, the time is ticking away, and it is time to get Sunday's action going. As the riders, you can see there, the pros riders waiting over in the dummy grid, waiting to get going and waiting to get racing. It all comes down to this.
after a morning of warm-ups, some racing yesterday, some practice and qualifying sessions on Friday. As we see Riley Paisley, unfortunately, looked like he had a bit of an issue in that session, getting the bike wheeled back to the pit lane. Hopefully everything can be fixed and he can head out for the racing later on. But it's going to be exciting, I'm sure. Race number 3 of round 4 in the AC40 Pros is up next. The first race of the weekend. And well, Zach, what can we expect?
A lot of action, a lot of drama, a lot of excitement, I'm sure, of course. They have already completed 2 races thus far this weekend, and as expected, it is our big 3 that are sort of taken to the mantle. Just a quick reminder, of course, race number 1 that took place yesterday, Rex Austin was able to beat Mason Frederick by only just under a quarter of a second. No Caelan Ratcliffe, though. That could well cost him as the championship develops. Then into race 2, he was straight back on it. Caelan Ratcliffe beating Rex Austin, and then Mason Frederick. The 1, 2, 3, as we've come to expect thus far this season. These are young riders, but it's a fierce rivalry starting to form in 2024.
It is indeed. Of course, the AC40 Pros is where the going really gets tough for these young riders. It's the first step after the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup. It's the championship where you develop, and although there is still fights that championship, it's more about getting track time, getting used to racing with other riders. This is where the competition properly starts in your young career. This is where it properly gets going, and as we see, the big 3, as you so eloquently put it a moment ago, up the top, getting ready to go racing. I'm sure they'll be locking out the front row of the grid as well. Frederick on pole from Austin, from Ratcliffe, your top 3 again, starting 3 abreast this weekend. Proper bike style, not just 2x2. That's what we love to see. And as the riders are on the grid, it'll be 1 formation lap, and it's time to get racing.
First race then of Sunday. Race 3 of round 4 for the AC40 Pro class. They're heading out onto their sighting lap, just getting themselves, warmed up, ready to go. Let's run you through as to how things are going to rack up on the grid lineup. Mason Frederick from championship leader Rex Austin and Caelan Ratcliffe. That's row 1. Behind that, Max Johnson, who has boasted a couple of decent results, few top 5s and a podium at the first round at Lid. He's going to be looking to develop upon that as well. Preston Baker, that's the top 5 ahead of Arthur Rich for row 2. Beyond that, we've got Jensen Ansel, Henry Brody and Maxwell Keats. That's row 3. Tommy Keats completes the top 10 ahead of Danny Longhurst and Oliver Wilson, the top 12. And our 12-rider field, 4 rows and some decent action. 9 laps of racing, and they're going to be looking to end off round 4 with a bang.
They should be indeed. It looked to be super close in race number 1. Race number 2 a little bit less close, but from what we've been told, some great action. Let's see what they do in race number 3 of round 4. Again, they've still got 3 more races after this one this weekend, so plenty of action, especially for young riders. Might be a bit knackering as well, so fatigue potentially something we have to think about here, because they're doing a lot of running this weekend, far more than you'd normally do on a regular weekend. 6 races as standard. Some of these guys will be up in the elite class as well, so they'll be doing up to 12 races over the weekend. That's going to take the energy out of you. It's going to be tough.
It is going to be indeed. Of course, your arms, your core, your shoulders, everything as you're trying to lean the bike, and just sort of even the throttle and brakes, it's going to take a toll on your wrists and your fingers and everything. And to do that consistently over the duration of a weekend, it is going to begin to take a toll, especially if you're doing more than one class as well, like you say. So look out for that. Maybe riders feeling a little bit down in the dumps, or it depends how the racing is going. Maybe they're up on the morale, riding that confidence. Maybe they just need a couple of jelly tots to get those sugar levels up, and they're ready to go again. Obviously, young riders full of energy, unlike me and you, Ross. It's not great sometimes, but the racing is about to begin. Of course, they'll look to the lights, the front row, the big 3 in the championship, the ones to look out for. 9 laps of racing, the first covered on FAB-Racing. Let's go here at Rowrah. Great start from pole position, but look for Caelan Ratcliffe going down to the outside of turns 1 and 2. Good fight for P4 as well. But of course, as they jostle, Preston Baker versus Max Johnson, but out of the first chicane. And look at that start from our pole sitter, Mason Frederick, able to secure an early lead.
Perfect launch there from the number 5 to inherit the lead, Caelan Ratcliffe. Monstrous round the outside into the opening chicane. Watch for Max Johnson trying to have a look there into Erdale's hairpin, the top point of the track, which also, when it rains, is somehow the most wet part of the circuit. Leaders side by side. That is the 96 of Caelan Ratcliffe through to the lead. What can the 5 do? Mason Frederick, does he try to fight back as we head into the sweepers down at the final few corners? Not at the moment, but maybe trying to have a look into sunny Sonny Ben there as they head through the right-hander. Where do they come out? Of the left and onto the main straight. More action further back as well. Some of the riders keeping going, keeping pushing. Ratcliffe and Fedrick still side by side. It will be Caelan Ratcliffe who leads the opening lap here after a great getaway from third on the grid. But once again, Zach, top three neck and neck, and just behind them as well, a whole host of riders. Goodness me, big problems for the 96 of Caelan Ratcliffe. I think he hit the brakes and it just didn't stop. A big wobble, somehow managed to stay on, but from the lead, falling back in the pack. Great save to stay on two wheels. But that's not what Caelan Ratcliffe would have wanted at the start of this race.
Into the lead as well. Rex Austin trying to attack Mason Fedrick, going into, of course, St John's, then into... this is the back end of the circuit. This is going all the way around. Then they're going to run their way into the left towards St John's. This downhill braking zone into the right-hander, then the sweeping left in towards Sonny Ben. But Mason Fedrick dealing this race thus far with such maturity. Rex Austin, of course, though, is giving him a little bit of pressure. Be interesting to see what Caelan Ratcliffe can do in terms of a recovery, because these races aren't long. Those laps go by very quickly.
They do indeed. Already only 7 laps left to run. Fedrick from Austin, your top three. Fedrick, fastest lap last time, a 56.423. Austin, a 56.436. They are running on the ragged edge here at Rowrah and giving each other all that they have. Currently, though, Fedrick with the advantage, holding on to that very narrow lead. Further back, that's Jensen Ansel and Max Johnson currently fighting over the Romanian podium place as the front two have started to pull away a little bit. Look at the chattering there from Mason Fedrick, the front of the bike, protesting, complaining as he works his way around the right-hander. Now this section of the track, absolutely awesome, diving down the hill into the right, now the left, that's Sonny Bend, and you can run out a lot wider there in the bigger bikes, not so much on the Mini Motos. Final corner through Paddock Bend, Fedrick will lead another lap, and if you see there, the top 4 have started to split away. The top 2 have started to split away. Caelan Ratcliffe last lap at 56.390. He's starting to close the gap into Max Johnson in P4.
Yeah, he is doing a brilliant job. 6 laps to go at the line. Quick update as to how things are racking up in terms of the order. Mason Fedrick leads Rex Austin. We know that much in what is a very hotly contested battle for the lead. Then behind that comes Jensen Ansel and Max Johnson searching for podium glory. Caelan Ratcliffe competes the top 5 and, of course, is closing in rapidly. 1.5 seconds onto that battle between the 22 of Ansel and the 141 of Johnson. Then, of course, behind that, you've got Brody from Arthur Rich, Tommy Keats, Danny Longhurst, Maxwell Keats completes the top 10 ahead of Oliver Wilson at our grid thus far. Still, as I say, got 6 or 5.5 laps left to go. Look to the inside there. Goodness me, Max Johnson, he wants that podium.
Well, that was certainly a look and then some, wasn't it, from Max Johnson? Unfortunately, the gap was not quite there, but you can tell he's really hungry for this one, isn't he? Looking left, looking right, looking up and looking down, but just unable to find the gap on Jensen Ansel as it stands. Back to our front two. Fedrick still leads Austin as it stands. The gap at the line, 1.5 tenths of a second. Couldn't fit a cigarette paper between them. Last lap, that was the fastest lap of the race from Rex Austin at 56.040. The laps getting quicker and quicker and quicker as the tyres heat up, the brakes heat up, the riders start to settle into a rhythm, and those lap times are going to keep on dropping as the race continues. But Fedrick holding on from Austin as it stands. Can Austin maybe launch a little look potentially into Sonny Ben? No, I think he's a little bit too far back, and he is indeed, but he's still putting the pressure on, just trying to hound the rear of Fedrick, trying to maybe get into his head. And actually, talking of hounding the rear, look at Caelan Ratcliffe. He is all over the back of Max Johnson now. That issue he had earlier, he's trying to work his way back onto the podium. With 4 laps to go, he might well get there.
I think so. He's still got just under half the race left to run. A podium at the very least. Maybe not the win. That seems a little bit too out of reach for him, but another fast lap on that previous time by for Rex Austin by about 2 tenths of a second, dipping in to the 55. But it's basically matched by Mason Fedrick. That is the level that these two are riding towards. Caelan Ratcliffe, though, may be struggling with a bit of confidence after that mistake or issue or whatever it was, but relative to Max Johnson and, of course, Jensen Ansel, it's not slowing him down at all. He is closing in on that podium, and for a championship at this stage of the season, of course, these guys are ticking their way into the second half. You need to be maximising every single race. There's a look there from Max Johnson. That's going to allow Ratcliffe to close in. 3 laps to go at the line.
It's super close in this battle for third. Crunch time in the season now. We're entering the halfway point of round 4. Round 5 is over the halfway point. This, of course, being race 3 of round 4 at this doubleheader weekend. Max Johnson looking really, really racy. Looks like he wants it. Fedric and Austin getting into some traffic there. Believe that was Oliver Wilson. They have just lapped. That could potentially throw things all slow off the corner. There was Max Johnson and Caelan Ratcliffe. Well, that's an easy move. Through even before the braking zone. Up into P4 goes Caelan Ratcliffe on this recovery ride. Here comes Rex Austin to the inside. Lovely move from the 991. How does Fedric respond? He can't immediately. And with 2.5 laps left to run, Rex Austin to the lead of the race.
Beautifully done, trying to extend on his 3 race wins he's had thus far this season, and is now obviously in prime position to do so. 2 laps to go at the line. Does Fedric have the pace to respond? He is tucked in behind. Of course, as a rider, you can sort of see that win ahead of you. You try and use that to ride the wave of motivation, to sort of just try and find those extra couple of tenths of a second, that commitment. And I think he's immediately going to try and respond to the inside of the hairpin. Oh my goodness me, bit of a stoppy as he tries to get it on the brakes. Not quite good enough there. A close call, but a good look nonetheless.
Stoppy on a Mini Moto. Pinch me, I'm dreaming. Awesome stuff there from Mason Fedric to try and give it a go at least. Unfortunately, it came to naught. And now that gap is looking a lot bigger, but still just over 1.5 laps left to run. Caelan Ratcliffe has made his way back onto the podium. The number 96, a great recovery ride from him after that issue earlier. Whether a problem with the bike or a mistake, we're not entirely sure. But he did drop him down the order. But he has limited the damage, which is exactly what you need at this stage of the championship when you're fighting your way through. There we see Max Johnson once again having a look on Jensen Ansel, trying to find a way through. Don't think this battle for third is done quite yet. As we head onto the final lap of the race, maybe Jensen Ansel can upset Caelan Ratcliffe and try and squeeze his way into the podium places.
Maybe so. Who knows what's to come. 1 lap left to go, and of course, as a rider, you know time is of the essence, but a poor run through the chicane. Max Johnson looks to the inside of the hairpin. There's our lead 2. Rex Austin from Mason Fedric. Austin able to secure that race lead for now, but Mason Fedric is trying everything he can, but every corner they tick past is one less opportunity to win.
Maybe that move came at the wrong time because it cost him a lot when it didn't come into fruition. Ratcliffe has managed to extend the gap a little bit. Fedric still putting the pressure on. It may have to be last chance miracles for the number 5. Does he see a gap heading into Sunny Bend? No, he doesn't. Still neck and neck. Poor drive off the corner from Mason Fedric means Rex Austin is home and dry. Race number 3 of round 4 goes the way of the 991 of Rex Austin, who waited patiently and executed his move with precision and perfection. A lovely ride from him. Mason Fedric, still, he'll be disappointed, but it was hard fought and a well-earned second place, as well as Caelan Ratcliffe after that issue earlier does a great job to make it back onto the podium places, only by 0.2 of a second though. It was very tight between himself and Ansel with Max Johnson right behind as well. Great battles in that race. These guys have still got 3 more races this weekend as well. But that's a great way to start Sunday's action.
It really is. Rex Austin, Mason Fedric take a bow. Caelan Ratcliffe as well. In fairness, he made a mistake, but he picked himself back up and he recovered from it. Still a podium. It's points lost, but it's okay. He got that win obviously yesterday in race 2. He's going to be able to slowly recover that damage, and of course, as you say, they've still got the entirety of round 5 for the pros to go, and obviously the rest of the season, Clay Pigeon and Ella Parks around off the season in a few weeks' time. There's time for him to recover. One race is not going to be telling off that, and he did a fantastic job in limiting that damage. Run through, of course, of the results. Rex Austin from Mason Fedric, Caelan Ratcliffe, the top in the championship. The top 3 in this race: Ansel from Johnson, that's the top 5. Henry Brody, Arthur Rich, Tommy Keats, that's the top 8. Danny Longhurst from Maxwell Keats, that's the top 10. Oliver Wilson, an unfortunate DNF for Preston Baker, classified as 12, but unfortunately didn't able to turn in too many laps. Up next though, AC40 Rookies.
Race number 3 of round 4 in the AC40 Rookies awaits us. The riders holding position in the dummy grid. And it must be said, a very big grid of riders to look forward to this weekend. Scheduled to have 22 out there in this race. We'll see whether that number maintains, but as the riders make their way out onto the grid, it is set to be a very, very exciting race. The Rookies has been a very exciting championship, to put it politely, although of course it's the first step into your motorcycle racing career. It's the first step into FAB-Racing, and a lot of these guys are really more trying to get track time, getting used to racing rather than fighting for championships. You're looking at the likes of Emilio Pereira, Nelly Nuth, Tommy Williams, who are our front three on this grid, coincidentally. They've been absolutely ripping it up out there, and well, looking like they're going to continue to do battle this weekend.
Yeah, exactly. We've had 3 different riders take a victory. We've had 5 different riders take to the podium. And, of course, we've had 7 different riders take to the top 5 at least one time thus far this season. It's been incredibly competitive. Emilio Pereira, Jensen Cedras, of course, they struggled a little bit at Three Sisters, where Nelly Nuth really did thrive, didn't she? She was absolutely flying. 3 wins off the bounce from pole position, even with a not a drive-through penalty, a jump start penalty for 3 seconds in one of the races. She was able to pull out, I think it was 5 seconds in the end, and still win the race. She did a little similar mistake this time yesterday and finished 4th because of it, so maybe her starts need to be sorted out ever so slightly, but she still sat 3rd in the championship. And coming into this weekend, there was only 17 points covering the top 3. It's their first step, but it's a good step indeed.
It is indeed. Emilio Pereira, championship leader, starts from the pole. Nelly Nuth alongside with Tommy Williams in P3. Row 2 is Austin Dilts, 3rd place in the championship. Jensen Cedras and Finley Styles alongside. Joey Atasic is 7th, with Randy Carter P8, and Reed Saxelby P9, with Freddie Taylor rounding out our top 10. Alongside him is Noah Barfoot and James Dermott in 11th and 12th. The 5th row is Logan Paisley, Emerson Oakley and Daisy Grayson. Row 6, Seth James, Oscar Rowland and Oscar McAllister. Row 7, Claudia Dubman, Casey Reeson and Ethan Bayliss. And the lone rider on row 8, Caden Bailey, rounds out our 22 bike grid here for race number 3 of round 4 here in the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup. As we said, Zach, always great racing in the Rookies. A very, very big grid of riders as well. And sure to be, some proper elbows out, gritty racing as we've come to expect from this class this year.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, if the pros that we've just seen are anything to go by, the rookies hopefully are going to be just as aggressive and hopefully bring us some fantastic racing action. Just waiting, of course, for the signal. They've done their sighting lap. They're getting ready, of course, for 8 laps of racing around Rowrah. The front 3, of course, as you can see, lined up, ready to go. And let's see who's going to be able to take the top step of race 3 of round 4.
Time will tell, but it's time now to switch our attention up to those red lights. They'll come on and they'll go off, and it'll be time to go racing. Championship leader Emilio Pereira lies on the pole position. Nelly Nuth alongside, 3rd place in the championship. Jensen Cedras goes off a P5. It is lights out. We are underway. What a start from Nelly Nuth. Rockets out into the lead. The 44 with a blistering getaway. Emilio Pereira can only sit and watch as the young lady squeezes on by and flies away, or tries to fly away into the distance. But Pereira already trying to recover, trying to put the attack on, already trying to cover up and gain that ground that he lost away from the lights, and trying to go the long way round as Nuth runs very deep, coming through Erdell's hairpin. That's going to open the door for Emilio Pereira, neck and neck down the back straightaway. Nelly Nuth, with that straight line speed advantage, it would seem, just able to hold on to the lead for the time being. What a start that was, though, from the 44. She's been so consistently good at getting away from the lights, and once again she's done it today.
When she does it on time, and when they go out, she absolutely flies off them, and it's amazing. She got to the timing line before Emilio Pereira and before Tommy Williams. They didn't even have a chance to lead ahead of her before that timing line. So Nelly Nuth, absolute rocket ship off that getaway, and leads the first lap ahead, of course, of Emilio Pereira, who's going to be settling into 2nd place. Tommy Williams behind that, ahead of Austin Dilks. Jensen Cedras completes the top 5. Nelly Nuth, though, she is a force to be reckoned with, off the back of 3 race wins at Three Sisters, and of course doing one earlier on in the year at Lid as well. She is flying and showing them how it's done.
Yeah, fine form for Nelly Nuth at the moment, but Emilio Pereira, he is tenacious. He's not just going to let her get away without having a bit of a scrap first. He is, of course, our championship leader as it stands, and has been mighty so far this season. Not a great weekend at Three Sisters for him, unfortunately, as a rider down, up on his feet. Luckily, looks all okay. That seems to be the number 36 of Noah Barfoot, who's gone down. A real shame for him. He started P11, but up on his feet, great season. Okay. Oh, another rider down there, just as the bike. Oh, that's Pereira! Emilio Pereira's gone down. That's coming into St. John's. What's happened to Emilio Pereira, championship leader, has had a moment and had an off, straight back up and onto the bike. But the 37, drama here at Three Sisters early on in the day, as Emilio Pereira, fighting for the lead, goes down. He's going to come back on into looks like P11. It looks like, what a shame for the 31. That crucially gives Nelly Nuth breathing room up the front. She can now settle into a rhythm, and more importantly, for the championship, that's potentially a disaster. After a disappointing weekend at Three Sisters, Emilio Pereira really needed to stamp his authority in. An accident is not what he needed.
Yeah, especially obviously coming into this weekend only 11 points ahead of Jenson Cedras, who at the moment sits fourth. Of course, he's picked himself back up, he's back on circuit. Points mean prizes, they extend all the way down to P15. So just by getting to the end of this race, he should pick up a good couple of points. That's the last thing you want to round off your first half of the season. Let's see what he can do though, because still plenty of racing left to go. He might be able to recover at least a couple of positions. Recovered of course to P11, but only a couple of seconds off the next rider. Nelly Nuth of course still setting in some blisteringly quick lap times. A 1 minute dead 0.681 that last time by, extends the gap to Tommy Williams to 3.1 seconds.
Nuclear stuff from Nelly Nuth after that crash from Pereira, who's managed to work his way back up into 10th already, but it's a long way to go to get back up into the fight for the lead, and only 5 laps left to go. It's going to be difficult for him. Nelly Nuth leads the way with Tommy Williams in P2 and Austin Dilks rounding out our podium. Jenson Cedras is 4th with Finlay Stiles in P5 and Reed Saxelby in P6. Joey Atisich is 7th, Freddie Taylor 8th, James Dermott 9th, and Emilio Pereira managed to get up to 10th at the line last time. That's your top 10 with 5 laps left to run. Cedras and Stiles still battling. Reed Saxelby not too far behind them, it must be said. If they continue to ding-dong, maybe this becomes a 3-way fight for 4.
Potentially so. There's a look to the inside of the final corner. This, I believe, is the battle between Jenson Cedras and potentially Finlay Stiles as well, or even, Jenson Cedras and Austin Dilks, the 3 and the 4 battling for the podium place. So the number 2 versus the 85. There is, though, of course, our race leader, the young superstar that is Nelly Nuth. So far has ticked off 4 race wins this season, coming into Rowrah, and is searching for even more. 4 laps left to go, has got the fastest lap of the race and is flying, not looking back at all. A good start, a good getaway, and that's the Nelly Nuth theme, isn't it? She gets a good start and then doesn't really have to worry about anyone else. She just rides her own race.
Not only is she having a great season in the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup, I believe she's also leading the House of Moto All-Female Rider Cup that's been established this year in FAB-Racing. Of course, the first UK grassroots all-female competitor competition that's being run in motorsport in collaboration with the House of Moto. It's across all classes, so it's not just, like she's competing against the other girls that are here in the Rookies Cup. And Nelly Nuth is doing a great job of that at the moment, leading the way quite significantly. As there we see, Nelly Nuth has actually just set a lap, a 1/10 of a second off the lap record that's been here since 2018, set by Henry McCartney back when he used to be a rookie rider back in the day. Only a 1/10 off, but Nelly Nuth is getting close. She's really hammering the laps in. Maybe Nelly Nuth fancies the lap record coming to the end of this one, as there we see the battle continuing to rage between Cedras and Dilks, currently for P3. Actually, no, that's Cedras and Tommy Williams, apologies. That's for P2. Oh, Cedras looking very racy coming through there, trying to look to the outside. The number 2 really wants to make his way up into P2 and might be getting it done here. Unfortunately, the door closed and he's had to back off as they head down into St John's, but Cedras looking very, very racy as they're about to head on to our penultimate lap of the race.
Yeah, not long left to go at all. Tommy Williams versus Jenson Cedras. Both of them have been able to boast themselves onto the podiums a number of times thus far this season, searching for one more. But which way round are they going to be? Because it seems that it's fairly set in stone they're going to be. Austin Dilks is closing in, and still with a lap and a half left to go, maybe there is an opportunity. But Tommy Williams, Jenson Cedras, of course, Cedras putting in some decent lap times over the last couple of laps to close in the gap to the 51. Of course, it's stabilised that last time bias to just sort of, he's been behind him, so he's not really been able to put in any decent lap time. But 2 laps left to go. The penultimate time by, next time by, will be the final as they negotiate and split the lap traffic. Bit of a defensive move from the 51. No way through just yet for Jenson Cedras, but he's eyeing it up, analysing the riding style that Tommy Williams is doing in front of him, seeing where he's quicker, seeing where he's slower, seeing where he can attack.
No way through for Cedras at the moment, but it's about to be the final lap of the race, and maybe that is the opportunity that he needs. Maybe he just needs a little opening, maybe a bit of pressure, knowing it's the final lap to try and squeeze his way past Tommy Williams. Or maybe Tommy Williams has got it all under control, cool, calm and collected underneath his helmet. So it should be a very interesting one. Nelly Knuth, a bit more traffic to negotiate with there as they make their way through. Of course, no blue flags here in FAB-Racing. You just have to make your own way through. Sometimes when it's a big fight for the lead, the traffic can flip a race on its head. But Nelly Knuth right now, 7.1 seconds ahead of Tommy Williams in P2. The only real pressure she faced was from Emilio Pereira, and after he had his off, it was basically done and dusted. She's put the visor down, she's gone for it and not looked back. What a performance from her. And well, with half a lap to go, she's already got two hands on the trophy, essentially.
Yeah, well, ideally she'd have two hands on the handlebars, and I think she is keeping that, but she's got one sector left to go. She's going to tick off another race victory in 2024 at FAB Racing. Nelly Knuth, a star of the future for sure. She's held off the pressure from Emilio Pereira. She's going to put, of course, the power down, take the checker flag, and race 3 of round 4 goes the way of Nelly Knuth, the young superstar here in the AC40 Rookies class. What a race that was. She wasn't under pressure for very long, but she dealt with it perfectly and maturely rode the rest of the race. Nelly Knuth, take a bow, 7.6 seconds ahead of Tommy Williams.
Nelly Knuth takes the win from Tommy Williams from Jenson Cedras in P3. You can just see on the right hand of your picture the number 13 of Seth James. Just want to talk about him quickly. He set to finish in P15, hasn't quite finished his race yet. But just a few weeks ago, Seth was celebrating overcoming a really serious battle with cancer. Now he's back at FAB Racing and with a P15 finish. What a phenomenal result for that young man. What a phenomenal story. It's great to have Seth back in the paddock and great to see him back on the bike after a very serious illness, and we wish him all the best and all the best of luck for the weekend and the rest of the season as well. So a great job from Seth there in race number 3 of round 4, set to finish in P15. But up in P1, it was, of course, Nelly Knuth who romped her way to victory. Tommy Williams in P2. Jenson Cedras unable to make his way round Tommy Williams, but rounds out the podium. Austin Dilks was in P4 with Finley Stars 5th. Reed Saxelby in P6, followed by Joey Athertich. Emilio Pereira able to recover up into 8th place. Freddie Taylor was 9th, with James Dermott rounding out our top 10. He was followed by Randy Carter, Ethan Bayliss, Emerson Oakley, Daisy Grayson and Seth James, your top 15. And it was Logan Paisley, Oscar Rowland, Oscar McAllister, Noah Barfoot, who was able to rejoin the race after an off early doors. Claudia Dubman was 20th and Caden Bailey was P21. Unfortunately, it looks like we did lose Casey Reeson in that one. That's it then for round 4 of the AC40 Rookies. They've still got 3 more races left to do this weekend, bizarrely, as they'll head into their 5th round. They start their 5th round a little bit later on today, set to have 2 races at the moment, and then just the one singular one tomorrow. But again, we'll see how the time goes. I doubt they'll squeeze all 3 races in today, but should be very exciting. Still 3 more races to come from the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup. And if that was anything to go by, it should be very, very interesting, especially with Nelly Knuth looking like she's on form right now. Emilio Pereira will be wanting to recover from a disappointing race. We'll wait and see how it's all going to unfold. More racing action to come from the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup as they go into round 5 later today. The senior Mini Motos, race 2 of round 4 awaits us now. The riders just waiting in the dummy grid and now heading out onto the circuit. And this is the one that a lot of people really love to watch, Zach Sweeney. It's the one where it's elbows out racing, having a bit of fun, you know, with your mates, but at the same time, super, super competitive, super, super tough racing, and really pushing it to the absolute limit. On pole, as we see there in front of your picture, who else would it be but Matt Birkin? I talked about bin it or win it drivers earlier on today. Matt Birkin and his brother Josh, who's not with us this weekend, they are the absolute personification of that, and a double DNF for Matt Birkin in race 1 and 2 at Ella Park. I think just goes to show how that will all unfold. But he's sitting on pole position with David Meyer alongside, and Keaton Payne in P3. Chris Yeomans is 4th with Reece Gentry 5th and Mark Payne in P6. Callum White The other Birkin boy starts in P7 with Nick Bennett in P8 and Gary Eldridge in P9. Isaac Greenstreet starts 10th with Steve Johns 11th and Rob Gentry in P12. Only a 12-rider grid here in the senior Mini Motos. One that's sure to be exciting, because to be fair to Matt Birkin, it's not all been smooth and plain sailing. He's not done what his brother Josh did last season and literally just disappeared up the road every single race. He has had to fight for it. You know, there's been some stiff competition from the likes of David Meyer and Keaton Payne especially is one that springs to mind. A few mistakes here and there, some mechanical issues as well. Race 1 at Ella Park, the bike seized up unfortunately. And in race 2 he just crashed out on his own because it's Matt Birkin, of course he did. So it's not been smooth sailing for our championship leader, but he still has quite a significant gap in the championship standings. But again, Keaton Payne, David Meyer, Rhys Gentry as well. Chris Yeomans always likes to get involved a little bit. Rara, it's a tricky circuit for these Mini Motos as well. They will definitely find a way to try and slide through. David Meyer, of course, did win race number 1 here yesterday. So Matt Birkin, it's not all just going to be sail away at the front. You know, he's got some stiff competition. David Meyer looking very quick. He's in row number 1 in the middle of your grid. Watch him in this one, Zach.
Exactly. They're all lined up, ready to go. Matt Birkin, David Meyer, Keaton Payne. That's 1, 2, 3 staggered, of course. Championship leader, assuming pole position, but race 1 winner right alongside him. It's eyes to the lights for race 2 of round 4 of the senior Mini Motos, and let's get racing alongside straight away. David Meyer takes the lead of the race into turns 1 and 2. Bit of a jostle as well for P4. So Matt Birkin has to settle into second place off the getaway in towards the first hairpin for the first time. Couple of looks to the inside throughout the field, but David Meyer, what a launch that was, straight into the race lead.
Lovely stuff from Meyer. Birkin holds second, Keaton Payne in third, maybe lining up a move on Matt Birkin, certainly thinking about it as they launch their way up to the top, to the highest point on the circuit, Erdell's hairpin, and then rocketing back down the hill. So much undulation here at Rowrah. It really is a rider favourite. Meyer, though, leads the way on this opening lap. Matt Birkin under real pressure from the 1-1-2 of Keaton Payne as it stands. And action further back in the pack as well. Several riders. You can see that 5-rider train. That's from Chris Yeomans down to Callum White, I believe. As they make their way around to complete the first lap, it will be Meyer that leads from Matt Birkin, from Keaton Payne. Your top 3, Nick Bennett, when the 711 hand negotiators was way up into P4. Briefly, Rhys Gentry slid through, then slid off the racetrack. Looks like he got unseated as well. So problems there, just running a bit too deep down into the opening chicane. Shows just how punishing Mini Moto racing can be. You make one little mistake and you go tumbling down the order.
Yeah, exactly that. Of course, I look to the inside of that second hairpin and it's so easy to go back underneath that rider that's overtaken you. There's a look at our top 4, of course, and then just in behind that, beautiful little move to the inside. I think that might well have been Chris Yeomans on Rhys Gentry swapping for P5 as they emerge back down towards, of course, St John's, then into Sunny Bend. There is David Meyer, Matt Birkin, Keaton Payne applying the pressure. All about momentum. With little bikes and big people on them, you've got to keep that minimum speed up, otherwise you are just going to sink. Seems that Matt Birkin, after of course that poor start, settling in nicely to this rhythm. Still with 7 laps to go, a lot can happen.
Just watching the lines through the opening chicane, it's very different to see where these top 3 guys are going. Of course, Rowrah, it is a track where you can take lots of different lines, especially in the Mini Motos. As you said, Zach, it's all about keeping your minimum speed up. And at track Rowrah, there's lots of big, fast corners, but also lots of technical corners like we're seeing here at Erdell's. There are lots of different ways you can negotiate it to try and keep your speed up. And just watching what all these top 3 are doing in the different corners, Matt Birkin especially sticks out. He likes to take a bit more of a later apex. Keaton Payne, the total opposite, likes a bit more of an earlier apex, gets him on the throttle that little bit earlier, but then risks running quite wide at the exit of the corner. David Meyer kind of sits in between the two, takes a bit more of a geometric racing line, the kind of ideal racing line that you'd expect. And as they make their way onto the next lap, there'll be 6 laps left to go this time by. Meyer, fastest lap of 55.597. Birkin and Payne nearly a second slower. They've dropped back a little bit. They were trying to do battle on that previous tour. I think they've realised that they were losing time, so they've decided just to get the visor down and get going with it again. But my oh my, that is very, very close to the lap record that was set by Will Howard back here in 2018.
6 years.
The lap record by Will Howard at 55.521. David Meyer's last lap at 55.597. The race leader is absolutely flying. I was saying earlier, Zach, before we went on air, I don't think there'll be many lap records here this weekend going. But I tell you what, looking at the pace already so far on Sunday, we might be seeing a few.
Yeah, we've had two very close. Of course, Nelly Luth in the Rookies was within about a tenth or so of the lap record. David Meyer is now within sort of 600ths of a second of that lap record. Absolutely flying. Just want to point out Keaton Payne, by the way, coming into Rowrah. He hadn't finished any higher than fourth. He hadn't yet got himself onto the podium and is now running really well up there in P3, knocking on the door of P2. Keaton Payne is having a really strong weekend at Rowrah in terms of pace.
Another fastest lap for David Meyer. He's got to have second fastest lap record at this point, surely. Again, ever so slightly off, but getting closer and closer to that illustrious 55.521 set by Will Howth way back in 2018. A lot of lap records lasting from then. Again, the conditions haven't always been the nicest here at Rara. If you cast your mind back to 2021 when it was just an absolute downpour, riders were falling off out on the sighting lap. And well, with 5 laps left to run, it is getting very, very close out there. Keaton Payne is almost like a yo-yo on the back of Matt Burke. He's getting really, really close to the back of him, trying to launch a move, backing out of it, and then just falling back. Now it's 4 laps left to run. Keaton Payne, the clock is ticking. That's probably on his mind. He's thinking, I really want to get my way past Matt Birkin, really want to find my way through and see what he can do. But right now, just unable to try and slide through. Another fastest lap for David Meyer, knocked 8 thousandths off of his previous fastest lap. Still not a lap record, but getting ever tantalisingly closer.
That's impressive consistency, though. Lap record aside, he's done laps upon laps within sort of hundredths of a second of each other. Look to the inside there, of course, trying to find his way through. That's Keaton Payne, of course, on the back of Matt Birkin, fighting for P2 with just 3.5 laps left to go. David Meyer with some impressive consistency. Keaton Payne trying to do one better than the podium he got this time yesterday. Race 2 of round 4 for the senior Mini Moto. All eyes, though, David Meyer and his quickest lap time. It's a race against the clock. It's a race against Will Howth. From 6 years ago, that record has stood, and David Meyer is trying. He's within 9 thousandths of it with 3 laps to go, but he's running out of opportunities to get that lap record.
Coming into this weekend, David Meyer had won 1 race this season. In fact, I think that was the first race he ever won in the senior Mini Motos. And, well, now he's looking to take his second win this weekend, 2 out of 2, and potentially break the lap record, which has been here since 2018 as well, and set by one of the great names in senior Mini Moto racing and FAB racing in general. Will Howth has been around for years and years and years and was one of the top riders for years and years and years. And David Meyer is trying to take what I believe will be his first lap record. Keaton Payne still stuck behind Matt Birkin. Meanwhile, Nick Bennett holding on to P4, Callum White in 5th, Chris Yeoman 6th, Gary Eldridge 7th, Isaac Greenstreet 8th, Mark Kane 9th, Steve Johns 10th, Rob Gentry in 11th. Unfortunately, we've lost Reece Gentry. Does David Meyer go faster this time? No, he doesn't. Couple tenths off. Maybe a little mistake on that previous tour. 2 laps left to go in this one. The main battle really that we're seeing is this battle for second between Birkin and Keaton Payne, where they're just almost at a stalemate. No one's able to really gain an advantage. Birkin isn't able to break away. Keaton Payne isn't able to slide on through. The other battle really is the battle for the lap record. David Meyer versus the road.
Yeah, you've got, of course, a battle for P7 between the 99 of Gary Eldridge and the 92 of Isaac Greenstreet. There could well be a move. The 112 blitzing his way through on the number 5, but Matt Birkin sweeps the long way round. Beautifully done. The championship leader. They are going to emerge side by side out of that long right-hander, of course, towards now St John's, this downhill braking zone, and through goes Keaton Payne with just 1 lap to go at the line. Matt Birkin losing second place, and Keaton Payne doing 1 better than yesterday so far.
He took his time and finally pulled the pin. Keaton Payne up into P2. David Meyer's done it. It's a lap record for David Meyer by 1/1000th of a second. Unreal. The lap record from 2018 has tumbled as we go on to the final lap of the race. David Meyer by 1/1000th of a second breaks the lap record set by Will Howth all those years ago. And on his way to his second victory this weekend, his 3rd race win of the season, he has set the track alight. What a joy it has been to watch David Meyer in this race, and what an achievement, breaking the lap record. Unbelievable stuff from the 22, and with a handful of corners left to go, he's still pushing. He might get another, who knows, but with 1 turn to go, it's been David Meyer's day so far, hasn't it? What a performance, what a ride, what a victory for the 22. David Meyer makes it 2 from 2. and the lap record to boot. Keaton Payne will just hold on for P2 at the line by 2/10 from Matt Birkin. That late move serving him well. He waited for the right moment and then with precision and excellence launched his attack to get into P2 as Matt Birkin rounds out the podium. But David Myatt, the man of the moment, the man of the weekend so far, 2 race wins out of 2 and a lap record.
Yeah, actually, interesting enough, that's the first time Matt Birkin has finished inside the top 5 that he hasn't won it. His first time in P3. There's David Myatt, of course, celebrating. He took victory and the lap record. Behind that, Keaton Payne doing one better than his P3 yesterday and his second consecutive podium and his second only podium actually in senior mini motos this year. Matt Birkin, of course, as I say, completes the podium ahead of Nick Bennett, doing a lot better than his retirement yesterday in 4th. Callum White, the top 5 ahead of Chris Yeomans. Gary Eldridge from Idric Greenstreet, not able to tip the 99 to the end. Mark Payne from Steve Johns, that's the top 10. Rob Gentry ahead of Rhys Gentry, who unfortunately didn't get to the end of that race. But that was senior mini moto, an absolutely cracking race, and historic one at that. David Myatt absolutely smashed it.
He did indeed. What a result there for David Myatt. 2 from 2. His 3rd race win of the weekend as well. He will be absolutely delighted. Coming up next, race number 2 of round 4 in the LC40 Elites. And it will be very, very exciting indeed. The riders getting ready to go racing and getting ready to push themselves to the absolute limits. Of course, we've had a few dropouts, unfortunately, this weekend from the Elites. Oliver Hall, while training, unfortunately, has broken his arm and has had to withdraw from the remainder of the season. So a big shame there for Oliver Hall. Of course, we wish him all the very best and hope to see him back on the track as soon as possible. But Oliver Hall down and out of the season, and that is a real shame. But as the riders get going out onto the dummy grid, could be very, very interesting, Zach.
I think so indeed. Of course, we'll run you through the grid order. Of course, Logan Cousins will start from pole position ahead of Mason Fedrick coming into this race. And then, of course, Rex Austin, that is the front row. A very close championship, it must be said. Max Johnson, Caden Ratcliffe and Arthur Rich, that's row 2. Jensen Ansel from Maxwell Keats, Tommy Keats, that's row 3. Danny Longhurst and Oliver Wilson completing the 11-rider field. And a quick rundown, actually, of how things went down in race 1. It was Fedrick from Cousins, from Austin and Ratcliffe. So, of course, our big 3 from the pros inside the top 4. And, of course, Logan Cousins there as well, who has really been stepping up this season, winning races and smashing it at the top of the championship. This should hopefully be a decent race, Ross.
We are being joined by a very special guest in the commentary box. Hopefully the headset is working. If not, we might have to do some chopping and changing. But as the riders get onto the formation lab, would you like to introduce yourself to everyone at home?
Yeah, I'm Bradley Curtin, so I'm in America 50s.
Well, that sounds like it's working in my ears, so thank you very much for joining us, Bradley. Great to have you here to join us in the commentary box for this Elites race. Of course, I'm sure you've spent many a year riding mini motos before, up and down the country. Of course, this is the step before you get up onto the MotoGP bikes. Now, what's the competition like at this level, would you say? Yeah,
it's very hard, but they're all quick riders, to be honest. You can never go easy on someone because they'll always just overtake you, so...
Yeah, very, very tough championship, and maybe someone will be racing against you next year as well, so you're probably watching with an eager eye. But before we do get going, talk to us a little bit about Rara. What's it like to ride around here?
It's very good, it's quite tight, and if you get the throttle on earlier, you will be up with the front, and yeah, and I think all the people who get on the throttle early will be at the front, and it's hard braking zones, so yeah, have to be on good on the brakes as well.
Brave on the brakes then. Let's see if they're going to follow that ideology. Race start about to get itself underway. Of course, quick reminder, the front row, Logan Cousins, Mason Fedrick, Rex Austin, a lot of championship at stake, of course, as they round towards the end of the first half of 2024. LC40 Elites, 9 laps of racing. All eyes to the lights. From pole position, let's see who can get the jump. And, of course, a fantastic launch from Logan Cousins as he leads towards turn 1. Then Fedrick from Austin, that completes the podium. Caden Ratcliffe, of course, getting a good launch, I think, ahead of Max Johnson. He's then into 4th place, already trying to hammer onto the back of Rex Austin, going into the first hairpin. 3 wide momentarily in the background as well as they fight. But a good start nonetheless from our championship leader.
Great stuff there from Logan Cousins. Got the launch that he wanted and already starting to build a bit of a gap, starting to get some breathing room behind him. That seems to be Logan Cousins' game plan for most races in this season. Just get a good launch, get a gap behind, and then control the pace, control the rhythm of the race. And that is what he's doing right now. But Mason Frederick up into second. That's withstanding pressure from behind. Rex Austin on the 991, trying to negotiate his way around, but can't quite do it. Oh, that's a stoppage there. That's the 126 of Oliver Wilson coming to a halt. Problem with the bike. Not what you want to see at the start of the race, unfortunately. If you can get it fixed, to be able to rejoin, but early doors in the race, that is a real shame. But it will be Logan Cousins that leads from Mason Frederick from Rex Austin in P3. Bradley, looks like Logan has already pulled the pin and absolutely sent it up the front. What can someone like Mason Frederick or Rex Austin do to try and close that gap?
I think, to be honest, I think Mason knows he's getting pressured by Rex Austin, but I think Logan will probably, the gap will stay the same, but then I think Mason will come down, give him a challenge at the end, and Rex Austin overtaking there on the inside, and Rex Austin doesn't give up on a challenge.
That's a lovely move there by Rex Austin to slide up into second place. Last lap, Mason Frederick was the fastest rider outside of Logan Cousins, but Rex Austin with a great move coming down into Stewart. Frederick not going to take no for an answer though. Looking left, looking right, but can't find the gap as it becomes 8 laps, or 7 laps left to run, should I say. It's Cousins from Austin, from Frederick, your top 3.
Yeah, not long, of course, as these laps do tick by very quickly. Bradley, I do want to ask, if you're in Rex Austin or Mason Frederick's shoes, what is going through your mind? Of course, you're battling, of course, here for P2, but Logan Cousins, he's getting away. Do you fight for P2 or do you go for the win?
I'll go for the win. If I was Rex, I would not go defensive, but not go all my lines out, try and get on the throttle a bit earlier, but just do my own thing and try and pull away from Mason.
Yeah. And sort of, if you're Mason, are you going to sit back and let sort of Rex and work together to go and catch, or are you fighting for P2?
I'd fight for P2, and then if I do get past Rex, I would try and pull, but then if there is a battle, I'll try and overtake on the last lap.
Interesting stuff. Of course, that gap to Logan Cousins is growing more and more. 54.109 that last time by. 6 laps to go at the line. A couple of battles happening periodically throughout the entirety of the field. Very close between Danny Longhurst and Henry Brody as well in that fight for P7. So a lot to look out for as this race progresses, but that's exactly what we expect in the elites, isn't it?
Always is. I mean, it's the elites for a reason. You know, this is the top step in Mini Moto racing before you make that jump onto the Metrokit Mini GP bikes, before you make that jump onto Grand Prix style machinery. So this is essentially the best of the best in Mini Moto in the junior classes. So they're going absolutely for it. You know, they're leaving nothing on the table. It's maximum attack and just showing what you can do. And there we do see, holding off at the moment, the 22 of Jensen Ansel from Max Johnson. Johnson looks to the inside, had a little bit of a go, but decided against it, sat the bike back up again. But the 141 looking very racy. Of course, the 22 did slide on by on the previous tour. The 141 of Max Johnson. He'll be wanting to have a look, and once again, we've seen this when he's been racing across the weekend. He likes just poking a nose, poking a front wheel up the inside into Sunny Bend, and just seeing what he can do. It's quite tricky to overtake round here at Rowrah, Bradley. What do you need to do to try and force your way through another rider?
Well, you definitely need to be quite precise, but I would say try and line them up on your favourite corner and then try and pull away, because if you mess up on this track, you're guaranteed to let someone pass, especially on the hairpins.
It is very, very tricky, very, very technical round here at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club, to say the least. Punishing but rewarding when it all goes so right. Logan Cousins has the fastest lap in the lead of the race, 53.968. He is disappearing off into the distance up the front of the pack with what will soon be 4 laps left to run. Rex Austin and Mason Frederick, though, still doing battle. Frederick was quicker on that last lap and looking once again to the inside. Frederick now drawing alongside Rex Austin, doesn't quite get the drive onto the front straight. But Mason Frederick showing he's not done and dusted yet. He's still going to fight over this second place.
Yeah, and a very, very good run actually through turns 1 and 2 towards the hairpin. Not quite able to send the move into the hairpin. Of course, maybe a little bit tentative now. He's done that stoppie in the pros, trying to get past earlier. But still, there is an opportunity. Quick rundown as to how things rack up. Logan Cousins, of course, dominating out in front, looking to extend on what is already a 61-point lead in the championship. Rex Austin from Mason Frederick, that's the podium. That's this battle here. Caelan Ratcliffe from Max Johnson, that's the top 5. Jensen Ansell, Danny Longhurst, the top 7. Henry Brody from Tommy Keats, Arthur Rich, the top 10. With Maxwell Keats and Oliver Wilson, unfortunately, who went down a little bit earlier on. Not sure if he's been able to get back going again, but that's our 12 rider field for the elite. Not long left to go. What's going through the minds, of course, of our riders as they're battling for position, Bradley?
I'd say, to be honest, Henry Brody's getting under pressure by 3 riders, and it looks like it's going to be hard. It looks like it's going to be a good battle at the end, but he's pushing quite a lot, and yeah.
Yeah, Henry Brody currently in P8, Tom Keats behind, as well as Arthur Rich. And Maxwell Keats is going down there. Rider coming through Sunny Bends, so easy to lose the bike. And just drops the front a bit of a low side, trying to get back on and get it restarted. That is the 26 of Danny Longhurst, who's gone down. Frustration there late in the day. And a real shame for Danny that gets going again. Of course, Bradley, accidents part of racing. Sometimes you do fall off. What does Danny need to do? Of course, it's late in the race. It looks like, it may be done and dusted for her, unfortunately. She's going to be down the back of the pack. But I guess it's more about just getting back on the bike, resetting and just finishing the race. You can go into the next one with a positive mindset.
Yeah, just feel confident. And another one.
That's huge. And that's Cedras. Ansell and Johnson, should I say. They were fighting for P5. Max Johnson and Jensen Ansell have had a huge off. Yellow flags are out. Both riders up on their feet. That is great to see. Good, my oh my, that could have been disastrous. We were just talking about accidents a moment ago, Bradley. Well, just goes to show anything can happen in racing. Great to see that both the riders are up on their feet. But with 2 laps left to go, that's not what you want to see.
It doesn't look like Max is alright. He's shaking his hand and he looks hurt.
Well, we'll get it confirmed for you that everyone is okay as soon as we know. Hopefully just a bit of a bump and a bruise. Logan Cousins leads the way with 2 laps to go. Rex Austin and Mason Fedrick rounding out our podium. But late drama here at Rowrah, that's come out of nowhere, that one.
Yeah, that is a big off. Of course, they were fighting very hard for what was at P4. Last lap, though, and we're following our leader, Logan Cousins, 6 seconds ahead of Rex Austin. As I say, he's come into this weekend with 6 wins already to his name. Absolutely flying. And, of course, the benchmark for everyone to go and catch. He'd only lost 2 races. One of them he didn't finish. The other one he finished in P2. That is the level that Logan Cousins is rising to. And what do you expect from Logan going into sort of the rest of the season and, of course, the future, next season and beyond for Logan Cousins? What do you think he can go and do, Bradley?
He looks very strong. Obviously, it's a double header this weekend, so if he wins most of them, he looks like he's going to get ahead in the championship, but he looks very strong.
He does indeed. Looking very strong all the way through this race. He's dominated 9 laps of racing for race 2 of round 4 of the LC40 Elites. He ticks off another victory, and for another time this season sees the checkered flag first as Logan Cousins. Absolute dominant force ahead of Rex Austin and Mason Fedrick, who complete the podium here for the third race of today and the second race of their weekend. Bradley, thank you very much for coming and joining us. That was a great bit of insight to sort of touch on. What can we expect from the elites for the rest of the weekend? More of the same?
Yeah, I'd say a bit more battles and hopefully no one crashes.
That's what we're always hoping, isn't it? Logan Cousins takes victory with Rex Austin in P2. Mason Fedrick rounds out the podium with Caleb Ratcliffe in 4th. Henry Brody set to finish 5th with Arthur Rich 6th. Tommy Keats in 7th. Maxwell Keats in P8. Danny Longhurst 9th. Max Johnson and Jensen Ansell, unfortunately, late DNFs there. And Oliver Wilson also a DNF, unfortunately. Thank you very much, Bradley Curtis, for joining us in the commentary box. One last thing before we go. Of course, it's a double header this weekend. You've got 6 races. Some riders doing as many as 12. Do you think maybe getting tired is something that might come in to the guys in the elites and other classes as well, because you're just doing so much racing?
Yeah, like if you're like Rex Austin, Mason Fedrick, you've got 2 races. You've got pros and elite, and they work very hard, especially Caden Ratcliffe and all them who ride in it, and Max Johnson and all them, and early nights.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for joining us, Bradley. Of course, the LC40 Elites, they'll be back out a little bit later on for their race number 3 of round 4. But man, oh man, what a great race that was. Very, very enjoyable indeed, Zach Sweeney. And, just awesome stuff from start to finish.
It was indeed. LC40 Elite, of course, in the books. And we'll move on with the day, because upcoming next is the PB140s.
Pit Bike 140s race number 2 coming up next. Another popular class here at FAB-Racing, and a class that always provides great racing, and a class that has a tendency to spring surprises on occasions. And one surprise this weekend was when reigning champion Chris Wells turned up. Of course, he's not doing a full campaign this season. We thought that when he did turn up, it was just a very, sudden appearance. Hello, Chris Wells, good to see you. He's only been at 2 rounds, took 2 second places at Lid, finishing second to British Talent Cup rider Lucas Brown, then took a race win at Three Sisters in race number 1, and then went off to go on holiday. But he's here this weekend at Rowrah and sitting on the pole position, which is not what second place rider Jamie King would want to see.
No, absolutely not. Of course, Chris Wells was smashing it yesterday, took the win in race 1 ahead of Jamie King, who of course took his double victory at Three Sisters after Chris Wells' absence for the first time in a number of years, and he's going to be looking to try and challenge Chris Wells in race number 2. Of course, Jamie King on the high of Three Sisters, looking to continue that form into this weekend and go for another victory, because of Lucas Brown and Chris Wells' absence, Jamie King's been consistent and at the moment leads the championship by a healthy margin.
Well, Jamie King is a 3-time Pit Bike 140 champion. Could there be a 4th in 2024? I mean, he's already technically a 5-time FAB-Racing champion if you include the Moto team titles that he's had when he used to have part ownership of Team Pinky and the Brain back in the day. So maybe he'll be adding a 6th ring to his finger. But we'll wait and see. The riders are on the grid as someone very politely sticks their head in front of our camera shot. But that's not going to take away from the drama and the tension. It's reigning champion Chris Wells on pole, Jamie King alongside, and Keaton Payne starts in P3. What can the 112 do? Keaton Payne, he's been looking racy all season long. Maybe today is the day he takes it to the top. It's lights out, we're on the way. Big wheelie there from Keaton Payne, but a good start. Jamie King a little bit slow of a reaction there. Chris Wells will hold the lead, coming through the chicane. Pit Bike Sonic trying desperately to chase him down as they rocket down into McRae's hairpin. Wells leaves the inside a little bit open, but King doesn't take the bait, decides to stay where he was for the time being as they climb back up the hill. Of course, these bigger bikes, these gear bikes, no issue whatsoever that the Mini Motors have with the gravity and that hill. They could just power on up and not face any issues. Now down into the bottom end of the circuit, whipping your way around. Get onto the throttle as soon as you can. One of the best things about pit bikes in Rara is using those big front suspension arms to ride the curbs and ride off onto the runoff areas. They will be using all of the track and then some as Keaton Payne almost takes it into the gravel. It'll be Chris Wells who leads that one. Jamie King right in tow. Keaton Payne rounds out our podium, but he's having to hold off Bailey Lawrence and Sean Whittaker.
Yeah, indeed. So he's under pressure, but Chris Wells, Jamie King breaking away out in front. Jamie King trying to apply the pressure to Chris Wells, and is doing a fantastic job. They're equidistant in terms of pace, both of them looking very, very strong indeed. In fact, actually, technically, Jamie King was quicker that last time by because of when he crossed the timeline and started the lap. He was actually slightly quicker than Chris Wells. So with 11 laps left to go, Jamie King, could he be favourite to win, or can Chris Wells hold him off?
Time will tell. King and Wells have had many, many battles over many, many years. Of course, great friends off of the racing circuit, and occasionally great friends off it when they're having a laugh. But they know how to battle, to put it politely, and they know each other inside and out as well, which becomes a bit of a problem if you're Jamie King, because when you're hunting down another rider and that rider knows you so well, knows exactly what you're going to do, exactly what moves you're going to try and make, you have to think outside of the box. You have to try and produce something different, which can be very, very difficult to do at a circuit like Rara. So Jamie King, right now, the pressure, I'd say, is more on him than Chris Wells, because he's going to have to come up with something that Chris Wells isn't expecting him to do, and come up with something simply magical to try and work his way through here at Rara. But he's still keeping Chris Wells very honest, still on the tail of the number 1. And Pit Bike Sonic, the championship leader in P2, still doing a great job. Again, I don't think Jamie would complain about second place, not when he's, taken some race wins this season, his first race wins in a long, long time. But, he wants that win. He's a racer at heart. He wants to get out there and stand on the top of the podium at the end of the day.
He's not yet beaten Chris Wells this season. So he wants to go and do that. That's the aim. He always wanted to do it on merit. Of course, he did win those 2 races at Three Sisters, but he's yet to beat Chris Wells in a 1-to-1 battle. This is the perfect opportunity to do so. He's setting the pace. They're virtually matched. 53.143 versus a 53.085 from Chris Wells to Jamie King. 9 laps left to run. Behind that, of course, it's Keaton Payne, Bailey Lawrence and Sean Whittaker, the top 5. There is that battle. Keaton Payne, the 1-1-2, leading the 9 and the 12. So beautiful battle, it must be said, for that final place on the podium. But all eyes on Chris Wells and Jamie King. Both are champions. Both are titans in pit bike racing, and both of them won victory for race 2.
Bailey Lawrence has a little bit of a look to the inside coming down into the Stewart corner. A little bit too far back, but just testing the waters, seeing if Keaton Payne would maybe respond. Doing a great job at the moment is Bailey again. She's come on such a long way over the last few years in her abilities, and it's great to see her consistently fighting for podiums now in the pit bike 140s. And well, she's fighting for another one in this one. Let's see if she's able to climb off the podium, or if the number 1-1-2 of Keaton Payne can hold off, can keep her behind. But Bailey is fast and she is ferocious, and she is certainly going to give it a good go. Sean Whittaker, I think I made just a small mistake on the previous tour. He's dropped back just a little bit there, but now he's gained up all that time coming through McRae's hairpin as they climb the hill up to Airedale's. Again, when it's raining, that part of the racetrack so slippy, which defies science, because you'd think it's the top of the circuit, it's the highest point, you'd think all the water would fall away from it, but that's actually where it gets really wet, bizarrely. I'm not sure how that one works. If
when in Cumbria.
Yeah, when in Cumbria, I suppose. If there's any meteorologists watching along who'd like to explain, please do. But right now it's not raining, the sun is out and the racing is good. Chris Wells still leads from Jamie King. Keaton Payne, as it stands, just about holding off Bailey Lawrence, but this battle is getting very feisty.
And of course, as the laps tick down, the pressure begins to rise. Wells versus King will know that full well. Wells actually able to pull out a good couple of tenths of a second. 7 laps to go at the line. There's the 1-1-2, the 9 and the 12. That's Keaton Payne from Bailey Lawrence and Sean Whittaker. The battle for the podium, of course, the prestige that comes with getting yourself inside that top 3, and of course the all-important championship points that come with it. Look at the difference in lines going through that second hairpin. The 1-1-2 of Keaton Payne really prioritising getting that power down, whereas Bailey Lawrence prioritising that exit. In fact, actually the number 9 is able to do a bit of both. A decent exit, a tight line in, and get that power delivery on the exit, and she's really now starting to hammer in that pressure as we tick towards 6 laps left to run in race 2 of the PB 140 Championship of FAB-Racing. Bailey Lawrence, that pressure on Keaton Payne is going absolutely nowhere. Great lap just been put in by Chris Wells at 52.746, a good couple of tenths off the lap record, but now he's extended that margin to Jamie King to well over a second and a half.
Chris Wells is doing what Chris Wells does, laying down the gauntlet, and King, as it stands, unable to respond in race number 2 of round 4. Of course, round 5 yet to come this weekend as well. 6 races for all of the classes in this battle for third place. Keaton Payne still holds on to the podium. Bailey Lawrence still putting the pressure on. Sean Whittaker watching, waiting patiently, just a little bit further behind, seeing if anything has happened. There we do see, though, reigning champion Chris Wells. That championship, it must be said, last year, it was a long time coming. He's been at the top of the pit bike game for many years now here at FAB-Racing, and last year, well, it was just when everything came together and he absolutely dominated. Of course, taking that number 1 plate off of Rossi Banham as well, who did a great ceremony. Actually, the pit bike guys, they're all a great bunch of guys, great friends on the circuit, and threw things at him, and then Rossi Banham gave him the number 1 plate. Really heartfelt stuff, to be fair. And well, I might have got our camera a little bit wet actually, so maybe that wasn't the best, but still, he had a great year last year. And again, he's not running a full campaign this season, but still, he's doing a fantastic job at the moment. Now, the 3 races he's run so far, 2 he's run, not including yesterday's action. Second at the first 2 in Lid to Lucas Brown. 1 race run at Three Sisters, 1 yesterday. So he's got a 50% win rate, 100% podium rate. I mean, the guy's just very good, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Funnily enough, he's got that number 1 plate for a reason. And after today, it will become 3 wins. If he's able to, of course, take victory, still an opportunity for him to come off, still 4 laps left to go. If he is able to take victory, that's a 60% win rate from 5 races. And the other 40% are P2s. Not really bad going at all. Chris Wells, Jamie King and Lucas Brown really have been sort of setting it alight in PB140 so far this year. There is, of course, the 76 of Jamie King, who has been falling back uncharacteristically relative to sort of the first couple laps. I don't know, maybe there might be a slight issue or whatever. Maybe it's just a lack of consistency, and Chris Wells has just turned up that wick, and while Jamie King was getting maybe slightly slower or even sort of staying the same pace, Chris Wells was actually getting quicker and quicker as the laps went on, and unfortunately Jamie King couldn't match it. Who's that though?
I believe that's Sean Whittaker, maybe, who's had an off there, and indeed it was Sean Whittaker running off the circuit. That's coming down into Stewart. So, not sure what happened, but Sean Whittaker running a little bit wide. 3 laps left to run in this one. And, this three-way battle for third has now become a two-way battle for third. A puff of engine smoke from the back of Bailey Lawrence there. Looks a little bit blue. Wonder if Bailey's potentially burning a little bit of oil. Maybe some oil seeping through the carb. Hopefully, everything holds out towards the end of this one. It was just a little puff, so nothing to worry about as of yet. Keaton Payne, though, does have a lot to worry about, because Bailey Lawrence is right on his exhaust pipe and trying desperately to find a way through, and now maybe drawing alongside down into Stewart. Here goes Bailey Lawrence to the inside. Keaton Payne able to hold on at the outside, but Bailey, that's the first real attack that she's launched. Now she's feeling it. With 1.5 laps left to run, she knows it is crunch time. She knows she needs to find a way through. And right now, she is starting to pull the pin, starting to find a way through. Bit more smoke out the back of Lawrence's exhaust. Again, hopefully everything is okay. 2 laps to go. And Bailey Lawrence decides to back out. Coming into the opening chicane, drops back a little bit. Maybe choosing just to rest, recuperate, regroup, and go for an attack on the final lap. To overtake here at Rowrah, you really need to set it up a few corners in advance. It's so technical, especially in this middle sector. Can Bailey Lawrence get the drive out of Erdels that she did on the previous tour? Looks good. Is it good enough as she tries to draw alongside? Once again, coming down into Stewart. No, this time she does back out a little bit earlier. Not quite close enough. Bit wide, though, from Keaton Payne. Is that an opportunity for Bailey Lawrence, as she's still all over the back of Keaton Payne? Looking left, looking right. Final lap for the leaders. These guys about to be on their final tour. Bailey Lawrence still unable to quite find a way through as it stands. One more tour then for Keaton Payne and Bailey Lawrence. And Bailey Lawrence looks to the inside, into the chicane. Oh, they touch wheels. Somehow they stay upright. But Bailey Lawrence, that was brilliant stuff to get into the podium from the number 9. Can she hold on? Can Keaton Payne recover and try and find his way back through? Chris Wells just needs to keep it on the black stuff to win this race. Speaking of Chris Wells winning this race, there he is. Final corner awaits for the reigning champion. He's going to make it 2 wins from 2 this weekend. 4 wins out of 6 this season. Chris Wells takes a brilliant victory. Jamie King will come home in P2, as that's Robert Leveridge finishes P9, a lap down. Chris Wells looks back, wonders where everyone is, shrugs his shoulders and gets on with it. What a great performance, what a great ride from Chris Wells. Picks up the front wheel in celebration. Awesome stuff from him. Bailey Lawrence did hold on to 3rd place. Great stuff late in the day there for Bailey Lawrence. And actually the gap 2 seconds. She was able to get through and then extend her pace. So awesome stuff there from Bailey Lawrence to get onto the podium. Keaton Payne finished P4 with Sean Whittaker 5th. Daniel Gilbert in P6, Rory Jones in 7th, and Robert Leveridge 2 laps down, it would have seemed, in P8. Disappointing run for him. Hopefully he can improve over the remainder of this weekend. But the story of this one, Chris Wells, another win for the reigning champion, another fantastic performance, and he's continuing to, when he shows up anyway, light up the season.
Yeah, exactly. He's just rapid, right? He gave Lucas Brown, of course, that really good fight back at Lid, and is running really well. Both at Three Sisters, the run race he did do, he won, and then here today at Rowrah as well. Be interesting to see how his progress goes throughout the rest of the weekend. They've still got 4 races to come thus far this weekend, and we'll see them a little bit later on.
Race number 2 of round number 4 in the MetroKit Mini GP 50s. Brought to you by King's Two-Wheel Centre. And well, it should be a very exciting race, to put it politely. The 50s here, always been fantastic. My first experience of FAB-Racing was watching the 50s around here many years ago. in the soaking rain back in 2021. This time a little bit drier. This time it looks to be just as exciting though. Frankie Watson, Byron Johnson, Travis Shaw on your front row. They'll be ones to watch out for, but keep an eye out for Sebastian Goslavsky as well, going off a P4. He has always been phenomenal around here at Rowrah. Did some monumental stuff on the mini bikes, mini motos, should I say?
Got there
mini bikes here. Got there in the end, yeah. I think he could be a dark horse, Goslavsky. He's of course this is his first year doing the 50s properly and full time. He's been building his confidence and abilities on the bike, but this is a track he absolutely loves and has great historic results. So I think he should be one to watch, but again, it's such a stacked grid as always in the 50s. They're all going to be phenomenal.
Yeah, exactly that. Of course, Goslavsky so far this season has taken 2 podiums and 6 top 5s coming into this weekend. And last year in the pros, 3 podiums, 2 wins at Rowrah. Not bad going at all. But a quick run through of the grid. Frankie Watson, Byron Johnson, Travis Shaw, 1, 2, 3 in race 1, and they'll line up 1, 2, 3 on the grid for race 2. Goslavsky from Curtis and Matthew Thomas, that's row 2. Archie Hooper ahead of Riley Paisley, doing a fantastic job on his return to MotoGP 50 in 8th, ahead of Harris Watson, who rounds off the 3rd row. Daisy Polding completes the top 10 from Kai Hawken and Callum Maxwell. A nice round for Rowfield, and 12 riders to take to race 2 of the MotoGP Mini GP 50, brought to you, of course, by King's 2-Wheel Centre. Ross, what can we expect from the MotoGP?
Drama, chaos, passion, beauty, everything you can expect from one of the best championships here in FAB-Racing. The riders making their way down to the grid. The tensions will be building. One last chat with the parents. There you see the 37 of Byron Johnson, your championship leader, but only by 27 points, and that 27-point gap can disappear with a bad weekend. He's going off a P2. He'll be wanting to continue that good form. Frankie Watson, though, starts from pole on the 14. Travis Shaw alongside as well on the 4 on your front row. 3 abreast going down into the chicane. It's going to be exciting. It is all eyes up to the red lights. With his lights out, we are underway. Rocket start there from Byron Johnson, but it will be Frankie Watson that holds the inside line. But Johnson, wow, that was brilliant. Squeezing through, holding the outside at the chicane and manipulating his way up into the lead early doors in this race. Is the championship leader. Great stuff from him. Travis Shaw holds on to P3 away from the line there as well, but it will be Byron Johnson taking the lead of this race. The AC Sebastian Goslavsky looks like he's dropped a position there, I think, to Bradley Curtis, but trying to make his way back. Frankie Watson trying to fight with Johnson, unable to make it work the long way around, a little bit narrower down the bottom end of the circuit than it is coming through this final section here as they make their way through St John's and Sunny Bend. But it will be Byron Johnson to lead this opening lap, with Frankie Watson going from pole to P2, but right on Johnson's tail.
Beautiful start from Byron Johnson, exactly what he needs to do if he wants to build on the 3 wins and championship lead he's got thus far in this season. What a competitive championship we're having start to form as they're going to complete, of course, their first half of the season in the next couple of hours. The 14 of Watson hammering on that pressure to the 37 of Byron Johnson. Travis Shaw not a million miles away either there in 3rd, but all eyes to this 2-horse battle up in front. If they continue to battle, we could well have more bikes involved, but right now it's Johnson versus Watson, both of them applying the pressure. There goes Frankie Watson to the inside of Stewart, nicely done. Byron Johnson has no choice but to tuck back in and maybe go back underneath.
These two are so close in qualifying, just over a 1/10 of a second separating them. Travis Shaw was a little bit further back. Byron Johnson from out of nowhere. Brilliant move from Byron Johnson up the inside at Sunny Bend. They don't get much better than that. Johnson leads once again, and as you said, Zach, while they are battling, Travis Shaw starting to close in. Travis Shaw also fastest lap on that previous tour, and Travis Shaw now right with the front pair. 3-way fight for the lead. Johnson a little bit wide coming out of McRae's hairpin. Watson looks to the outside. Does he duck in? No. Happy to sit behind just for a moment. Happy to stay and play the waiting game, but gets the drive out of Erdales. Does he have the move around the outside? Johnson holds it inside. Little bit of hesitation there from Watson. Decides ultimately against trying to stick with the move and filters back into 2nd place. But these two have been phenomenal. 3rd place, Travis Shaw is right with them as well. We've already got a FAB-Racing classic on our hands.
I think we do. And of course it was Byron Johnson and Frankie Watson that were putting off some brave moves at Three Sisters up over the crest and downhill, and they're pulling off some fantastic moves on each other here today. Both of them have won races thus far this season. In fact, all three of those that are contending for the win have won a race this season. They've all been on the podium, and they are all vying for yet another one in this championship. Johnson from Watson from Shaw, who's off the back of two sensational double victories at Three Sisters, taking the double for race 2 and 3, and wants to extend that winning margin. Frankie Watson once again trying to apply the pressure to the outside of Stewart's, but Byron Johnson has it covered, knows exactly where to put that bike, because Frankie Watson has shown his hand. He now knows, Byron Johnson, where Watson can attack.
He does indeed. Johnson racing smart, using his head as well as all of his abilities out on the bike as well. But let's not take away from the likes of Frankie Watson and Travis Shaw, also doing a phenomenal job and leaving it all out there on the line. Watson has a little look to the inside at the chicane, just poked a front wheel in there, but tucked back in behind Johnson shortly afterwards. Now he looks to the outside. Jumps on the brakes very early there. Did Frankie Watson. Maybe wants to try and get the drive out of McRae's. That's what he's trying to do, and the gap is closing and closing and closing. Not closing enough for a move up into Airedale's. But Frankie Watson, he's looking very, very racy. He still wants to try and fight Byron Johnson once again to the outside. Once again trying to squeeze through. Frankie Watson sweeps around the outside and up into the race lead. That was majestic. That was brilliant from the number 14 around the outside, using the drive from Airedale's. Byron Johnson tried to look once again into Sunny Bend, but this time Frankie Watson was wise to his antics, wise to his moves, and holds on to the lead. 6 laps left to go. It's Watson from Johnson, you're sure from top 3.
Yeah, Byron Johnson, unfortunately, I think maybe just gave him a little bit too much space and cut the corner off a bit too much for himself, when Frankie Watson was then able to brake late, sweep around the outside using all of that track, take the apex, and just not easily but smoothly find his way into the race lead. Absolutely sensational stuff coming into this weekend. Frankie Watson full of confidence, topping sessions, of course taking that victory in race 1, and is looking to do exactly the same here today. Bit of ground to make up in the championship after 2 DNFs thus far this season, but this is the perfect way to do it. Frankie Watson take a bow, and now he's in front. He's not looking back.
Look at the gap that's already started to build from Frankie Watson. Again, his pole time was not that much faster than Byron Johnson, although it was faster, but he's just starting to streak away into the distance. A little bit off of the lap record, only about a 10th off on that previous tour, so maybe starting to close in on the lap record set by Luke Flatcap Fitchett back in 2022. There we see Bradley Curtis currently running in P4, down in a bit of no man's land at the moment for the 71. 5 seconds ahead to Travis Shaw, 2 seconds back to Sebastian Goslavsky. It was a great start there from Curtis to get in front of Goslavsky, and he's done exactly what he needs to do on this occasion. Just get it done, hit your marks, extend the gap and pick up some good points. That's what the 71's on track for.
Yeah, exactly that. Bradley Curtis, of course, very nicely donated his time to come and have a chat with us, but a bit of lap traffic to contend with now for Frankie Watson, and look at that. Of course, there straight through Byron Johnson. No hesitation to negotiate with the traffic, but Frankie Watson gets the drive. But Byron Johnson with the bravery to the inside, of course, of Sunny Bend. He's been doing that all weekend long, sent it on the brakes, and now leads the race by half a second back to Frankie Watson. What a move that was, and that is exactly why traffic can be so pivotal in a race like this. Frankie Watson has got the pace, but Byron Johnson has got the head.
That could be the race right there. If Frankie Watson had been held up anymore, it could have all been done and dusted. What absolute commitment, what absolute bravery from Byron Johnson, with lots of bikes ahead of him on track, just launching it up the inside. But Frankie Watson showing some bravery and commitment as well as he goes back around the outside and re-inherits the lead. A momentary blip as he fell back to P2, struggling to negotiate with the traffic as Johnson just sighed his way up. Here goes Johnson again. Oh, he just loves it on the brakes into Sunny Bend, doesn't he? Byron Johnson is setting the track alight with his overtaking moves, as it's going to be 3 laps to go at the line this time. Watson and Shaw are putting on a display. Bit of traffic here, that's going to hold up Byron Johnson. This could open the door for Frankie Watson. Down into McRae's, decides against it. Travis Shaw having a little look there on the number 4. He's been sitting in P3 very, very patiently. Here comes Frankie Watson once again, trying to go the long way around at Airedale's, almost banging knees the riders as they now rocket back down the hill. This is where Frankie Watson has been super strong. This time Johnson trying to go to the outside, But this time, Frankie Watson unable to make it a way through. He'll have to settle for second. 2.5 laps left to run.
Yeah, I think Byron Johnson has now become wise to the fact that Frankie Watson likes that move to the outside of Stewart, and has actually realised that the outside is more advantageous because it gives you that momentum, and he's figured that out. He's sussed it, and he left that inside door open for Frankie Watson. 2 laps to go at the line. Byron Johnson has ridden this race with such maturity and such intelligence, negotiated that traffic, and is now parking the bike exactly where it needs to be. But the traffic is not going to be slowing down. The 14 trying to find a way through. Byron Johnson, though, has got all the answers thus far, and Frankie Watson with a poor run through traffic could slow him down even more.
It could potentially. The gap now behind. Oh, there goes Travis Shaw. Lovely move from Travis Shaw, taking advantage of the traffic and sliding by on the inside up at Airedale's hairpin. And he was sitting patiently in P3 for so long, just watching the battle unfold in front of him. Now he's seen the gap. Now he's taken the opportunity. Shaw up into second, and Frankie Watson is not quite hero to zero, but first to third. He'll be disappointed with that one, with what a race he is having. It's going to be 1 lap left to go on this tour. Byron Johnson, it's not a brilliant lead, but it's a healthy one behind him. If Shaw and Watson keep on fighting, he should be able to hold on, presuming he keeps it on the black stuff.
Yeah, he can't get complacent. It's still possible things can change if he makes a mistake, but he's done all the hard work. He has negotiated traffic and positioned the bike exactly where it needs to be. Frankie Watson, by far, has been the quickest bike of the 3. That is indisputable. But he has not been positioning himself exactly where it needs to be. When it comes to traffic, when it comes to positioning and situations where you really want to be capitalising, Frankie Watson hasn't really been able to put himself in that position, but it's all learning. He's now going to look at this and go, okay, next time I can do this, next time I can do that. Byron Johnson, though, late brakes into Sunny Ben has saved him this race. He got the lead at the start. He was jostling all race long, but in the end, he came, he saw, he conquered race 2 of the MK Mini GP 50, brought to you by Kings 2 Wheel Centre. It goes the way of Byron Johnson for the 4th time this season and extends the gap at the front.
What a race between those front 3. Frankie Watson isn't interested in celebrating. He is heading straight back to the pits with some pace. He knows he had a great opportunity to win here today. As you said, Zach, definitely the quickest out of those 3, but it just didn't go his way, and he's somehow ended up at the back of those 3. It's still a podium, but he'll be disappointed. Byron Johnson used his head magnificently to negotiate his way through traffic and get up into the lead and take the win in race number 2. Travis Shaw as well played the patient game perfectly, just sitting in P3, waiting, watching like a predator stalking its prey, and finally when the opportunity came, he grasped it with both hands and slid on through up into P2. It's Byron Johnson who takes victory from Travis Shaw. Frankie Watson rounds out the podium. Bradley Curtis was 4th with Sebastian Goslavsky 5th, Matthew Thomas in P6, Riley Paisley 7th, Harris Watson in P8, Archie Cooper 9th, Daisy Polden rounded out our top 10, and Callum Maxwell and Kai Hawken finish off our 12 rider grid from that one. That is it for race number 2 of round 4 here on Sunday at Rowrah in the Mini GP 50s, brought to you by Kings 2 Wheel Centre. They'll be, of course, back out later on. Still 4 more races for those guys to do.
Extreme 200s take to the track for the first time today for their second race of the weekend, and what has been a very hotly contested championship, but recent domination from Wilson Dilks, it must be said, off the back of 5 consecutive victories coming into this race. Make that 6 as he won race 1 this time yesterday. He's absolutely smashing it on that Ovale. The straight line speed helped him at Three Sisters, and it's clearly not hindering him here at Rowrah. He's just in top form, right? He's riding so well. He's in his element. He's at the top of his game, and nothing is slowing that kid down.
Well, there is one thing that might stop Wilson Dilks in this one, and it's the rider on the number 71. It looks like he will be, but he's on that stanker. Where is Casey? Oh no, I've been deceived. I thought that rider was going to be on another bike, but there is a rider in P2 who I thought was going to be on a very different bike, but he is here on an Ovale, and that rider is by the name of Casey O'Gorman, making his way back to FAB-Racing this weekend. If anyone's going to stop Wilson Dilks, it'll be that man. But Dan Goodman on the 71 as well. A phenomenal rider in his own right. In fact, this whole Extreme 200 grid, phenomenal in their own right as well, as they get going on their sighting lap.
They do indeed. Let's run you through the grid. Wilson Dilks took pole position by a decent half a second margin. And Casey O'Gorman and Dan Goodman, of course, at the front row. Finley Polehill from Blake Wilson. Sullivan Mounsey should be lining up 6th, but unfortunately, due to bike issues, won't be completing row 2. Harrison Day from Austin Johnson and Holmes Williams is the 3rd row. Jensen Bishop completes the top 10 ahead of Harlan Baker. Beth Ashby from Annabelle McCarthy, Farhad Rada, the top 14 riders, and a late entry of Archie O'Brien into this race. Will start the race from 15th place on row 5, looking to absolutely smash his way through the field, because he only finished 2nd place a few weeks ago in Wigan. He's pretty competent in the extremes.
Yeah, no, he does like the extremes, to be fair. It looks like there might actually be a few extra bikes on the field. We have been told there is a rider who's come up without a transponder on the bike. He's just doing this race today, and he's not got a transponder, so we'll get that confirmed for us. But as we get ready to go racing, joining us in the commentary box is a Redbull MotoGP Rookies Cup rider, Sullivan Mounsey. Sullivan, if you can hear us, the rider's getting ready to go racing. How are you feeling?
Yeah, really good actually. Seems like it's going to be an awesome race. Team Wilson, who's broke the lap record in warm-up by an absolutely massive margin. So we'll see what Casey can do in this one.
Wait to see. Red lights are on here in the Extreme 200s. Race number 2 of round 4. Lights out, we're underway. Great launch there, buddy. 85 of Wilson Dilks. Casey O'Gorman shoves Dan Goodman out to the edge of the track as they come down into the chicane, and then gets a great drive coming out of the chicane, looking down into McRae's to the outside. O'Gorman tries to find the gap, couldn't quite find it. Maybe he does find it at the outside at Airedale's. Wilson Dilks, should I say, gets it very wrong on the rear brake as they come through Airedale's, and that is going to allow Casey O'Gorman up into the lead of the race. Dan Goodman holds on to 3rd. Finley Polehill, Blake Wilson just behind as well. What a great start that was from Casey O'Gorman. Bit of a mistake there from Wilson Dilks. He's going to have to work his way back through, but Casey O'Gorman leads here. What happens now, Sullivan? I mean, you've got some great riders up the front. Casey O'Gorman, Wilson Dilks, Dan Goodman, 3 incredible riders as Wilson Dilks looks to the inside there. I mean, they could be racing right at the front for the whole thing.
Well, Casey's got to push now, otherwise Wilson's just going to go by him. He's a lighter rider, so he's definitely going to be able to get him on the straight sometime, but it's what Wilson wants to do, whether he's going to sit there and slightly just watch his lines, or whether he's going to just go for an absolute move. Dan Goodman's also here, just on the back of these two, just staying in put, but Casey's riding very defensive. There we go, Wilson Dilks almost up the inside, but he backs out of it this time around. Wilson is on switching between Metrikit 70 and the Oval 190, which is quite an interesting move, but Casey is pushing at the moment, and Wilson is definitely not backing off. And there we go, Wilson Dilks up the inside of Casey O'Gorman. What a move. And here we go now as we go on to this next lap. Casey's now put back to 2nd place with Dan Goodman in 3rd. Wilson Dilks is now needs to stretch out this margin. He had the pace. Yes, and here goes Casey O'Gorman up the inside. He's done it, but he's gone deep, and Wilson Dilks on the cutback. Who's going to have the drive? It's going to be side by side, and Casey shuts the door. Wilson Dilks put back 2nd. This is an interesting race all weekend, if I say so. Oh, Wilson Dilks is out to sea. Daniel Goodman, is he going to get involved now? Wow, this is all going off on this one lap. Wow, Casey O'Gorman needs to kind of keep up there and just needs to start stretching out this margin, but Wilson is already on the back of him. Daniel Goodman just edged off, and Wilson, he is pushing. Wilson Dilks' fastest race lap record, which is 49.1, but he's now taking some sweeping lines. He's going to try and get a cut back on Casey O'Gorman. Is he going to have the run to the turn 1? Yes, he is. He's up the inside, but Casey goes round the outside. This is going to cost his drive now. Is Wilson going to be able to do something? Dan Goodman's having a look on Wilson Dilks. He's not going to be able to do it this time around. He's now going to be wide as Casey. Wilson's got that lightweight speed. Is he going to be able to do it? No. Casey is able to do it. This is a very, very good race by Casey O'Gorman, with Daniel Goodman just there in the background. What do you think, Ross?
Oh man, what a race we're being treated to. Casey O'Gorman, Wilson Dilks, Dan Goodman. I mean, already we've seen phenomenal action from them, and there's still 8.5 laps left to go. O'Gorman leads from Dilks. Goodman getting involved now as well. O'Gorman fastest lap last time, a 48.9454. Still a little way off the lap record set by Evan Belford back in 2022, but not far off it indeed, as O'Gorman went super defensive there. Coming into the opening chicane, he knows exactly what Wilson Dilks can do. some of the very best of British young motorcycle talent on display here. O'Gorman, Dilks, Goodman behind them as well. There we see Blake Wilson leading the way in front of Austin Johnson. Finley Polhill and Jensen Bishop having a big battle as well. Polhill trying to launch the inside. Now trying to launch the inside goes Wilson Dilks, and O'Gorman leaves the door wide open. That is Dilks through to the lead of the race. But can O'Gorman can respond? Can Goodman, who's just being sat there quite patiently at the moment, quite happy, seemingly following the front two, maybe just waiting to see if there's a mistake and a gap opens. Right now it's Dilks leading the way, and already you can see trying to pull a bit of a gap.
Yeah, well, he's definitely stretched out this margin. Casey's got to push now. But there we go. Wilson Dilks, 48.404. That is an all-time new lap record in the race. He smashed it in warm-up with a 47.9, and now he's gone set the fastest time now in the race. This is amazing riding by Wilson. As you can see, he's just stretched out from Casey in this one lap. Casey did try and hold him down, but he's gone now, and he is just looking comfortable. And he's deep. Wilson Dilks is deep. I don't know whether he's done that to make the racing interesting or what, but Casey's just kind of got a glimpse back, and now he's back on him. Is he going to be able to do it? Dan Goodman's there, looking quite comfortable, just chilling in the background of Casey O'Gorman. Maybe he's going to be able to make something of this, is Dan Goodman, because he's on that Dicko KTM 105, and it's looking quite strong at this moment. He looks quite relaxed and quite chill compared to the other front two looking on the limit. So let's see what Daniel Goodman can do.
That was the second relatively big mistake we've seen from Wilson Dilks in this race. He unseated himself quite seriously earlier on. Did a great job trying to stay on the bike, and then having issues with the rear brake there as well, as these guys are leaving it all out on the track. Nothing to separate them, as there we see moves being made as well. I believe it was Austin Johnson and Blake Wilson having a fight. Here goes Casey O'Gorman, and O'Gorman actually has already gone through. So Casey up into the lead of the race once again. Can Wilson Dilks respond as Casey defensive into Paddock Bend? 5 laps left to go at the line this time. Oh, Goodman tried to launch it up the inside, ran wide at the exit, so that's allowed Wilson back through, but that's the first time we've seen Dan Goodman really giving it a go in this race.
Yeah, well, that was a really good move, that. And you could see, it looks like Wilson just can't get it stopped into that right hand, and there's Richard Owens-Williams. He looks like he's crashed, sadly, but wow, this is an interesting race, I've got to say. But here we go. Casey's going all super defensive. He's looking over his shoulder. Not the best thing to do, but he's taking it easy. And Wilson is just looking like he's struggling to get it stopped a little bit more than Casey O'Gorman is. But here we go. Wilson's looking racy again. He's looking at every opportunity there is, but he's not been able to make light of it. But here's Daniel Goodman now. He is well in this battle. Casey's super duper tight, but this is going to allow Wilson with a cutback. Is Wilson going to get the drive to turn one? No. Casey is ridiculously tight again. He is going full defensive, and there's still 4 laps to go. Here we go.
I think Casey knows Wilson has the pace, so if he gets through, I think he knows that's probably going to be it with the laps ticking away. So he's doing everything in his power to keep him behind, making his bike as wide as it can possibly be. So far it's working. Wilson has got through before, but with 3.5 laps left to run, he made a mistake, let Casey O'Gorman back through, and now O'Gorman desperately trying to defend, desperately trying to keep Wilson Dilks behind. Dilks looking to the inside, coming into St John's, can't quite make it work. Maybe a late lunge into Sunny Bend. Not this time. He still has to remember Dan Goodman is waiting right behind, putting the pressure on. Goodman again looking to the inside at Paddock Bend. He tried it before, he tries it again. This time didn't work. Bit of traffic coming up as well. I believe that may be Beth Ashby up in front here. It is Beth Ashby. She gets out of the way very politely. Of course, no obligation to do that. No blue flags in FAB-Racing, and you do have to negotiate the traffic yourself. But Beth decided to keep the lead action going, as that is a late dive by Wilson Dilks, but leaves the door open as he goes deep. Maybe gets the drive coming out of Erdels as O'Gorman once again super defensive. Wilson to the inside, unable to make it stick. 2.5 laps left to go, Sully. Any 3 of these guys could win this race.
Yeah, well, I must say, if Daniel Goodman could get a nose into Wilson Dilks, he could get Wilson, and it looks like he could even get Casey. So this is looking good. Casey's ridiculously tight, but it's going to cost him sooner rather than later. But it's a matter of case of how will Wilson play this. he's much less experienced other than these two. Casey's been riding since he was 3 years old compared to Wilson, who's actually about 9 years old at the moment. But there we go. Wilson looks up the inside, but he's ran wide, and Casey O'Gorman's got to cut back again. Side by side, they touch, and Casey O'Gorman's in the lead. Now Daniel Goodman's involved. Casey is a world-class rider, and you've got Wilson, who's also riding the Ovale Series. He's looking, trying to get past, but he can't. You've got Daniel Goodman in the British Talent Cup. Daniel Goodman goes wide now. Commentators curse, but now it's between these two. 2 laps to go. Is Wilson going to have a look, or is he going to sit there? It doesn't look like he's going to do that, but here we go now. Coming into the last corner. Is he going to do it? What do you think, Ross?
I honestly have no idea, Sully. It could be either of these two. They could come together and come off. 1 lap to go. They've been pushing the envelope the entire race, testing each other to their absolute limits. But it's one more tour for Casey O'Gorman and Wilson Dilks. Dan Goodman dropping back after that little mistake early, but still within the picture. Still maybe within the conversation. O'Gorman defensive once again. Coming up through Erdales. Dilks looks to get good drive as they rocket back down the hill. Casey all the way to the inside. Checks back, looks back, keeps defending from Wilson Dilks, negotiating their way through Stewart. Wilson Dilks needs to produce something magical now because time is running out. The laps are running out, making their way over the bumps. This is going to be...
Oh, what
on the inside. Doesn't work. No, not quite. Casey O'Gorman still there, still holds on. One final turn to go, neck and neck to the line. Casey O'Gorman will win by under a tenth of a second from Wilson Dilks. Dan Goodman holds on to take the podium, but man, oh man, oh man, what a race.
Wow, that's left me speechless, that has. What a race that was. What a move by Wilson. I have to give him full credit for that, because what an overtake. What an absolutely spectacular overtake by Wilson. What a young kid, and he's been able to do it and overtake everyone, and he's managed to end up coming second. But what some experience for Wilson, and what a race by Casey. He's been down on speed on the straight compared to Wilson. He's been able to make the most of it. Very, very good race that was, and I don't know if any other race this weekend's going to top that one, that's for sure, but I can't wait for the next race. So if I was you guys, I'd be tuning in 100%.
Yeah, we should just pack up and go after that one. Casey O'Gorman takes victory from Wilson Dilks in P2, Dan Goodman in P3. Blake Wilson 4th with Finley Polehill P5, Austin Johnson 6th, Jensen Bishop 7th, Arch O'Brien in P8, Harrison Day was 9th, Harley Baker 10th, Annabelle McCarthy in P11, Beth Ashby 12th, Fahad Lada in P13. Unfortunately, we did lose Rich Holmes Williams. But man, oh man, what a race we have just seen. Thank you very much, Sullivan Mounsey, for joining us in the commentary box for that one. He will be back later on in the weekend, so expect to hear some more of Super Sully. But boy, oh boy, that was absolutely brilliant. Casey O'Gorman already racing on an international stage versus Wilson Dilks, who's seemingly set to race on an international stage, and then Dan Goodman, who's well on his way to racing on an international stage. And he's just absolutely been brilliant from all three of them. Of course, they've got more races to come this weekend as well. Extreme 200s, seemingly the class to watch. Up next, race number 2 for Moto Team. And let's all just take a breather after that last chaotic race. But, well, with Moto Team, you never know what you're going to get, especially with 2 classes out on the track. Phil Applebrook taking the pole position, Sean Whittaker in P2. Man, oh man, it's going to be interesting watching those guys, because Moto Team, it's not always about neck-and-neck racing, Zach Sweeney. It's more about just keeping it on the track, because, again, with 2 different classes, it can get very, very tricky and very, very interesting between everyone.
Can do indeed. Already some issues before they've even set off. Who is that? Unfortunately, whatever's happened, they're not able to get going for the sighting lap. So that is a bit of a shame for them, of course. Quick reminder as to how things racked up in race 1. Phil Applebrook took the open win, his first one of the season, ahead of Sean Whittaker, who took the standard win. Team Acme Racing completed the overall podium, and Guy Kite completed that standard podium as well. But coming into this race, an unfortunate start before the lights had even gone out. Run through the grid then, a lot to do before we get going. It's Sean Whittaker, Guy Kite and Team Acme Racing 1, 2 and 3. Phil Applebrook from Ben O'Keefe and Team Owning the Badger, that's row 2. Harrison O'Keefe from Gary O'Keefe, Madison Martelou, the 9th rider to take to the track. But we have to emphasise it's Moto Team but it's all about the bike, not just the person that is on it. There is the bike that scores points. We have seen an example of this. Kieran Evans and Charlie Ems have shared the 231 bike thus far this season, the bike that took a couple of podiums at Lids in the Moto Team Open class, and are going to be looking to maybe get some more today. In fact, actually, I don't think the 231 is going to be starting this race, so that's a bit of a shame, but nonetheless, 11 laps of racing action. You're tuning in live, of course, here on FAB-Racing, and just in time for the beginning of Moto Team's second race of the weekend. Just making sure everything's all right, making sure they're lined up in their correct grid slots. Of course, there's the staggered start, so they're not taken to the boxes. There's a circle with their number in, and they have to have their front tyre inside that circle to be deemed a fair grid start as such ahead of the race. Interesting stuff, and it's all eyes to the light. Sean Whittaker, Guy Kite, Team Acme Racing, race 2 for Moto Team gets going, and a great start there from the number 8, clear view ahead of him, but not enough to get the lead into turn number 1. Sean Whittaker then leads through 1, then 2, then 3 towards the first hairpin. Easy stuff then for Sean Whittaker on that 01 machine, able to stay in front of Team Acme Racing, who of course did take their first wins a couple of weeks ago when we took 2-3 sisters. Then of course is the 19 of Phil Mapplebeck, race winner of race 1, looking to extend that margin and looking to do exactly what he did this time yesterday. Battles all the way through as well, but there is the 19. Look at the straight line speed towards Stewart around the outside. We've seen before it's the advantageous line, but the number 8 is able to stay in front and keep that second placing for now. Meanwhile, Sean Whittaker able to extend the margin up in front as the 19 looks to the inside, but not enough towards St John's, then into Sunny Ben's, that quick dip to the left. After the first lap, it's looking to be a fairly decent race, it must be said, because that competition from Sean Whittaker, Acme Racing and Mapplebeck, don't forget, there are technically two separate races going on. We've got the standard and the open. Whittaker and Acme, the 01 and number 8 machine, 1 and 2, as you can see there, heading into the hairpin. They're in the standard class. Phil Mapplebeck is in the open, so he's already winning his race, but you always want to go for more. You always want to win in the overall. Sean Whittaker is doing exactly that and trying to extend that margin very, very nicely indeed, and that gap is looking very, very pretty after just 2 laps.
It is indeed there for Sean Whittaker. Team Acme Racing, meanwhile, holding on to P2. Those two, of course, still fighting in the standard class. Phil Mapplebeck leading the way in open. Number 19 at the moment. He's in, well, it's quite a way ahead of any of the other open guys. They're all a bit further down the field. We've got Ox Racing currently 7th overall. Gary O'Keefe, P8 overall. Ian Jackson, P9. Those are our 4 open contenders. Meanwhile, Ben O'Keefe, he's on the podium in the standard class, which is great to see for there. There we do see the number 8 of Team Acme Racing making its way through some traffic. That was the 119 of Team Ernie the Back. No, that was not actually. That is Phil Mapplebeck that he's fighting with. I do apologise. That, of course, is for overall position. Those two are in different classes. The number 8 in the standard, the number 19 in the open class. This is just for personal pride and glory. But maybe the number 8 needs to get a little bit worried, because just behind those two is the 64 of Ben O'Keefe, and he is also in the standard class, and maybe fancies going up into 2nd on the podium in that category. So we'll wait and see how it's going to unfold. Mapplebeck has worked his way around Team Acme Racing. If the 8 gets held up, he's going to have the 64 to contend with in his own class, could be losing out even more positions.
Yeah, exactly. That's still got 8 laps to go at the line, by the way, and quick rundown as to how things are going. Sean Whittaker, Team Acme Racing, that's the standard 1 and 2, and the overall 1 and 2 as well. Phil Mapplebeck leads the open and is 3rd overall. Ben O'Keefe completes that standard podium of Harrison O'Keefe, as we've said, closing in about 4.7 seconds back on the fight for the podium. Tim Ernie the Badger is only half a second off that fighting for position. Ox Racing, Ian Jackson, Gary O'Keefe, Madison Martelou completes the 10-rider field that we've got ahead of 8 laps of racing still to run. So no DNFs thus far, no issues thus far, just great racing all the way through. Phil Mapplebeck, though, it's going to be a tough ask. 2.5 seconds if he wants to repeat that race win from yesterday.
Yeah, a bit of a gap. Of course, he's going to be winning in the open class as long as he keeps it on the black stuff, because he's so far ahead of anyone else in that open category. But if he wants the overall win, he's got to try and eat into Sean Whittaker's advantage of 2.5 seconds at the line last time. There we see the 65 of Harrison O'Keefe, who actually looks like he's overtaken Ben O'Keefe. As narrow as that Gary, who's worked his way... No, that's Gary, who's worked his way up to the back of him. Well, the 65 even. No, that's Ox Racing. We've got two 65s out on track. That's confusing. We've got Ben O'Keefe on the... or Harrison O'Keefe on the 65 in the standard class, and then Ox Racing, who's new this weekend, in the 65 on the open class. Try more numbers to try and figure out. So this is Ox Racing and Gary O'Keefe, P8 and P9. Both in the open class. They are fighting for the final podium place, currently going the way of Ox Racing on that yellow liveried bike as they come down into McRae's and then make their way up to Erdale's hairpin. Trying... problem for Ox Racing. Maybe an issue. It looks really slow coming off the corner. Is everything okay with the bike? It looks like it's all been sorted now, but there was definitely an issue there for Ox Racing because Gary O'Keefe has just sailed by coming out of McRae's. Very, very bizarre.
Yeah, it seemed to be... I'm not entirely sure if it was just a no power issue, maybe a missed gear, something like that. Maybe the gear was engaging, but he just didn't accelerate off of that first hairpin. And unfortunately, lost a position thanks to it. And of course, that is... for class position. Ox Racing, Gary O'Keefe both in that Moto Team Open. 5 laps to go at the line. Sean Whittaker leads Phil Mackelbeck by 2.8 and looks secure both respective race victories, the standard and the open. Team Acme Racing, of course, completing the overall podium. There they are, but Ben O'Keefe knocking on the door, a quarter of a second behind.
Yeah, Ben O'Keefe looking to try and make his way through, try and get up to second in class and third overall. The O'Keefes have really become a staple of Moto Team over the last years. Of course, they really embody the Moto Team spirit in that, it is, as bad as it sounds, it's cheap and cheerful racing. This is the cheapest form of motorsport that is available in the UK. You buy a used bike for as little as you can, you whack a race fairing on it, and then you take it out on track. And that's exactly what the O'Keefes did. They never raced before they turned up. They started racing, started burning up, showing their faces, showing character. And now, they're beloved members of the paddock. They're race winners. They're internet famous after throwing away wins on final corners and things like that. And, let's see if Ben O'Keefe can add to the O'Keefe family's heritage and make his way up into second in the standard class. But Team Acme Racing at number 8 is tenacious. It's been at the front of the Moto Team grid for years and years. So he'll be trying to hold on for the time being. Sean Whittaker leads overall and leads the way in the standard class. Phil Mackelbeck second overall, leads the way in open. Then it's Team Acme Racing and Ben O'Keefe second and third in standard, third and fourth overall. And it's Harrison O'Keefe in P4 in standard. Ian Jackson is second in open, followed by Team Ernie the Badger. That is fifth in standard. Then it's Gary O'Keefe, third in open. Ox Racing, fourth in open. And Madison Martley at the back at the moment, unfortunately for them, in P10 overall. They are sixth in the open class. So we've got 4 laps left to run in this race. Looks like Team Acme Racing, the number 8, just opening up a bit of a gap there to Ben O'Keefe on the 64. Just getting a bit of breathing room, getting a bit of space behind him. But crucially, Ben O'Keefe isn't going away. He's still there, still putting the pressure, still maybe just filling that space in the back of Team Acme Racing's heads.
Yeah, exactly that. And just being there is enough sometimes to put the pressure on. That gap, of course, is closing. Did want to touch on that standard championship. Sean Whittaker, Team Acme Racing coming into this weekend, only 8 points separating them. They've been jostling for race wins, of course, all season long. Both of them had a fairly rocky affair at Three Sisters. In fact, Sean Whittaker getting the worst end of that, just outside of the top 5. Acme Racing, though, with a win and 2 consecutive P4s, are looking very nice in terms of the championship. But Sean Whittaker looking to fire back straight away and gain 5 of those points back in race 2. 2 laps left to run at the line. Sean Whittaker leads and want those points because this Moto Team Championship is actually really close.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Moto Team, it's always a surprising series. You don't really think about it that often, because it's just, it's all about the team, and we always talk about the team, and a lot of it's trying to figure out who's on the bike half the time because we don't know, and trying to figure out where's where and what class. And then you actually look at the championship table and you realise it's a brilliant championship, and that is a brilliant move by Ben O'Keefe, but he's run a little bit deep down into the Stewart corner. And he's come across and just lost the position there that he so quickly gained. back down to third in standard. As I was saying, it's super, super close out in this series. The championship is always super, super close, and the racing is always super, super close as well. Heading then on to what will be the penultimate lap for this pair. And Team Acme Racing still holding on from Ben O'Keefe. O'Keefe, though, has now slid through. He knows an overtake is possible. That's going to be a confidence boost in the mind.
Yeah, I think what he did was actually move over too soon. Backwards thinking, actually. He actually overtook too quickly as such, if you're sort of trying to catch my drift. He then took the race line back, and that opened the door for Acme Racing to launch the move back to the inside as such. So with a lap and a half left to go, Ben O'Keefe needs to be careful. A good run out of that second hairpin, getting squeezed all the way to the grass by that number 8 machine, but the 64 might well be able to slide his way through to the inside of Stewart. But no, we've seen it time and time again so far this weekend. The outside line through Stewart is so much more advantageous because of that sweeping momentum.
It is indeed. Acme Racing have managed to gain a bit more of an advantage there over Ben O'Keefe. Again, this is the second in the standard class, third place overall. Sean Whittaker starts final lap, shoots a pointing finger at the flag marshal Lee Clowes there. Obviously sharing a bit of joke. Sean and Lee getting on very well off of the track. This is also last lap of the race, and Sean Whittaker, well, he's just set off and hasn't looked back, and in fact he is looking back there just to try and see where the competition is. He's 4.5 seconds up the road on Phil Mappelberg, who's not even in his class. The nearest rider in the standard class is the number 8 of Team Acme Racing, and they're 7.5 seconds off. He's just had a good start, done a Sean Whittaker, disappeared, and just, had a nice Sunday morning ride. Or is it afternoon now? It's actually a nice Sunday afternoon ride.
Only just, it's fine. Lunchtime coming up soon anyway, so it's all good. So we'll finish this race and get a very nice celebratory bit of scram, I'm sure. But the final couple of corners for Sean Whittaker. He closes the gap in the championship with a fantastic ride. It all started with pole position. It all started with a good start, and he completed it, sees the checker flag first. Sean Whittaker takes another victory in the Moto Team standard and overall classification. What a ride that was, and what a way to round off his morning/afternoon. And we'll see him back, of course, a little bit later on to try and smash another race victory. Let's run you through the finishing order, though. It's Sean Whittaker who takes win in the standard. Phil Mappelbeck takes the win in the open, but P2 overall. Acme Racing and Ben O'Keefe unfortunately unable to complete that move. I think, in fact, actually made a mistake on that final run through, because lost a decent chunk of time, 4.5 seconds to Team Acme Racing. That's the standard podium ahead of Harrison O'Keefe. Ian Jackson P2 in the open ahead of Team Earning the Badger in the on the 119. Gary O'Keefe behind that completes the open podium ahead of Ox Racing and Madison Marcelou, the Triple Eight, completing the top 10. Decent race, though, it must be said. Good little battle for P2 in the standard, and of course Sean Whittaker, Phil Mappelbeck, untouchable in their respective classes.
Absolutely. Ben O'Keefe, as I said earlier, the O'Keefes are just gaining confidence and pace every single round, and Ben O'Keefe, he's really looking fast this weekend. He's really looking like he can work his way forward, and they've got a lot more races to come as well. That was only race 2 of round number 4. Again, a double round this weekend, 6 races per class. So he's got 4 more races to continue to build that confidence and continue to move forward. Great win there, though, for Sean Whittaker in standard. Great win for Phil Mappelbeck in the open class. They were back out later on for their 3rd race of the 4th round. The Mini F1 sidecars are getting ready to go in their race number 2 of round 4 here at Rowrah, a circuit where they always run very, very well, always entertaining racing here. It's a track that is unusual for Mini F1 sidecars, should I say, but it always lends to good racing. In race number 1, Mick Williams took the victory with Mick Lee in P2. The Green Streets from pole, only 3rd place, so clearly had a bit of a disappointing race for them, but they're going off a pole again here today. They'll be looking to try and move forward, but as I said, it's a circuit where the sidecars, it's not exactly suited for them, shall we say. They go out there and give it a good go. Back in the day as well, our motorsport media team used to occasionally get the odd sidecar passenger on. You get to laugh at one of our presenters being terrified, because it's actually quite scary being a passenger. Yeah. And on that note, if you are just joining us, hello and welcome, whether you're watching along on the FAB-Racing YouTube channel or Facebook streams, or indeed listening and watching along here on Motorsport Radio. You've got myself, Ross McIntyre, and Zach Sweeney alongside me to bring you all of the action from this weekend's double round here at Rowrah, nestled in the north of the Lake District. There then, the 2 rivals, the Green Streets and the Mick Williams. They'll be starting from the front of the grid. Mick Williams took the victory in race number 1. That's his third victory, or his second victory, should I say, of this year. The Green Streets, though, down in P3. Aside from that race number 1 at Three Sisters where they had that issue, that is the only race they've not won so far this season. So potentially problems for the Green Streets if Mick Williams is feeling fast.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, the Green Streets, they've been the dominant force thus far this season. They've only lost 2 races now this season, and they finished 5th in one and 3rd in the other one that they lost. So still decent results. Mick Williams, though, did miss that first round at Lid, and granted, it was actually the disadvantage of missing was sort of taken away by missing that final race, but he still lost 2 races and in effect 50 points because of 2 race wins. But he sat not too far off 50 points. So if he had attended Lid, we might have a really, really close championship. But if Williams is able to keep this consistent run up, we still might have going into that second half of the season. But it has to start right here, right now. He has to ride the high of race 1 into race 2 and take another victory if he wants to contend.
The Green Streets start from pole position. Mick Williams alongside on the 26 with Mick Litt and Danny Lee starting in P3. And it will be Jamie Alexander starting in P4. Chris Impey and Dave Cave start in P5. Mark Parker starts in P6 with the Hoskermobile, the 127 of John Hosker in P7, and Vince Bailey on the 369 starting in P8 for an 8 sidecar grid. That is really, really healthy. I remember last year as well here at Rowrah, it was a fairly big grid for the sidecars, so that's great to see. Again, Rowrah is typically a track where you don't quite get as many entrants as normal due to it being such a northerly track in a championship that's mostly southern based, but it's great to see. And of course, if you fancy giving it a go in a Mini F1 sidecar, you know, head over to the FAB-Racing website. Maybe you can be the one to challenge Mick Williams and the Green Streets and those at the front and bring about a new dynasty in sidecar racing here in the UK. It's time, though, to get our eyes to the lights. Race number 2, Mick Williams took victory in race number 1. How do the Green Streets respond? It's lights out, we're underway. What a launch there from the Green Streets, rocketed away from the line, but Mick Williams still there with them. Unfortunately not able to try and take the lead down into the opening chicane. The 2-stroke can only do so much away from the line. Further back, that's the 11 of Jamie Alexander that slid up into P3. Great stuff from them. They started 4th on the grid. Just behind them is Mick Lee and Danny Lee on the 44 machine, with the Green Streets and Mick Williams already trying to assert their dominance, already trying to pull away from the pack, as there is a bit of a train forming there. You've got a battle for 1st, a battle for 3rd, and then a battle for 5th involving everybody else. With the opening lap here of the sidecar action, 7.5 laps left to run in this one. The Green Streets lead from pole. Mick Williams is right with them, though.
Yeah, exactly. A fantastic start, must be said, for the number 90 machine, but equally as good was that 26. Mick Williams has to be applying the pressure. He cannot just sit behind. He needs to apply that pressure to the 2 Green Streets. Lap number 1 in the books, 6 to go at the line, it must be said. And already setting the pace is that number 90. But like we've said, look at that 26, not too far away. Quick look over the shoulder just to make sure they don't have to cover anything off. Very close as well in that 5 for 4th. There is the lead, though, through the first hairpin. And the number 90, if they can just build upon this pace and have no issues, there's not really much that Mick Williams can do unless he tries to pull more pace.
Absolutely. Mick Williams, it's a track that he adores here at Rara. He's been so fast, even with his years and years of dominance in Mini F1 sidecar racing. Rara was always a highlight, just showcasing how good that 26 outfit was. But Mick Williams right now is still showing that he's got it and still putting the pressure on the Green Streets. They've not streaked away just yet. It looks like over the first half of the lap, that's Green Street's territory. They're pulling away a little bit, but over the second half of the lap, coming down the back end through the fast sweepers, that is where the 26 is right at home, and they're closing the gap right back up again. It'll be 5 laps to go this time. The Green Streets once again extending as they head through the opening chicane. A little bit of a check back there from Leo Greenstreet, the passenger, just having a look back, making sure, seeing where Mick Williams is. I doubt there'll be really any vocal communication between the passenger and the rider, because it's just so noisy on those things, but you can certainly have a look back there. And you can see there, it looks like Mick Williams possibly has a new fairing, actually, on the sidecar, because it's not got the yellow stripe it used to have on the front. So maybe Mick Williams trying to change things up, and maybe this is why he's bringing it right to the green streaks in this one. Maybe a bit of work done on the sidecar, bringing it a new lease of life, some more pace.
Yeah, exactly that. Of course, we've always touched on, these aren't sort of factory chassis. They build them themselves from the ground up. Everything is custom made to race with, and of course you can choose the 4-stroke or the 2-stroke engine, but all the bodywork, all of that is yourself. And to an extent, it sort of is an R&D, a research and development. You take it on track, you see what works, you see what doesn't work, and you try and develop upon that over the duration of a season, or seasons, plural, if you're trying to go for a longer project. And that is exactly what Mick Williams and, of course, the Green Streets have been able to really hit the nail on the head with that one and get the ground running. Those bikes are very, very fast indeed. 4 laps left to go. It's the Green Streets from Williams. Mick Lee is the podium. Then comes the 11 of Jamie Alexander in 4th. Chris Impey is the top 5 ahead of Parker, Bailey and Hosker. The 8 bike field that we've got for race number 2 of round 4. A good launch though out of Stewart from Mick Williams. The pressure hasn't subsided by any means from the 90. In fact, actually it's probably ramped up even more.
Maybe. But as the Mini F1 Sidecar R&D race continues, the race out on track continues as well. 3 laps to go this time. Mick Williams to the inside. Had to back out of that one. That was super close. Still side by side now coming into the chicane. Williams with the inside, but not quite alongside. And has to back out ultimately. But that was the first real test against the Green Streets. The first real look in this race. Maybe Mick Williams now knows that he has what it takes. Maybe he's seen that, yeah, maybe I can take it to these ones and not just follow them. Because, of course, it's one thing to follow the leaders. It's another thing to try and overtake, because they get super, super close up at Airedales once again. Mick Williams has been monstrous on the brakes, heading to the top point of the circuit and now bombing their way back down into Stewart's. And now the fast back section. This is where Mick Williams looks really at home. That 2-stroke engine coming into its own through here. As we head through St John's and into Sunny Bend. See there the Green Streets. A little bit more breathing room than the previous lap. Elsewhere, here we see the 457 versus the 230. This is Impey versus Parker. And up the inside goes Chris Impey. And up the inside once again tries to go Mick Williams. Can't make it done. 2 laps left to go. Mick Williams is starting to push very, very hard. You can tell he knows the laps are winding down. He needs to get the move done sooner, or he's not going to have the time to do it.
No, exactly that. Time is of the essence, but he's done an important thing, and that's show his nose, right? Even if it wasn't a move that was ever going to really materialise into position, it says, it sends a message to the Green Streets to say, I'm here, I'm putting pressure on, you cannot breathe. You are going to be under pressure for the rest of this race, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're now defending when, realistically, they maybe don't even necessarily need to defend, and that is giving that psychological high ground to Mick Williams. Even though maybe they're not in the better position at the moment, they've definitely got the stronger mentality to try and attack. Last lap next time by, the Green Streets have got the pace. Have Williams got the pure strength to try and muscle their way through?
We'll wait and find out this time. Green Street's defensive into Paddock Bend, but left a little bit of a gap, which Mick Williams had a little look at. Last lap flag is out, so one more tour in race number 2 of round number 4 here at Rowrah for the Mini F1 Sidecars. The Cumbria Kart Racing Club has served us brilliant race after brilliant race so far this weekend, and this is certainly up there with the best of them. The Green Streets versus Mick Williams, who's got what it takes. The Green Streets trying to lay down the gauntlet late on, extend a bit of a safety net, extend a bit of a safety gap back to Mick Williams, and that looks like it's what they've done. They know the pressure is on, and now they're really just trying to hit their marks, trying to extend the gap so they can be safe coming into the final sector, because this is where Mick Williams is faster. This is where he gains his ground. But is it too little, too late for the number 26? There's only a handful of corners to go, and it's going to have to be last chance saloon for Mick Williams if he wants to take victory in race number 2. But I don't think he's going to make it 2 from 2. Race number 1 went the way of the 26. Race number 2 goes the way of the 90. The Green Streets lead from lights to flag and take a well-earned victory. It was a great fight with Mick Williams, but one that they ultimately controlled. And it is from start to finish, Green Streets on top. A handshake between the pair of them. They know they've done well. They've had to work hard for that one, but their hard work has been rewarded. It may not have been a win in race 1, but it's a win in race 2 over their main championship rivals. and that is what matters. The Green Street's once again on top in 2024.
Yeah, once again, extending the margin in the championship. There was a chance maybe for Mick Williams to close in. There still is. There are still 4 more Mini F1 sidecar races to indulge in over the duration of today and tomorrow as well. They've got 1 more today, 3 over Monday. And if you thought the start of the week was going to be a tough one, well, this Monday is definitely going to be one for the books indeed when it comes to stamina and endurance. But the championship, as we kickstart the second half of the season, will be a very good one. Keep an eye out for the Mini F1 sidecars. Of course, it was Green Street from Williams. Mick Lee completed the podium. Fastest lap went the way of Jason and Leah Greenstreet, by the way, as well. Jamie Alexander on the 11 took 4th. They had a Mark Parker in the 2:30. The 4:57 went the way of Chris Impey, and then Vince Bailey behind John Hosker completed the 8-bike field that we had for race number 2. More to come, though, as I say, 4 races over the rest of the weekend.
Up next is race number 2 in the Premier class here at FAB-Racing. It is race number 2 in the LS2 helmets, Mini GP70s British Championship. Of course, the championship that has been hotting up over the last few weeks, and especially hotting up in the championship fight between Wilson Dilks and Archie O'Brien as relations start to sour both on and off track between the pair of them. But in qualifying, it was O'Brien who had the advantage. Wilson Dilks a bit disappointed, could only qualify P4 as O'Brien starts second on the front row. So that's something to watch out for. Again, everyone's around about where you'd expect, and the top 4 were only covered by about 0.3 of a second, so it's as close as you're going to get. But still very, very tight out there indeed. Wilson Dilks did take victory in race number 1. O'Brien could only manage 3rd. The race was red flagged and restarted after only a handful of laps. So O'Brien, unfortunately, a disappointing getaway at the restart and got stuck behind Byron Johnson. So it could be interesting, but let's see how it goes in race number 2, the LS2 helmets, Mini GP70 British Championship.
Let's bring it on. Should be some fantastic racing, and I think actually we are going to be joined by one Super Sally in just a moment as well. He joined us for the Extremes and maybe going to be jumping in for the Mini GP70s. Of course, a very hotly contested race ahead of us. The championship is firing up. Wilson Dilks, Archie O'Brien, the 2 contenders at the front. Harrison Day P3 in the championship. Byron Johnson and Finley Polehill completes the top 5. And after race 1...
Well, should be interesting. Let's go going on the grid, shall we? It is Finley Polehill starting on pole, Archie O'Brien P2, Byron Johnson 3rd, Wilson Dilks in 4th, and Harrison Day in P5. Frankie Watson 6th, Travis Shaw 7th, Matthew Thomas 8th, Hamish McIntosh 9th, Ollie O'Gorman is 10th, Lucy Curtis 11th, Beth Ashby 12th, and Riley Paisley 13th. This one should be very interesting. As we get going, let's see how it goes, shall we, Zach?
Yeah, let's do it indeed. Race start about to get ahead of us, and of course, once again, we are joined by one Mr. Sullivan Mounsey. How you doing? Extremes was good. 70s, what can we expect?
Yeah, well, I'm hoping for an even better battle. Wilson and Finley Polehill and Archie O'Brien were the riders that were in the Extreme 200 race, so let's see what these guys can cook up for this race. Finley Polehill has had a very impressive weekend. He's qualified in pole position. I was like, what's this? So this is going to be a really interesting race. Wilson's found some extra pace, but as you can see, Wilson's starting in like 4th place. Is that?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, he's down. Not the best of qualifyings, but it was a very, very close one. But the thing about Wilson Dilks, he's aggressive, right? He gets his elbows out. He knows how to get those overtakes done, and he's very, very consistent indeed. Archie O'Brien really needs to nail that start if he wants to get that first race win of the season. Race 2 of round 4 of the LS2 helmets Mini GP70s is about to get itself underway. Finley Polehill assumes pole position ahead of Archie O'Brien and Byron Johnson. All 3 of them very aggressive, but look out for Wilson Dilks as well as his eyes to the lights. Race 2 underway. Big wheelie there from Wilson Dilks as he jumps 2 riders going into turn 1. What an absolutely sensational launch, it must be said, as Wilson Dilks goes from 4th to 2nd, already eyeing up the lead as Finley Polehill has to go defensive. Byron Johnson looks to the outside as well, trying to get underneath Wilson Dilks. If you qualify bad, you make up for it with a good start.
Wow. Sorry, I was so lost in words because I was just so interested in this race. Wilson is applying the pressure to Finley Polehill, and Finley is fully on this now. He's taking it a bit easy on these first couple laps, taking it a bit tighter, but here comes Wilson Dilks. He's lining it up exactly like he's done with Casey. He's had the battle in practice. He goes up the inside of Finley Powell, but is he going to run wide? Yes, it's Finley Powell cut back. Finley Powell's done it, but now Wilson Dilks up the inside. Is he going to run wide? Though is Finley Powell going to have the cutback? Yes, he is. Finley Powell's back up the inside, and he's going to lead on the first lap. Wow, what an interesting first lap. It's only a first lap of the race. But here we go now. Is Wilson Dilks going to go for a move? No, he isn't. Finley Powell looks very comfortable. We've got a now 5-rider pack. And here we go. Wilson Dilks is just there, sitting comfortably behind Finley Powell. They're just starting to edge away from everybody else, but he's just keeping it quite comfortable. Finley doesn't look too out of his seat. I think this is the first time he's ever properly led a race for a good period of time, so he looks very comfortable as well. But Wilson's up the inside again of Finley Powell, and he's gonna just push him wide. He's gonna do it, but Finley Powell's up the inside, but he's gonna back out this time around. Now, is he gonna have the pace to stick with Wilson? Wilson had some awesome pacing warm-up this morning, but is he now gonna be able to do it? Byron Johnson's back in the battle, but he doesn't look very strong on the exit there. Wilson looks very comfortable there, just keeping it all very flowy, but so is Finley Powell. He's just lurking. Is he gonna have a look back, or do you think he's gonna be there?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, Wilson Dilks is just on the top of his game, isn't he? Whether it's on the Ovali, whether it's on the Metro Kit, he's just flying. That start that he had really has sort of allowed him to get this early lead. Still got 10 laps to go, 9 at the line, of course, and Wilson Dilks is flying. Thus far has taken 8 race victories and 10 podiums in this season. He is flying. Look there, goodness me, Byron Johnson loves that move to the inside of Sonny Ben, and unfortunately Finley Powell couldn't quite see it in time. Byron Johnson on that 37 machine finds his way through in a second place. It's moves like that that make the difference. Yeah, indeed. Well, that was a lovely move by Byron. He's been able to do it, but now is he going to have the pace to catch Wilson, or is this just broken the pack up? He looks like he's a bit more on by Wilson Dilks than Finley Powell was, but now Finley looks like he's dropping back. But these are completely different size of riders. Byron Johnson's a very small rider compared to Finley Powell and Wilson Dilks. But Byron's actually looking quite comfy as well. They all look very chilled out. They don't look like they're all out of the seat and uncomfortable, but Wilson's just in a Jorge Lorenzo moment, in the rhythm and just going for it. What do you do? What's sort of going through your head at this stage of a race? Whether you're Dilks, Johnson, Polehill, I mean, particularly Byron Johnson, he's got the pace. He's closed right back up onto the back of Wilson Dilks. If you're Byron Johnson, what's going through your head? Is it, I'm in second, or is it, I have a chance for the win? Yeah, well, if I was Byron Johnson, I'd be, this is a win. Could be my first win in the MetroKit 70 class. Let's give this a proper crack. So I think now he's just there. He's able to hang with Wilson, and this is Wilson in his rhythm as well. But Byron Johnson with 49.339. That is a pretty fast lap. That would have put him straight on pole by 2 tenths. So he's got the pace. He's been able to catch Wilson, and Finley's there as well, just sitting on the back. So this is amazing. It really is. There is the 37, of course, Byron Johnson. Look at how late he is on the brakes. As a rider, do you become more familiar with where your favourite places are? Do you know your strengths, and can you really use that to go and attack? I mean, Byron Johnson, I don't know how many moves he's made into Sonny Ben, but do you think he's going to try and do the exact same thing onto Wilson Dilks? Well, if you look at him, he just looks comfy. He's not actually coming out the seat. Wilson looks much more leery compared to Byron. Byron's just sitting there, able to just show a nose, but not do anything too much. But here comes Finley Polehill. Is he going to have a look? Yes, he is, but he backs out at the last minute. This is not going to help these two stay with Wilson Dilks, and there we go. He's stretched out the lead as Wilson. He's capitalised on that by a massive margin. The new fastest lap by Wilson Dilks, 49.271, with Byron Johnson on a 49.290, and Finley Polehill on a 49.272. So they're all on flying lap times, but they're not able to just do it. And there we go, Byron Johnson up the inside, but no, he's had to back out of that one. But Byron is now, he knows he's got the pace. Wilson
Wilson knows he's there. Finley knows Byron's got the pace, so it's now just, is Finley going to try and make a move, or is he just going to sit there? Looks like Wilson's taking it easy, and there's Finley pole wheel up the inside of Byron Johnson. Byron Johnson's on the cutback, but now is Finley going to be able to, oh wow, he's been able to do it up the inside. There's Byron Johnson up the inside of Finley pole wheel. They're battling, and this is going to just help Wilson, and Wilson's done the same thing again. Wilson has just stretched out a gap because these two are battling. One of them needs to take the initiative and just sit behind each other and just try and get past Wilson. So at the moment, Wilson looks like the person that hasn't got the pace out of the pair.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, for once, Wilson Dilks maybe isn't the strongest rider, and you need to capitalise on that. Byron Johnson runs wide out of Sunny Ben, but gets the acceleration inside line for the final corner and takes the race lead with 5 laps left to go in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70s. Byron Johnson on course for his first race victory of the season. He is the fastest rider of the 3. Finley Polehill looking to the inside as well. He loves that move. Bit of contact, they're rubbing as they run their way through the hairpin. Beautiful stuff, side by side as they emerge. Wilson Dilks assumes the inside and stays in second place. Look out for Archie O'Brien as well, because there's still 5 laps left to go. They keep battling. We could have 4 riders in contention.
Yeah, but Byron's looking like he's just trying to stretch all these guys out at the moment. As you can see, Wilson's got back from Finley Polehill, and Wilson Dilks 49.271. What a lap time. But he's back in second. Is he going to try and get past Byron? Byron looks really nice and comfy. He's not doing anything out of the ordinary, and he's just sitting there. He won the Metch Kit 50 race earlier, came second in the Metch Kit 50 race earlier, but no, it's been amazing. He's won Metch Kit 50s, and now is he going to get his first ever win in the Metch Kit 70 class? And there's Finley Polehill round the outside. Wilson Dilks, wow, he is making exceptional progress as Finley Polehill this year. But is he now? He's got his sights set on Byron Johnson. Is he going to do it?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. He's been aggressive, and he has overtaken Byron Johnson so far this race, and he's just been aggressive, brave on the brakes, seeing the gap and putting the bike exactly where it needs to be. And that really made it difficult for Byron Johnson, being second in that train, trying to set up a switchback. You can't do that because then you leave the inside open, and that's exactly what Finley Polehill is going to try and capitalise on. Thus far, though, Finley Polehill has only finished third on one occasion. The rest of the time it's either been in the top 5 or just outside of it. He's very rarely in contention for a race victory. Fastest lap just been set, though, for Finley Polehill, 49.175, blisteringly quick pace and absolutely flying in front.
Yeah, well, this is amazing pace by Finley Polehill at the moment. The lap record's at 48.699. And Wilson Dilks, has Wilson Dilks got a problem, actually? He looked like he ran wide or something there. That is not very good for Wilson Dilks' championship hopes. This is not good for Wilson at all. He's had a perfect weekend, and there we go, he's crashed. He's crashed. Wilson Dilks has crashed. Is there a problem with his bike, or is something wrong? What's happened there? He ran wide at the corner before, and now he's out. This is not something you want to see, but it's now just 2 of them battling for this win. Let's see what can happen now. Finley Polehill's all over Byron Johnson as they're starting to catch up lap traffic. There's no blue flags here, so here we go. And is Finley Polehill going to go for the lead? Yes, he is. He's going to do it. No, he isn't. He backs out at the last minute. Byron Johnson's in the lead still. Finley Polehill's in second, with Archie O'Brien that's been put into third place because of Wilson Dilks'. And here we go now. Finley Polehill's just lost a bit. Poor Wilson Dilks. He's just being comforted by his dad. What a shame that is for the kid. But he has put an exceptional weekend together so far, so he'll be back out later today in race 3.
And that's how much it means to him. He's won all but one race thus far this season. He comes off once and it's the end of the world. And that is that championship mentality that Wilson Dilks has. It's fantastic. But what this does mean is a fantastic opportunity for Archie O'Brien to claw back some of the points in the championship. Final lap of the race, though, and Byron Johnson looks set to take his first victory. Either way, we're getting a historic race here. The 199 of Finley Polehill or the 37 of Byron Johnson, both of them pushing for victory.
Yeah, well, wow. I think Byron looks like he's got this secured at this moment in time. Finley Polehill is now able to do this quite comfortably. He's there in second place. Is he going to be able to do it? I don't think he is. He looks like he's a little bit too far back, but Byron's taking it easy. I think he wants to get his first win, but now he's going to be a little bit under pressure by Finley Polehill. Is Finley going to have a look? Bearing in mind, this is going to be both of their first ever wins in the Metch Kit 70 class. So who do you think is going to do it? But at the moment, it looks like Finley's too far back. Byron's done, he's gone very defensive. And here we go, the run to the line. And it's Byron Johnson who wins his first ever Metrokit 70 race. Congratulations, Byron Johnson. Wow, Finley Powell, first ever second position, and Archie O'Brien, a very comfortable and a very good championship reduction or save from Archie O'Brien to come P3.
Yeah, for the second race in a row, it was a string of second places. Maybe it's going to be a string of thirds starting to form for Archie O'Brien. What do you think he has to do differently? Of course, Byron Johnson, Finley Polehill did a sensational job that race, but Archie, he's not a slow rider. What does he need to do to win?
It just seems like he hasn't got that little bit of edge that everyone else has. It's just a bit of a shame because normally he's there. He's always at the front, but actually he just wasn't there this time around. He was a little bit further behind, but here's some good sportsmanship from Byron, giving Wilson Dilks, his fellow competitor, a ride back to pit lane, which is very nice. But that poor suspension looks quite squared down, I must say. But a very, very good race that was, and very proud of everyone in this, because as you can see, this is the road to MotoGP.
It really is. The stars of tomorrow here today. Of course, you know all about that in your progression through the ladder and stuff. And yeah, these guys, do you reckon they'll be giving you a run for your money in a few years?
Oh, we'll have to wait and see, won't we? But hopefully I'll be back at the, one more Fab round in the Extreme 200s, then I'll be able to join the Wilson and Casey battle. But we'll see how it goes.
Hopefully so. Well, let's have a look. Byron Johnson took the victory, his first in the Metrokits, of course, in this year. In fact, actually, no, it's his second Metrokit victory because he did it in the 50s earlier. It's his first 70 victory ahead of Finley Polehill. Archie O'Brien completes the podium ahead of Harrison Day. A consistent run, and P4 not too bad at all. Frankie Rotson completes the top 5 ahead of Travis Shaw in 6th. Matthew Thomas, not bad going after a collision yesterday in 7th. Hamish McIntosh from Ollie O'Gorman. Lucy Curtis, the top 10. And an unfortunate DNF, an important one for Wilson Dilks. The first time that we've seen the cracks start to open and the pressure get to him. A similar mistake in the extremes. It wasn't as extreme. This time, though, it cost him the race.
Yeah, real shame for Wilson Dilks, but you know, he is a tenacious young man. I'm sure he'll be back out in the rest of the weekend and be straight back on it. You know, he was obviously quite clearly upset that he crashed. Obviously, it's you know, he was racing very, very hard. He was battling very, very hard with Byron and Finley. He was probably aware that Archie O'Brien wasn't too far behind either. But, you know, Wilson is an absolute expert at just getting back on the bike and just getting back on with it. So, you know, he'll go into lunch, he'll have the rest of the day, he can just sit, recover, rest, recuperate, and get back in, you know, the right frame of mind to get back out onto the track and, you know, start pushing again. Because he was very, very quick. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, he lost a couple of positions before he made that mistake. You know, that's just racing. Sometimes you lose positions, but he was still leading from the front for a long way.
He was indeed. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Well, we are going to be jumping to some Fab classics in a few moments' time, of course, with some fantastic racing that we've seen in previous years. And, of course, we have seen thus far this year some timeless classics already starting to form out of 2024. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Ross McIntyre, we're going to step aside to our past selves for a moment, and we'll see you after lunch.
What happened with
Roger that. lap 1. Fitchett has moved into second ahead of Gibbs, and Joshua Williams, who was one of the culprits from the start and the first start of this race, is in third. Archie Gibbs, your pole sitter, is down to 4th position, but Ollie Sims has dropped back to 8th, so disaster there from your championship leader, the number 73 of Ollie Sims, completing lap number 1 is Holt, Fitchett, Williams, as quick as you like, Gibbs, and then it's Casey Spady. Casey Spady won the last 2 races at Wilton Mill last time out, but will Gibbs make a move up the inside of 3rd position? Yes, he will later on the brakes, but later on the brakes comes Joshua Williams cutting round the outside of the number 3 of Archie Gibbs. In 6th position there is the number 11 of Harry Payne, and Ollie Sims makes his way up to 7th position. He needs to try and make as much ground as he can in the early stages of this race. Started in 7th and is back into 7th for the moment, but no doubt who our race leader is. It's the number 58 of Marco Holt. Holt has not won a race so far this season. In actual fact, his best result came last night when he scored 34 points at Wilton Mill collectively. So if he wins this race here today, he'll be well on his way to trying to beat that at round number 7 at Rowrah. But he has the ever determined and the talented Luke Fitchett all over the back of him on the number 96 bike, who sits 3rd in the championship. Luke Fitchett is bringing himself into contention for this championship, the 2019 AC40 Rookies Championship. And has he made a move on Marco Holt? Not yet. These two are gapping 3rd and 4th of Williams and Gibbs up towards Iredales. They go late on the brakes, but later on the brakes is Fitchett as he looks to go round the outside. Will he get the switch back on Holt? Not yet. Holt is very quick off the Iredales hairpin at turn number 5, and Fitchett still has to set into second. The way down towards Stewart, and as they come out of Stewart, flicking it left into the fast left-hander down towards St. John's they go. The turn at number 8, fast right-hander going in towards turn number 9. It's Sonny Benz. Luke Fitchett all over the back of Marco Holt. A great ride here from Marco Holt, who hasn't been in this sort of form all season long, but as the season progresses, the riders that maybe started the season off as the rookies in the first season will be coming into the fore, gaining confidence, gaining experience, and now challenging the men that are always at the front of the field of Gibbs, Fitchett and Sims. Gibbs is the one that's looking up the inside, not doing it yet, backing off right now, so he just doesn't have the confidence on the brakes that the man in front of him, the number 78 of Williams, has. He doesn't want to hold back too much because we have Ollie Sims trying to tag onto the back of the riders in front of 11, Harry Payne and Casey Spady. Casey Spady sitting in top 5, had a bit of a slow start to the season, but from the midpoint onwards has been one of the top riders, including gaining a double victory last time out on Sunday, races 2 and 3 at Wilton Mill, round number 6, 4 weeks ago. Archie Gibbs, apologies, his bike's moving all over the place, going in towards the St. John's corner, looking up through the left-hander into the right of the final corner. We have a yellow flag out there, not sure what's happened on circuit, but it looks to be down at the far end of the circuit. We have a rider down there, we have a rider stopped, and that's a shame. We do have a rider stopped, not sure who that is for the moment. I will keep an eye out on that, but trying to bang the handlebar back into place. So I believe if that's the case, then the rider has gone down at the far end of the circuit, and it seems to be the number 83 that has gone down, the number 83 of Arnie Carr. Arnie Carr had a great start from 13th on the grid, gone down at the Essex, so it's a bit of a strange one coming out of the Essex to go down there, so maybe colliding with another rider. Don't want to speculate what's happened, but thankfully Arnie Carr, on number 83, is back into this race. It looked like it was a change of leads, was there? Luke Fitchett looked like he had the race lead, but Marco Holt coming towards the fast left-hander retook it, so Marco Holt still leading this race for the time being, going very defensive into the last corner, making Fitchett go round the outside, powering across the start finish line once again, ticking off these laps here on Saturday's race number 1. The sun has gone down, but the heat is still very truly on the track for the moment, as Marco Holt on bike number 58 doing the number 58 very well indeed, and holding number 96 at bay of Luke Fitchett. So Marco Holt, maybe an omen to Marco Simoncelli, who also rode the number 58, doing him a service leading this race and showing that number 58 is as fast as we believe the Marco Simoncelli was when he was racing in the MotoGP class. So Marco Holt powering down towards St. John's, this section of track. Luke Fitchett is very strong. Late on the brakes goes Fitchett, trying to get the turn back in towards the left-hander. Sonny Ben, will he go up the side of the penultimate corner? No, he won't, because Marco Holt is holding a defensive line, making Fitchett go round the outside. These two are miles ahead of the rest of the field, ticking off another lap. Only a few laps remaining for these two, already catching the back of some bag markers just further up the roads, and hopefully they won't get involved too hard and explode this top two. Powering out of McRae's turn number 4 up the hill towards Iredale's, and 58 of Holt very quick out of McRae's, very quick in the power, running a little bit wide, but goes Luke Fitchett further back behind them. Joshua Williams on bike 78 still holding third place ahead of Archie Gibbs. Ollie Sims is trying to make a move into 6th position on the number 11 of Harry Payne. Already through some of the bag markers very cleanly is Holt and Fitchett. For the moment, coming down towards St. John's, the right-hander we go, and has it been exploded? Yes, Marco Holt has made it easily through the back markers, but Luke Fitchett has been held up ever so slightly as they move down towards the final corner on the circuit. They come across the start-finish line. Will we see the last lap board? Yes, we do. It is the last lap of the race, the AC40 Rookies, and the gap is opened up to over a second. Luke Fitchett has massively lost out to the back markers and has fallen behind Marco Holt. Marco Holt is on his way to picking up his first victory of the season. Can he hold it? He looks over towards the other end of the circuit, seeing who's there, but just keep it steady and you will become a first-time race winner in the AC40 Rookies for 2019. Powering down the straight, down towards Stewart's. Luke Fitchett seems to be too far back for the moment. There's only a few corners remaining. Powering out of Stewart's, down the back section of the circuit, through the left count they go, and Luke Fitchett, barring any mistake from Marco Holt, will be second. Couple of more corners to go into Sonny Ben, setting it up down towards the final corner goes Marco Holt. One more corner remaining. Luke Fitchett is too far back, and he sees the checkered flag as he comes in the final corner. Marco Holt is a first-time race winner in the AC40 Rookies. Luke Fitchett takes second, and who will be in third position? Will it be Williams or will it be Gibbs? It's Williams. He holds off Williams, or will it be Gibbs? It's Williams. He holds off just from Gibbs. Patience Media loses out to Bain, and Ollie Sims comes across the line just outside the top 5. Great race there, and brilliant from your first-time race winner of Marco Holt. So getting congratulated by Luke Fitchett. Gives him a big thumbs up. Don't lose it on the back stretch of the circuit, boys. You've done very well in the race as they make their way round the rest of the circuit, powering down towards Stewart's. And Marco Holt has become a first-time race winner in the AC40 Rookies for 2019. And it must give him a lot of confidence going forward for the rest of the weekend, and of course into Tattersall for round number 8 next time out in the 12th and 13th of October. Luke Fitchett picks up important championship points to move ever closer to Ollie Sims and Archie Gibbs, the top 2 in the championship. Archie Gibbs closes down towards 9 points on Ollie Sims in the standings, so that's a great result there. Ollie Sims having a disastrous weekend so far, but the riders from the other classes coming over to congratulate Marco Holt, and why not, because he's put in a valiant effort. A first-time race winner, and we look forward to seeing what he can do for races 2 and 3 coming up on Sunday.
Two wins out of 3, and he's done it finally, and he's done it twice as well. Just did it once, now he's done it again. I mean, it's easily done. Like I said, Jamie King is unlocked.
Next up, Mini F1 sidecars for their final showing this weekend. And what a weekend it's been. Trading wins at the front. Jason and Leo Greentree versus Mick Williams on the 26 machine. They have been doing battle. It was a catastrophic race one in terms of them having a fantastic battle going off and the Greenstreets picking up a very, very big puncture indeed. But they came back firing on all cylinders in race two. They were able to take the win after a very hard-fought battle, but eventually the pace overruled and the Greenstreets were able to take a sensational victory, it must be said. Will Mick Williams have an answer for it in race three? Because their starts have been so good. That two-stroke, very good off the line initially, going in to turn one. Will the Greenstreets be wiser to it? Of course, they start on the inside. It could be the advantage going in, but nonetheless, this is going to not be a boring finale to the Mini F1 sidecars.
Three Sisters and Mini F1 sidecars. It's a combination that always breeds explosions, fireworks,
and water.
Yes, something like, I don't know. I never did chemistry at school. I was terrible, but
it blows up.
Yeah, well, that's what the Mini F1 sidecars have been doing. Well, in case of the Greenstreet's tyre in race one, quite literally. But, of course, drama and contact in race one. One of the best Mini F1 sidecar races we've had in a long, long time in race two, as the Greenstreets and Mick Williams did battle. Race three, what does it have for us? Oh, just been told in our ear that we've got some special stars, of course, here at Three Sisters. We've got BSB riders, we've got British Talent Cup riders, we've got Redbull Rookie riders as well, showing up and watching and supporting us here at FAB-Racing. So a big thank you to everyone who's been watching along as the riders make their way around on their formation lap. Let's see what the 127 of John Oscar does. But it is, of course, Jason and Leo Greenstreet on the pole. Mick Williams in the 26 start in P2. 44 of Mick Lee starts in third, and the 127 of John Hosker, he's once again taken a short lap and just completely avoided his sighting lap. Well, he'll start P4. Vince Bailey is in P5 in the 369. The 420 of Martin Hills is in P6. Unfortunately, a DNF in race 2. Let's see if they can finish this one. At P7, Jamie Alexander on the number 11. We believe it's Phil Joyce in the sidecar. We'll wait and see, because it was possibly going to be Dylan Tureen, but we'll wait and see. P8, Mark Parker on the 230. There you see the 127 of John Hosker. Every race this weekend, they've skipped the sighting lap, headed straight around to the grid, and now just sat there. One of the marshals going over just to say something, actually. Hopefully everything is all right. Not sure what's going on. He just, the marshal just went over just to say something. He pointed something out on the sidecar, but looks to be all okay. So I'm sure we're all fine, ready and raring to get racing, as the rest of the sidecar outfits make their way onto the grid. Mick Williams, winner in race one after the Greenstreets suffer a tyre blowout following contact between the pair. The Greenstreets winners in race two after a titanic battle with Mick Williams. Mick Williams, meanwhile, going off, passenger thrown off the sidecar. Who will take victory in race number three? Looks like the 44 machine having some issues. They've gone to the wrong place on the grid. Or actually, no, the thing's conked out. So just getting the bike started once again. Looks like everything is all okay as the rest of the outfits pull into the pits. Right then, for the F1 sidecars, race number three. Let's see if this is explosive. That's the first two. They're underway once again, Williams with a great launch, but cannot challenge the Greenstreets down into turn one. The 44 machine still holds onto P3 as well. The Greenstreets holding on. Does Mick Williams challenge down into the infield section? No, he does not. So it will be the Greenstreets. Oh, the Greenstreets slow. The Greenstreets very slow. Coming out of that corner, Mick Williams with a rocket ship in this race, it would seem, taking the lead as they head through the S's section. Down they go now into the bootleg, ready to start the first lap. The Greenstreets looking to the inside. Almost contact between the pair. Mick Williams gets shoved out wide, and the Greenstreets will retake P1 as they come to the line, start the first lap proper. Who gets the run up the hill? It's the Greenstreets, followed by Mick Williams, followed by Mick Lee.
Very, very close indeed. They could well do battle up the hill. Not quite close enough, but goodness me, this skirmish. The tensions are sky high, and look at this. Mick Lee is involved, going for the move at the crest of the hill, back down the hill, and is through into second place. Mick Williams was once fighting for the lead, is now down to third. The 44 has shown up, it's arrived, and it is now sandwiched between our two most hotly contested rivals.
Well, Mick Lee, where have you been all weekend? What a move that was. On the number 26, up into P2 they go. The Green Streets now managing to pull a couple of bike lengths in front. The 44 managing to keep the 26 behind as they head into the S's section. The 26 very, very close indeed. Look at them, look how close they are. The 26 looking left, looking right, cannot find a way through as it stands. The 44, what a move that was, and what a race they are having. A little bit slow coming out of the bootleg though. Maybe a run for Mick Williams as they start to rise up the hill onto the main straight. It will be 6 laps left to go on this occasion. Mick Williams looking to the inside, but he's getting cut off by the 44 once again. Once again he's going to have to back off, and he doesn't have the run down into Coward Summit. So the 44, what a move that was. That has potentially guaranteed them second place with 6 laps to go. Oh, hang on. Oh, what was that? The 44 waved the 26 past. Very, very interesting. I wonder if the 44 is having problems, because they very clearly just waved the number 26 on through. And well, when you're fighting for position, Zach, that's not typically what you do.
Not entirely sure. Of course, they're looking down, they're observing. Maybe something has clonked or rattled or not sounding particularly right, maybe gone a little bit loose. Not entirely sure as to what's going on. Only, of course, they will. And I don't even think they're entirely sure themselves. But they've got to press on with the equipment that they've got and, of course, hopefully bring home some good results. I mean, it's not unheard of to wave people by, particularly when you're, looking to mutually gain from something and push forward maybe for a position or whatever. But at that point it seemed like they were committed to doing battle with Mick Williams as opposed to chasing Jason and Leo Greenstreet. Not entirely sure. Unfortunately they'll know. Maybe we can have a chat with them and find out. Of course, fastest lap come in 106.652 for the Greenstreets. A little bit off, just under a couple of tenths of a second off their lap record beating time from themselves in race 1 of a 106.395. But maybe as they start to warm up and find a rhythm in this race, that could come down and maybe find more time and maybe shatter yet another lap record here for race 3, because that's what it's been all about. The talk of the town, lap records at Three Sisters.
Well, Mick Williams is still within eyesight of the Greenstreets. You can still see them, he's still chasing them. Maybe that's a bit of extra motivation for the eternal Mini F1 Sidecar champion. You can just see him there in the background of the shot. Gap at the line last time was 2.3 seconds between the Greenstreets and Mick Williams. Let's see what it is when they come to the line this time. Greenstreets were 2 tenths quicker on that previous tour. Coming to the line now, let's see what they do on this occasion. This time, it's very, very similar, 2.3 seconds. Mick Williams ever so slightly slower. So maybe the Greenstreets in this one have got the better of the number 26 machine as they make their way down Coward Summit past the right-hander that brings them back onto the pit straight, where riders, fans, family alike, all watching along, all tensely waiting to see what will happen as the leaders negotiate their way past Martin Hills on the 420, who have been off the pace unfortunately this weekend, but are still going around and still putting the effort in, still trying to pick up championship points. Looks like the number 11 of Jamie Alexander has had an issue. They've dropped down into P7 on that previous lap. I wonder if they've had an off. And there you can see, I tell you what, Mick Williams has closed right up to the Greenstreets on this lap. There'll be 3 laps left to go at the line this time. Visually, the gap is a lot smaller.
It very much is. They have definitely closed in, and look at that. It does not take much to realise that gap is practically halved. We'll see exactly what it is across the line. It's more than halved. Goodness me, it's gone from 2.5 seconds to half a second, decreasing by 2 seconds on that previous lap time. A 106.794 going the way of the 26. They are heating up. They are fired up. They are ready to race.
I think it was a mistake from the Greenstreets on the previous lap, because they had a very poor showing of 108.4, but now look at Mick Williams. He is definitely hungry. rivalry for this race win. Suddenly, with 3 laps left to go, it is back on. And it is going to be very, very close because Mick Williams is on the back. Oh, front left to the sidecar, picking up on the 26. That's going to cost him a little bit of time as they run into the S's section once again. It's 4-stroke versus 2-stroke, the Green Streets versus Mick Williams, the newcomers versus the eternal champion. Who's going to be on top? It's been 1 win apiece so far this weekend, but that 1 win for Mick Williams, the only time so far this season the Green Streets have not stood on the top step of the podium. Look at how close they are. I wonder if the Green Streets are feeling the pressure because Mick Williams looking to the inside, looking to draw through another poor lap from the Green Streets of 107.8. I wonder maybe if they picked up a slight problem because they're a second a lap slower than they were at the peak of their powers during this race. As they head down back onto the pit straight once again, Jamie Alexander going very, very slowly. He's got a big problem himself with Phil Joy doing the right thing, letting the leaders go on through. Of course, no blue flags here at FAB-Racing. It's all about just negotiating with the traffic. Jamie Alexander feeling nice on that occasion, saw the leaders coming, John out of the way. This time the Green Streets managing to extend the gap just a little bit, but with 1.5 laps left to go, Mick Williams still keeping him honest.
I'm not entirely sure as to what's been going on with the Green Streets. It looked to me as if they purposely were going slowly, maybe to hamper the run that Williams had going up the hill into the top of the crest, because it did look like they were leaning in quite early, slowing down, maybe just to hamper them parking it on the apex. Who knows really what's going through their heads. However, they're about to tick back on to what will be the final lap of this race, but closing in more and more lap by lap. Mick Williams closing and is hunting. His sights are firmly locked on the Green Streets, and that gap will only continue to get closer and closer until it reaches its climax. Down the hill into this right-hander where it all went wrong this time about 8 months ago. Fight for the lead, a very sudden shock, an outside line for Mick Williams, and there's no way through just yet.
Will there be fireworks once again in the Mini F1 sidecars? Green Street versus Williams. Oh, a bit of a lock-up of the brakes there for Mick Williams with half a lap left to run. The Green Streets holding on but feeling the pressure from the 26. Bit of lap traffic ahead of them. That will be Mark Parker and the 230, I believe, as they come through. The Green Streets, bit of a gap ahead, but is it enough? Does Mick Williams have anything in his locker as the traffic begins to hold up the Green Streets? They've had to fight their way through. Mick Williams, though, too far back, and the Green Streets once again will take the checkered flag and the race win here at Three Sisters. A fine performance, one they had to fight for, but it is Jason and Leo Greenstreet who, after that blip in race 1 with the puncture, continue their dominance with 2 fine race wins.
That really was sublime from them. Very, very well ridden from the pair of them, and great chemistry, of course, between the pair of them. Father-son combination, as you'd expect. Maybe there would be some good chemistry, but they'll peel their way back into pit lane and find their way to, of course, the 1, 2, 3 podium boards before they get their very lovely photo taken, maybe by Jamie King, who is actually waiting down there, of course. There's the 127, which I think suffered some issues. Yeah, John Hosker there, maybe trying to sort it out very quickly. Of course, that is their day done. Let's take a look as to how things racked up. Jason Leo Greenstreet took the victory ahead of arch nemesis Mick Williams on the 26. Mick Lee completes the podium despite some issues about halfway through that race. Vince Bailey on the 369 ahead of Mark Parker. Jamie Alexander P6 with Martin Hills.
The Mini GP70s, the premier class of the FAB-Racing British Mini Bikes Championship, are lining up on the grid before the start of the green flag lap. Your championship leader, the number 52 of Evan Belford, holds a 66-point advantage in the championship coming in to this weekend's action and can take the 2019 FAB-Racing British Mini Bikes Championship in the Mini GP70s this weekend. All he has to do is score 9 more points then your pole sitter, Eddie O'Shea. So as they make their way round the green flag lap, this is how the grid is looking. The 114 of Eddie O'Shea leads the way, setting a pole position time of a 49.511. 3/10 further back behind him is Bailey Stewart Campbell, fourth in the championship, only 10 points off Eddie O'Shea in second position in the standings. Championship leader Evan Belford is next up in third, ahead of the number 25 of Kyle Payne, the number 57 of John Garness. Heads off from the third row of the grid, ahead of the 48 of Ollie Walker. The former championship leader James Cook is next up in seventh position. Just behind him is the 43 of Ryan Hitchcock. Owen Miller follows him on bike 130, the first of the Millers in 8th position. And running out the top 10 is Thomas Gomez. Just missing out a top 10 position on the starting grid was Alfie Davidson, and just behind him is Dylan Miller. Harrison McKay is in 13th on bike 61, ahead of Harrison Crosby, having a tough qualifying session down in 14th. Carter Brown is next up in 15th. Just behind him is Joe Farragher. And running out the runners and riders back on row number 9 is the number 42 of Jamie Woodcock. So the riders line up on the grid for the start of race number 1 here at Rowrah in Cumbria. Race number 1 on Saturday. The sun is shining, but the winds are very high indeed. Who will take the race win here today? It's tough to call, but Eddie O'Shea is primed for it. So, as the riders look to the red lights, they come on, the revs are rising, and away they go. Great start from the 114 of Eddie O'Shea. The green machine leads the way into turn number 1, slotting into second is Stuart Campbell. Your championship leader of Belford is in third position. The top 3 here have been the class of the field so far this weekend. Just behind him is the number 25 of Kyle Payne. Kyle Payne already been a race winner here today in the 50s, and plenty of action going on down towards Iredale's turn number 5 mid-pack. Harrison McKay dropping back a couple positions, but Harrison Crosby has jumped up to top 10. So as we make the way down towards St. John's, the right-hander tipping it back up and towards the left to go. That is Sonny Ben. It's still O'Shea on the 114 that leads the way from Stuart Campbell and Evan Belford. There's a bit of a gap opening up to the rest of the field. That is Kyle Payne on 25 just behind them. So these 3 are already pulling a bit of advantage as they make their way into the first chicane on lap number 2. Running over the curb goes Stuart Campbell up the inside into turn number 4, sets up O'Shea, and he makes the move stick into lead. Here comes Belford up the inside and around the outside. 3 abreast as they make the way up towards Iredale's of turn number 5. Stuart Campbell runs a bit wide. O'Shea gets a switch back and he moves back into the lead of the race. Going defensive as O'Shea down towards Stuart. A lot of great action between the top 3 side by side at one point, and of course it is the 114 of O'Shea that retakes the lead of this race, but he's not done and dusted just yet. Stuart Campbell is already setting his intentions to Eddie O'Shea, showing a wheel up the inside, saying, I'm ready to come through. You're not lying down just this quickly at the moment. So it's Belford in third and still Kyle Payne in fourth spot, and these 3 are very tight knitted as they make their way into McRae's for lap number 3. Johnny Garness is rounding out the top 5 for the moment. So these 3 are the class of the field so far in round number 7 here at Rowrah in Cumbria, and with these 3 setting an advantage of over 1 second to your chasing pair of Payne and Garness. I think Garness has moved up to 4th position as they make their way in towards Sunny Bend. Tip the bike from left up to right into the final corner, the double right, making their way across the start finish line now. We will find out who's in 4th. It is Johnny Garness ahead of Payne, and Ollie Walker in 6th position. Just behind them is James Cook and Ryan Hitchcock. So James Cook has dropped back to 8th position from 7th on the grid, so he's going to need to make some movement up the field. Second, 3rd in the championship coming into round number 7 here at Rowrah Circuit, and his weekend is going from bad to worse at the moment. Eddie O'Shea still leading the way, but runs a little bit wide over the curb as a come out of Stewart. Still keeping the advantage from Stuart Campbell. These 2 starting to gap. Your championship leader Belford for the moment, but Belford has always been very quick towards the end of the race. He's always keeping his tyre well and truly intact for an assault late on in the race. Stuart Campbell jumping all over the back of Eddie O'Shea as they make their way in towards turn number 1, the uphill right-hander into the left and then the right again, powering down the straight into McRae's hairpin. Stuart Campbell looking up the inside of O'Shea but not getting the run on him just yet. Late on the brakes into Iredale's. Who will it be? Eddie O'Shea doing a very Valentino Rossi-esque style of putting his foot down, looks over his shoulder, sees that Stuart Campbell's there in a bit of a gap, a couple of bike lengths back to Evan Belford on bike number 52. 66 points cover the top two in the championship. O'Shea 66 points behind the number 52 of Belford. Will Stuart Campbell make a move into Sunny Bend? Not doing it just yet, but 76 behind Evan Belford is Stuart Campbell. So if Evan Belford scores 9 more points than Eddie O'Shea, he will become champion this weekend. He won't do it in race 1, he won't do it in race 2, but he can only do it in race 3, which will come up on Sunday afternoon. So this is our first of 3 mini GP70 races, and Johnny Garness in 4th position is starting to close the gap. Stuart Campbell taking a bit of a look up the inside on Eddie O'Shea, but backs over just now, just holding stock for the moment and settling nicely into this race. O'Shea runs a bit wide of Stuart, and Stuart Campbell doesn't need a second invitation. He comes up the inside and leads this race. So Stuart Campbell, after a bike is moving all over the place, under braking into St. John's. A bit of a moment from Stuart Campbell, bike moving on the front, but he still holds the lead of this race after O'Shea was coming under increasing pressure from the blue, orange and black machine. The number 99 of Stuart Campbell being very fast so far this season, been very fast so far this weekend. Here comes Belford up the inside into McRae's, looking on the inside of Eddie O'Shea, just backing off before they get to the apex, but he's also showing his intentions on the green machine, the 114 just in front of him. Eddie O'Shea is not done and dusted just yet. He'll be raging with himself after making that mistake into Stuart. And looking at the number 99 of Bailey Stuart Campbell, it seems to be his seat unit is wobbling about quite a bit, so not sure if that has come under a bit of contact. I'm not sure it has done, but it's very loose indeed. And we've got the number 25. That's such a shame of Kyle Payne. He's off the circuit. Not sure if that was bike troubles or a crash, but Kyle Payne on the number 25, he was in 5th position before that happened. He's out of this race. That is unfortunate luck for someone who's been shown great pace all weekend, and already our race leaders are lapping the back. Marcus Stuart Campbell runs a bit wide into turn number 4. Eddie O'Shea back up the inside. Late on the brakes comes Stuart Campbell. He has to slot behind Eddie O'Shea on the 114 into second spot. That came after running wide at McRae's at turn number 4 hairpin. Evan Belford tried to take advantage of that as well, but didn't. He looks over his shoulder, sees that no one else is close by. Johnny Garness is 1.5 seconds further back from this lead trio, but Stuart Campbell, he will be annoyed with himself for that one. I'm not surprised. Looking up the inside in the final turn, not seen anyone do that there all weekend, and it would be a very audacious move if he made it stick, but just backed off just in time. So nearly at the half race distance of this mini GP70 race number 1 here from Rowrah. And there's certain parts of this track where some of the riders, the top 3 in particular, are very strong coming out of the fast corners. It seems to be O'Shea that just pulls a bit of a gap, but round the back end of the circuit from Stuart onwards, it's Stuart Campbell that seems to hold the advantage, can close right up to the back of O'Shea and trying to line up a move mainly into the penultimate corner of Sunny Bend. He's going to try and go for a move here into St. John's right-hander. The third to last corner is not making a stick. Will he barrel up the inside into Sunny Bend? No, he won't. Still just taking stock at the moment, and not far behind them is Belford, who's just waiting in the wings in case these two get tangled up together, and he will take advantage of any situation that arises between the top 2. And Johnny Garness just dropping back ever further at the moment, not being able to keep pace with the top 3 in this race, and the top 4, well, 3 of the top 4 in the championship. In the last 3 rounds, Stuart Campbell has really come to the forefront of this championship. With every passing round, he seemed to work his way up through the standings. Sometimes had a bad qualifying, but qualified second here for this weekend. And after taking his first race win at Wilton Mill last night, he's growing in stature, growing in confidence, and ready to take on the top men in this championship. He can still take second place in the championship. The championship win will be a tall order as he sits 76 points behind Evan Belford. Evan Belford's championship leader can wrap it up this weekend after missing the first round of the series. So he already came into round number 2, 75 points behind your race leader, and who was at the time the championship leader, Eddie O'Shea. Eddie O'Shea taking the hat-trick of wins at Landau, round number 1 back in Wales in March. So very, very tough field of competition, and Evan Belford has been showing his prowess so far in 2019. These 3 will be moving up to the British Talent Cup in 2020 alongside the British Superbike Championship, and we will be seeing a lot of them in that season. Eddie O'Shea already races in the series, so he will be getting to know Stuart Campbell, Belford, Cook and the others very well in this 2019 Mini GP 70 FAB-Racing Championship. With only a few laps remaining, Stuart Campbell is looking every which way he can. He's closed that gap back up to Eddie O'Shea. Up the inside into McQuaid's. Will he make a stick? He's up the inside. He's tagged the back of O'Shea, nearly taking them both out of this race. Eddie O'Shea looks over his shoulder and goes, what just went on there? Not sure what happened. Evan Belford takes advantage of that. He's up to second spot. Stuart Campbell stays on the bike. He's down to third position, and that was a shame for Stuart Campbell. He came from a long way back. Eddie O'Shea didn't know that was coming, and he'll jump to my skin. I thought they were both going to go down there, but it's the final lap of the race. Here comes Stuart Campbell on the side, nearly hitting the back of Evan Belford. Your championship leader will get switched back. Eddie O'Shea has a few bike lengths into the final corner. Stuart Campbell up the inside. Wow, what a move from Stuart Campbell, but coming across the line, it's Eddie O'Shea. Eddie O'Shea takes the race win here in the Mini GP 70s, race number 1. Stuart Campbell up the inside of Belford into the final corner and takes second position, and Belford, their championship leader, has to settle for third position. Just behind them was the number 57 of Johnny Garness, showing great pace at the start of the race, but couldn't hold it as the top 3 pulled ever further ahead. And just behind them was Ollie Walker and James Cook, who only recovered to 7th behind Ryan Hitchcock. So great shame there for James Cook on bike number 44, but brilliant stuff on the last lap between your top 2, Eddie O'Shea and Bailey Stuart Campbell. So as the riders make their way round the cool down lap, Eddie O'Shea is absolutely ecstatic with that race win. His heart rate will be going through the ceiling at the moment after he thought he might have been taken out, and he's revving the bike. He's absolutely amazed by that. I don't blame him at all, because that was a very close moment at turn number 4 into McQuaid's between himself and Stuart Campbell. Stuart Campbell nearly taking them both out, but both thankfully staying on and picking up important points in the championship. So the championship lead is now down to 57 points between Belford and O'Shea. So it's everything to play for the rest of the weekend. So going into race number 2 tomorrow, Sunday, Evan Belford has now got a battle on his hand. He's still over 2 race wins ahead of Eddie O'Shea, but Eddie O'Shea just keep chipping away at Evan Belford's championship lead. So damage limitation for your championship leader of Evan Belford.
Well, some classic fab action from around the UK for you there. Hello and welcome back to Sunday's racing here at round 4 and round 5 of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship. A double-header round here at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club. We're just coming up towards the end of our lunch break, and indeed we are. The riders making their way out into the dummy grid for the start of the afternoon's action. Myself, Ross McIntyre, and Zach Sweeney alongside me, bringing you all of the action from today and Monday's racing here at this double-header weekend. Some classic flag action after a brilliant morning worth of racing for you there, Zach. It's sure to get even hotter in the afternoon.
I think so. We've had an absolute belter of a morning. All 10 categories have taken to the circuit, and now a couple of the Mini Moto riders, they're going to be ticking their way into their second half of 2024. Round 5 begins right here for the AC40 Pro class. This is their 4th race of the weekend, their first of round 5. Points on offer, and the second half of the season truly underway. They'll finish off in Rowrah, Clay Pigeon and Ella Parks to round off the season in a couple of months' time. But this is the pivot point. This is your make or break. It's a very tight championship. We've got our big 3 in that championship. All of them very, very close. All, 5 of them realistically inside the top 5 in terms of qualifying. It's going to be a good race.
Well, this is a bit of a weird one because this is the first round 5 race that we've got this weekend in the middle of some round 4 races. It's race 1 of round 5 for the AC40 Pros as we head into Sunday afternoon's racing. The riders all getting ready, getting prepared, maybe starting to lose a little bit of patience. They look ready and roaring to go up on the dummy grid before they head down to the grid proper. And well, what a race 1 we saw earlier on. There was action, there was drama, and as the riders make their way out onto the circuit after our lunch break, it's sure to be even more intense in this second race of the day, the first round 5 race we've got this weekend. Again, we've got 2 round 5 race for you here. We've got this AC40 Pro race, then we've got the Rookies Cup race afterwards. Then we're back to some round 4 races. We've got all the rest of our race 3s, and then it's back to round 5 for the remainder of today and Monday's action. And of course, as always, this weekend, 3 abreast, and as well, there was only 1 qualifying session this weekend. So the starting grids for all of the round 5 races exactly the same as all of the round 4s. You can hear there the wind starting to pick up there. There's maybe a few little issues with some of our riders just making sure everything's working. Of course, here at Rara, nestled in the heart of an old quarry up the northernmost point of the Lake Districts, the weather can be a bit unpredictable, and although it's looking to be sunny all weekend, well, it has been sunny all weekend long, and it's looking to be sunny tomorrow on Monday as well, the wind can certainly pick up, and that's what we're hearing here. The riders are making their way on their sighting lap.
They very much are indeed. Before then, of course, a 9-lap race. Quick reminder of the grid. Thankfully, Mason Fedrick was able to start from pole position. It was a close call to get that bike started, but thankfully he is all good. He lines up alongside Rex Austin and Caelan Ratcliffe, his 2 main championship rivals on row 1. Max Johnson, Preston Baker, both of whom are inside the top 5 in the championship, and the top 5 on the grid today as well. Arthur Rich competes row 2 ahead of Jensen Ansell, Henry Brody and Maxwell Keats. That's row 3. Tommy Keats completes the top 10. Danny Longhurst and Oliver Wilson. A nice round 12 rider field. 4 rows, 9 laps. Race 1 of round 5 about to get itself underway. What can we expect from these guys? Because it was a cracking race earlier on.
Cracking doesn't even start. It was absolutely brilliant action, and we can expect more of the same, I think, as we get going in race number 1 of round 5. Rex Austin, of course, took the victory from Mason Fedrick and Caelan Ratcliffe in third after a titanic tussle between the lot of them. There was fights all throughout the field, and it should be interesting to see what this one is going to do. Again, the temperature has picked up a little bit as the sun reaches its uppermost point, so track temperature probably a little bit warmer than it was earlier. Of course, the wind has picked up, but crucially, the track has been rubbing in across the weekend. There was rain throughout the week, so the previous rub was all washed away when we started here this weekend, and on Friday the track was very, very green, and slowly over the course of the weekend it's become more and more rubbed in. It gets faster, the rubber on the tyre has to do a little bit less work as a result, and again we're expecting to see more and more lap times drop. We've seen a few lap records in other classes today. Maybe we'll be seeing a lap record in this one as well, but it's time for our opening round 5 race of the weekend at this double round event here at Rara. It is all eyes up to the red lights. Fedrick on pole alongside Austin and Ratcliffe. It's lights out and we are underway. Good launch there by Rex Austin. He's going to take the lead down into turn 1. Maybe Caelan Ratcliffe gets through and Fedrick as well, and indeed he does. What a launch there from the inside, or the outside should I say, on the front row. Fedrick did not get away badly. The other 2 were just far, far stronger in that regard, and Rex Austin and Caelan Ratcliffe already trying to pull away. We saw Fedrick having those issues on the grid. He was slow coming out of McRae's hairpin. Maybe, just maybe, he's suffering more from that as Austin and Ratcliffe continue to battle. Now it's Ratcliffe into the lead, roaring down the hill and into Stewart's Bend. as they make their way around all single file. Someone got away a little bit slowly there at the back of the grid, it would seem, but all clean so far as they now make their way through the opening sweepers. Looks like Mason Frederick might have lost another position, and indeed he did for a moment. I think Preston Baker got through, then made a mistake coming into Sunny Bend and has dropped back down the order. Lap 1 though belongs to the 96 of Caelan Ratcliffe, Rex Austin P2, and crucially Mason Frederick in P3.
Yeah, terrible start, it must be said, for that number 5 machine. Unfortunate for Mason Frederick, but maybe going back to those issues that he was having on the grid, maybe it was just a poor start. He's got to hold his hands up and say fair enough. The top 2 though, Ratcliffe versus Austin. Don't forget, in race 3 of round 4 earlier on that we saw, Caelan Ratcliffe had that issue. He made that mistake, he recovered to P3. Now he wants redemption, he wants to fight back, he wants to win. Rex Austin, does he have the pace to keep up? Because Ratcliffe was flying earlier on.
He was indeed, and maybe Ratcliffe looking to continue that form. Whatever issues Mason Frederick had in the opening lap, looks like he's managed to get over them. He's started to get his head down, starting to push forward, and just getting out a little bit in front of Jensen Ansel in P4. Just want to say a quick piece about Jensen Ansel. Didn't quite realise it had been so long, but this is his first round back at FAB after having a big injury at the back end of last year. So it's great to see Jensen out there and doing so well as well at his first weekend back. Apparently he was super excited to be back, super excited to get back on the bike and get racing. And now he's doing a great job as there we see more moves. That looks like that was Preston Baker or Max Johnson on Preston Baker, should I say, and indeed it was. Through the 141 goes on the number 93. That is for P5 and slid on through. 7 laps left to go in this one as they negotiate their way through the tricky hairpin sections down at the middle of the track. Erdale's probably the hardest corner at the track, especially for these Mini Motos, just because of how slow it is. You've got to kill all the revs off coming in, roll all the way off the throttle and then get back on it as soon as you possibly can, just to try and get some speed and get some momentum up. Meanwhile, up the front, Rex Austin really starting to pressure Caelan Ratcliffe as they come to Paddock Bend. He has a little bit of a look to the inside. The 991 was quicker on the previous tour. This lap, he is ever so slightly faster. Mason Frederick faster still. We could be having once again a 3-way fight for the lead.
I think so, indeed. They're still away off the lap record, of course, set by Mason Foster in 2018. They're still a good 2 seconds off that in the pros, but obviously as the track rubbers in, as the race develops, they are going to get quicker and quicker. Nice to see Frederick picking himself back up and fighting back towards the front. Less than a second now. There is the gap, as you can see. Ratcliffe, Austin, Frederick 1, 2 and 3. Jensen Ansel, it must be said, like you say, is doing a fantastic job running nicely inside the top 5. We saw him do that earlier on as well, and not a bad way to recover at all. A couple of recovery stories so far this weekend, to be fair, and it's nice to see all the riders. It's an inspiration to other riders out there to get back on your feet, get back onto the bike and get back racing again, doing exactly what you love. As a rider off,
that might be Preston Baker, I think. Can't quite tell because of the hedge or the tree that's in the way, but gets going once again. We'll get that confirmed who that was in a moment. Back to the lead action though. Caelan Ratcliffe leading from Austin. Look at Frederick really closing in now. He was quicker than the two in front by 0.4 of a second on the previous tour and is really starting to push very hard. Looks like it was Arthur Rich who went off there earlier on from P8. That's a shame for Arthur, but great to see that he was able to get back on the bike and rejoin the race. Again, the rule that was implemented at Three Sisters, where if you come off, you're not allowed to remount. That does not apply here. If you come off and the bike's still able to go and you're still able to go, it is free rein. Hop back on 2 wheels and get pushing once again as we come down the bottom end of the circuit. Through Stewart we go. Look at Frederick. He is really pushing hard now. Whatever issues were happening on the grid on the opening few laps have been overcome and dealt with, because Frederick is now right on the exhaust of Rex Austin and really looking like he wants to try and challenge for this win. But it's a 3-way fight. The 3 titans of this class this year, all neck and neck at the front, covered by just 0.3 of a second at the line. 4 laps left to run.
Yeah, this is going to be absolutely amazing all the way to the end. The 96 from the 991 from the 5. Mason Frederick putting some pressure onto Rex Austin, looking to go around the outside of the first hairpin. That's not really an overtaken opportunity unless you're absolutely insane. The 911 of Rex Austin looking to the inside of Airedale as well. Not really much that you can do there because you're all slowing down pretty much to a stop. It's all about the exit, keeping that minimum speed up and making sure you can get that power down as soon as possible. Not enough for Rex Austin. Caelan Ratcliffe keeps the lead for now.
Yeah, someone down. I saw a yellow flag. Someone was down there, possibly Preston Baker on the 93, who's had an off. coming out of Stewart. Hopefully all is okay. But yeah, the number 93, Preston Baker, dropping well down the order. That's a massive shame for him. Looks like he's down and out of this race. The lead three negotiating traffic with relative ease, and they make it 3 laps left to run. Mason Fedrick tries to get a good run out of Paddock Bend. Unfortunately, nothing able to come to fruition. A little bit tentative there from the 991 of Rex Austin. Doesn't open any doors, but it maybe gives him an opportunity for the lead out of nowhere. He had a big look down into turn number 1, or not turn number 1, hairpin number 1, should I say, down at McRae's. Unfortunately, nothing came out of it though. The 3 of them still locked in this battle. And is that Preston Baker? Yes, it is. He went off earlier. A real shame for the number 93. Race 1 of round 5 done, and out he goes. The number 93's had a good season so far. It's a shame. Obviously, we don't want to see anyone having an accident retiring, but it's good to see that he's up on his feet and okay. That is the main thing. As they come down now, it'll be 2 laps left to go in just a short moment's time. And these front 3, it's a proper stalemate between them, Zach. Nobody really trying to make a move, because they know if they try and launch something and make a mistake, it's going to cost them. Yeah, exactly that. It's a very short fuse though, and all it takes is a spark and it will ignite, and hopefully that's exactly what's going to happen with 2 laps left to go. Rex Austin under pressure. He's been under pressure pretty much every lap so far this race, because Mason Fedrick just gets that run through the chicane and has a look into the hairpin. It's not enough to launch a move up the inside or even on the outside, but it's enough to get into the head of Rex Austin and say, you know, hang on, I'm here, I'm ready to fight. Caelan Ratcliffe though, again, they're all the same pace. It's just that they're getting that pace in different places. Caelan Ratcliffe is quick in all the right places though. He's quick on exits, he's quick on entries, and that's all he needs to do to avoid being overtaken. But there's the pressure as well. Can he handle the pressure with 2 very, very quick riders behind him as well? It's going to be 1 lap left to go. At the line this time by as they come round Paddock Bend. Rex Austin once again looks to the inside. Maybe leaves the door open for Mason Fedrick as he gets the drive out of Paddock Bend. To the inside goes the number 5. Does not come into fruition on that occasion. Fedrick will have to go once again. Another great drive out of the chicane for Mason Fedrick, but he's going to have to go the long way around. Maybe try and get the cut back out of McRae's, but still nothing. This time maybe Rex Austin can have a look. No, too far back on this occasion. Fedrick still pushing like it's the last lap. Almost like it is the last lap, Zach, as they come barreling back down the hill. Caelan Ratcliffe still holding on to the lead. It could be anyone's guess who's going to be on the top step. Yeah, exactly that. Mason Fedrick is pushing very, very hard. We've seen all season long that he is not scared to get his elbows out in towards St John's for the final time. Of course, a prime overtaking opportunity if you're brave. And look there, maybe Rex Austin to the inside of Sunny Bend, but that could leave him susceptible to an attack from Fedrick, but his momentum gets swamped. 1 more corner left to run for Caelan Ratcliffe. Of course, it was a mistake that cost him a chance of victory earlier on, but he comes back firing on all cylinders, side by side across the line as well, as Mason Fedrick doesn't tip Rex Austin to second place, but Caelan Ratcliffe take a bow, dealt with that race so brilliantly. Rex Austin from Mason Fedrick, those 3 are going places. They are, certainly indeed. What a great race from that front 3. Not necessarily overtaken action, but just pure tension, waiting to see if someone can make the move. 3 riders at the absolute top of their game and just evenly matched. Caelan Ratcliffe takes the victory for Rex Austin in P2. Mason Fedrick 3rd with Jensen Ansell 4th. Max Johnson was P5. Henry Brodie P6. Great ride from the number 23. And Tommy Keats in P7. Maxwell Keats in P8. P9 was Arthur Rich. Danny Longhurst in 10th. Oliver Wilson 11th. Unfortunately, we did lose Preston Baker. But a great race there to open up our round 5 action here at this double round weekend at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club. We've got 1 more round 5 race to come in just a short moment's time. Then it's back to round 4, bizarrely enough, and then it's off to round 5 again to end off the day. But that's a great way to start this racing action. And, well, just awesome stuff from them. But there you go, Caelan Ratcliffe takes victory. P2, well, it's a hard-fought fight, but Rex Austin just about holds on from Mason Fedrick in P3. Ansell was 4th with Johnson 5th, Henry Brodie 6th, Tommy Keats 7th, and the other Keats in P8, Arthur Rich 9th, and Danny Longhurst was in P10.
AC40 Rookies then about to get themselves underway to kickstart the second half of their 2024 FAB campaign. And to do so, we're going to be joined by two very, very lovely guests here in the commentary box. When they're all set up, we'll get them to introduce themselves and who they're cheering on for potentially in this rookie field, because of course all these rookie riders taking their first step on a long ladder up through motorcycle racing. And well, girls, do you want to introduce yourselves?
Hi, my name's Lucy Curtis. I'm 13-year-old and I race in the Metric 70 class.
Hi, my name's Daisy Polden. I'm 10 years old and I race in Metric 50s.
Awesome stuff. And girls, how's your weekend's been going? Has it been all right?
Yeah, it's going good so far. I didn't do very well in qualifying, but I mean, I'm just going to have to get on with it really. But yeah, my last few races have been going well, so.
Daisy?
Yeah, my qualifying went good. My last race I did really well, and hopefully I can get 9th.
Hopefully so. Good top 10. It's a nice way. Has the demands of a long double-header weekend been taking its toll? You feeling tired yet, or are you still raring to go for Monday?
To be fair, I'm quite happy that it's a double-header for Rara because I quite enjoy the track. It's like very different at other tracks that we've been racing on. There's loads of different like hairpins, sweeping corners, chicanes. It's quite a good track.
I am a bit tired, but I do like Rowrah, so hopefully I can do well.
Fingers crossed. Well, let's run you through the grid for the AC40 Rookies. It's Emilio Pereira from Nelly Knuth and Tommy Williams, three fantastic riders in their own right that will start from the front row. Austin Dilks from Jensen Cedras, that's the top 5. Finley Styles completes row 2 with Joey Athasich ahead of Randy Cutter. Reed Saxelby, row 3. Freddie Taylor completes the top 10 ahead of Noah Barfoot and James Dermott. That's row 4. Logan Paisley from Emerson Oakley and Daisy Grayson, the top 15 ahead of Seth James, Oscar Rowland, Oscar McAllister, Claudia Dudman, Casey Reeson, Ethan Bayliss and Caden Bailey, the 22 rider field ahead of us for the AC40 Rookies. And Lucy, who are we looking out for in this grid, do you think, to do well?
To be fair, I want all the riders to do well, but I'm looking out for Nelly Knuth because she's part of House Moto team, but all female riders really, just because I feel like I want to give them extra support just because females aren't really recognised in motorsport racing, I don't think, but just hoping everyone has a good race, no crashes or anything. Fingers crossed. And Daisy, very quickly, how important has the House of Moto support been for you as a female rider working your way through?
Well, it's been quite important because we get recognised more with the House of Moto, and it's been really helpful because we've gotten a lot of support money through it as well.
Amazing stuff. Well, AC40 Rookies, of course, one of those stars of the future of Nelly Knuth, lined up in second place just behind Emilio Pereira. Of course, she got a fantastic launch earlier on for race 3 of round 4. Can she do the same again? As it's all eyes, of course, to the flag, then of course to the lights. Just some final setup, I think, in the background to finalise things, and then we'll get going for their first race of round number 5. Of course, they've got 2 more over the duration of this weekend, and we've seen some fantastic racing, it must be said, from the rookies thus far this season. Emilio Pereira, Jensen Cedras, Nelly Knuth, the top 3 in the championship, looking very, very strong indeed. Bit of confusion, but hopefully it's all going to be good. So it's just some being pointed into the right grid slot, and hopefully, again, that can be sorted as soon as possible as well, because we want to get going. There we go, all good. Eyes to the lights. Pereira, Knuth, Williams, the front 3. Who's going to come out on top as race 1 of round 5 gets underway? And once again, a sensational launch from Nelly Knuth as she catapults herself into the race lead. Pereira under pressure from Williams as well as they negotiate the chicane for the first time. But Nelly Knuth, what a launch once again into the race lead and looking to set sail once again. You proud of that start?
Yeah.
It's good going, isn't it? Not bad at all, of course, dealing with the pressure very, very nicely. How sort of chaotic is that race start procedure then, Daisy? Of course, as a rider, is it nerves, is it adrenaline, and sort of how do you do it well?
Well, it is a bit nerve-wracking when you're at the lights and the lights turn red and you start. The first lap is always a bit nerve-wracking, but once you get through it, you get your sort of you're in the rhythm.
Yeah, exactly that. And that's exactly what Nelly Neath needs to try and extract if she wants to go and take yet another victory thus far this season. Took the triple, of course, at Three Sisters a few weeks ago. Took a win earlier on in the season at Lid and has been riding fantastically all season long. I think that could well be a move for second place as Pereira is under pressure. Tommy Williams trying to find his way through as well. Finley Stars as well is riding up there quite nicely. But as they emerge the chicane for the second time, 7 laps left to run. It's Nelly Neath from Tommy Williams, Finley Stars, Austin Dilks and Jensen Cedras, of course, with Emilio Pereira inside that top 5 as well. Bit of kerfuffle going into that first hairpin. It's all about switchbacks. And girls, you both presumably raced Mini Motos in your career. How important is that momentum, keeping that speed up?
You've got to be on top of it all the time, because even just a slight mistake, anyone could just dive up the inside of you. You've got to be really aware of what's going on around you and make sure you make no mistakes, really.
Yeah, you do have to be quite careful with what move you're making and what you're sort of doing, because anything can happen and something might go wrong.
Exactly that. You've got to be so careful, particularly in a stacked grid like this when you're always under pressure. 6 laps left to go at the line. Nelly Neath still setting the pace, came tantalisingly close to the lap record. I think it was within a 1/10 of a second earlier on in race 3 of round 4. She's going to be trying to kickstart the second half of her 2024 FAB campaign in a similar fashion. Is running away with it. What is she doing differently to the rest that makes her so good?
She's probably just keeping the throttle on longer, but she's flying. She's nearly got a 3-second gap on the second lap. So she's doing amazing.
She really is. Absolutely flying in front. 3 seconds, as you say, clear of Emilio Pereira, who is now trying to look backwards to keep Tommy Williams at bay. Daisy, if you're in Pereira's shoes, are you looking backwards to try and keep Williams at bay, or are you trying to go and close on Nelly Neath? At what point do you realise that maybe second's the best you're going to get?
Well, I would try go for Nelly, because, I mean, it's good to get top 3, but you would want to not look back, because that might distract you.
Exactly that. Of course, Emilio Pereira has got eyes on Nelly Neath, but maybe that initial getaway not good enough as they do negotiate a little bit of traffic. Of course, a rider that's probably on their first ever time on that bike, just trying to acclimate to things. And again, talk to us about your sort of first times on a bike. What is it trying to do it for the first time and slowly progressing to get better at it?
It's so nerve-wracking, because you don't know what to expect. And it's just everyone in this group's just beginners to the class, the rookies. But no matter where you are in the class, whether you're at front, at back, everyone's got nerves in them, and it's just everyone's trying the hardest for the race win.
Daisy, what would you be your sort of best bit of advice for someone who's never touched a bike before to get on and go?
I would just say to be confident, try your best, and just go for it.
Good advice. Just go. Just do it. It's the first step, isn't it? It's probably really nerve-wracking, but if you're thinking about doing it, just do what Daisy says. Just get on, go, and slowly build your way up. 5 laps left to go, by the way, and a very close fight, it must be said, for what is P2. Pereira leads this 4-bike train ahead of Tommy Williams, Finley Stars and Jensen Cedras, all in contention. Nelly Neath is pretty much sailing into the distance, as Nelly Neath really does when she's in her rhythm, in her groove. As I look to the second part of the chicane there, Emilio Pereira really under pressure from Tommy Williams, who's eyeing up that move. Where do you think he can get it done, Lucy?
Just dive bomb him up the inside, really. Nelly's got such a big gap so far, so if she makes a little mistake, she has time, but Emilio'll just be chasing her down and just trying to go for the race win, is what they all are.
Pretty much, yeah, that is pretty much what you do. You go racing to win, don't you? Fair enough. Emilio Pereira, though, by the way, is under a little bit of pressure. I think they try and negotiate a small bit of traffic, but it is sort of disrupting this train, and all the way around the outside, I think that might well have been Jensen Cedras on Finley Stars making the most of lap traffic. And is that something that you've experienced, Daisy, at all? A bit of lap traffic, maybe able to sort of punch your way through for an overtake?
Yeah, I have experienced some lap traffic before. It is quite hard to get through, but you've just got to find a space to zoom past them.
Exactly that, especially with no blue flags as well. You've got to do it all by yourself as if it's a normal overtake. Pereira under pressure as Tommy Williams tries to find the gap, 0.5 to separate them at the line. Virtually nothing by the time they reach the apex of turn 1. 3 laps left to go. It's Neath from Pereira, Williams, Cedras and Styles. That's this little train that we're following right now, but the 31 of Pereira, of course, is in the groove. He's leading the championship. Do you think consistency is going to win Pereira this championship, or do you think Neath and her pace in the dry is going to come out in the end?
I think Nelly's pace is going to come out in the end. I mean, Emilio's got to get race wins to keep on top of the championship. Anyone could get it at this point.
What do you think, Daisy?
I think Nelly might be able to get the win, but maybe if Emilio concentrates a bit more and pulls back the throttle, then he might be able to get the win.
Potentially so. 2 laps left to go at the line. Williams searching around the outside, of course, through St John's, then into Sunny Bend. It's been a quite surprising opportunity to overtake there, but of course at the line it was half a tenth of a second between Emilio Pereira and Tommy Williams. This time by it might be a little bit more stretched, but nonetheless, with 2 laps left to go, still very, very close indeed. Less than a quarter of a second. But the all-important one, 4.6 up to Nelly Knuth. It's absolutely sensational as to how quick she is, and potentially progressing up through pros, then to elites, maybe onto the Metrocrits in a few years' time, and hopefully she's going to be going places. And is there any sort of advice that you'd give to Nelly Knuth, maybe to help her find that extra edge?
I think it's quite hard when you're riding around by yourself. You've just got to keep focused and just make sure that no one's catching up with you. Get past traffic as quick as you can, and just do it as if you're battling with yourself. Give you some markers in your head of where you got to try and reach for your brakes and stuff like that.
Exactly that. Tommy Williams out of the exit. A very, very good launch indeed. I think he's just going to blitz straight past Emilio Pereira, not really even give the 31 a chance to defend. No, swoops around the outside of St John's into second place with just 1 lap left to run. And now Emilio Pereira could well be under pressure from Jensen Cedras. There is Nelly Knuth starting the final lap of her campaign, searching for her second consecutive race victory this weekend. Done it earlier on in race 3 of round 4, is looking for it once again. And wow, what a race this has been. It's just been dominant force really for Nelly Knuth. 5.7 seconds now is the gap. Not quite to lap record pace, still a couple of tenths of a second off that, but the consistency has been there. Absolutely no doubt for Nelly Knuth. And is it easy to get distracted when you're racing around by yourself, Daisy? Do you sort of zone out a little bit, or does the bike keep you concentrated?
Yeah, well, it is a bit distracting when you're on your own and you might be at the front or the back, but you've just got to keep focused and carry on what you're doing.
Exactly that, and I think that's exactly what Nelly Knuth has been doing pretty much all race long, as she does. Gets the good launch and then runs away. Very rarely do we see Nelly Knuth make an overtake past lap 1, because she doesn't ever need to. The pace is good enough. She qualifies well. She gets the start. She runs away from then on. 6-second margin. Sees the checker flag first as Nelly Knuth for the second consecutive time this weekend, and kickstarts the second half of 2024 of FAB-Racing in fantastic fashion. 9 laps of racing goes the way of Nelly Knuth. Tommy Williams and Jensen Cedras completes the podium. Emilio Pereira, in the end, it wasn't even good enough for a top 3. That is not the way you want to start the second half of the season when you're a championship leader.
No, congratulations to all the riders racing in the rookies. It's very hard. You're under loads of pressure no matter whereabouts you are on the grid. So congratulations, everyone.
Exactly that, girls. Thank you very much. You've both been very, very brilliant indeed. Good luck for the rest of your weekend. There, of course, you can see Nelly Knuth, the highest achieving female racer award, of course, in collaboration with House of Moto, giving young female riders the support they need to progress through the ranks. And Nelly Knuth is not wasting it at all, showcasing her talents here on the FAB-Racing YouTube channel and, of course, on Facebook. So do make sure you're saying hello if you're tuning in. Of course, we'll run you through the full finishing results in just a moment. There they are, Nelly Knuth smiling away, and I'm sure she'll be very, very happy with another race victory this season. Tommy Williams is second, ahead of Jensen Cedras, who completes the podium on a last lap pass on Emilio Pereira, ahead of Finlay Stars. That's the top 5. Austin Dilks, Reed Saxby and Joey Athasich. That's the top 8. Behind that, Freddie Taylor and James Dermott. Outside of the top 10 is Noah Barfoot from Randy Carter, Ethan Bayliss and Daisy Grayson. Emerson Oakley completes the top 15, and therefore the points scorers for race 1 of round 5. Thank you very much to our 2 very fantastic guests that we had in the comment box with us, and unfortunately we're going to have to say hello again to Ross McIntyre. I'm jealous because he's been given 2 rocks, and it's not quite, I've not quite found myself getting one. I am supposed to be getting one, but he's got 2. Next up though, of course, we'll find our way working through the Mini Motos as we work to the seniors.
Time to head back then to round 4, shall we? Race number 3 for the senior Mini Motos in round 4 here at the double-header weekend at Rowrah. Round 4 and round 5. We've seen some round 5 races, and now we're going back to round 4. Wrap your head around it. It's a bit confusing, but senior Mini Motos race 3. Let's just run with that one. And they've got 3 races to run. That sounds pretty easy, doesn't it? We had a very good race in race number 1. David Meyer taking victory convincingly and setting a new lap record as well in the process. he looks to be the man to beat this weekend, despite the fact that Matt Birkin, championship leader, starts on pole position. Keaton Payne as well, looks like he's got some pace among him. A lot of the guys here in senior mini motos, as you often find, it does occasionally seem to be that there's a lot of fighting going on at the front as Matt Birkin shoots a little wave off to race control from the pole position there. They're just off to the top of your picture. If the camera pans up, you might see them through the windows. Of course, a big thank you to everyone in race control, doing a great job this weekend. Rob and Roger Keys as well, our race directors, for helping us go racing. And of course, a big thank you to everyone that we need to go racing, the marshals, the medics, the roving marshals, the parents in high vis, and all of that. They really are the magic that makes FAB Racing happen. Matt Birkin starts on pole position with David Myatt. 2 wins so far this weekend. He starts from P2. Keaton Payne completes the front row. Chris Yeomans is going off at 4, alongside Rhys Gentry and Mark Payne in P6. Callum White, the other Birkin boy, starts in 7th, with Nick Bennett in P8. Gary Eldridge is 9th, and row 4 is Isaac Greenstreet, Steve Johns and Rob Gentry. That's our 12-rider grid for this senior mini motos race. If you are just joining us, you have missed some fantastic action from today's racing here. But don't worry, there's still plenty more to come, and plenty of action to come tomorrow as well. That's right, we're racing on a Monday. You can cheer up those workday blues by tuning in to some FAB Racing. If you're watching on the FAB Racing YouTube or Facebook pages, or whether you're listening or watching along the Motorsport Radio, make sure you like, share, subscribe, and help everybody out here at FAB Racing. And make sure that you get these names out there so the world knows where some of the best bike racing action is.
Exactly that. Again, we've got stars of the future, of course, with the rookies, the pros, and even some of our esteemed veterans in some of the more senior classes, like the senior mini motos or even the pit bikes, which even then have some future talents in them as well. But this is FAB Racing, the road to MotoGP, of course, and so many of our graduates have gone on to do big and great things in the world of motorcycle racing, and hopefully the senior mini motos are going to be a good display of what FAB Racing can put on. David Myatt, Keaton Payne, Matt Birkin, what a race that was for P2 in the last race. But David Myatt, the pace that he's got, lap record breaking over the duration of race 2 earlier on, is he going to do again in race 3?
Well, he's looking rapid. Keaton Payne maybe with a problem from P3. Hopefully everything's okay for the 1-1-2. Steps off the grid briefly, back onto the grid. Let's go racing, shall we? It's lights out. We are underway. Another rocket ship start there for David Myatt. Sweeps into P1 away from the lights. Looks like that was Chris Yeomans who got through the 1-1-2 of Keaton Payne away into the first chicane as well. So it'll be Myatt from Birkin, from Yeomans, your top 3 as they negotiate. McRae's hairpin now up to the top of the track and heading through Airedale's, probably the trickiest corner here for the mini motos, and then plummeting back down the hill and into Stewart's. There you go. There's that Keaton Payne. No, Keaton Payne's been overtaken again, actually, it looks like. So I believe Rhys Gentry has also got through. But as I say that, Keaton Payne slides back on by, heading through Stewart's. He did have a few issues out on the grid. Yes, he has slid back through. So great stuff there from Keaton Payne. Hopefully any issues that he does have are resolved fairly quickly. End of lap 1, though. It's your lap record holder. Your 2-from-2 race winner. Can he make it the hat-trick for round 4? David Myatt leads.
Yeah, he does indeed. Fantastic first getaway, and starting on the front row, of course, the gap to Matt Birkin in qualifying was a decent half a second, but in the race, it shows that you don't need a good qualifying to necessarily translate into good race results. That's where the points are scored, is in these 9-lap races. 7 laps of it left to run. A look to the inside, potentially, as a 3-way fight begins to materialise. Myatt from Birkin, Chris Yeomans, of course, the top 3. Then, of course, you've got Chris Yeomans under pressure from Keaton Payne and Nick Bennett. This is the fight for P3. They've got to be careful not to drop off the top 2, because Matt Birkin's keeping David Myatt honest.
He is indeed. Matt Birkin still sticking with Myatt at the moment, both lapping pretty similar lap times at the line last time by. And there we see Chris Yeomans starting to pull away just a little bit there from Nick Bennett. The 711 has got through Keaton Payne, and Nick Bennett again, I wouldn't say an old face, but someone who's been around senior mini motos here at FAB Racing for years and years and years, really knows his stuff, knows the tracks like the back of his hand. An old hand is the term I'd use. Very, very experienced and very, very tough to race against. Keaton Payne has got to negotiate his way through the 7-1-1. Meanwhile, Yeomans holding position on the 85 up in front of those two at the moment as the front two start to pull away. Maya has started to increase the gap a little bit, 0.6 of a second at the line between the race leader and P2 Matt Birkin at the line last time by, and visually already just from that shot I think the gap might have got a little bit bigger. David Maya might be starting to lay the gauntlet down once again. Nick Bennett looks like he's putting some big pressure on Chris Yeomans on the run into Sunny Bend. Couldn't get anything out of it though as Yeomans goes defensive into Paddock Bend and will hold on to that P3 spot as it becomes 5 laps left to go for this group.
Yeah, nearly half the race complete already. David Maya continuing to improve in terms of the pace. Of course, let's not forget, he broke the lap record set by Will Howarth, one that has stood for 6 years by 1/1000th of a second. It went from a 55.221 to a 55.220. Can he get anywhere near that in race 3? The 711 of Nick Bennett, who has won a race thus far this year, one of only 4 riders to do so. In fact, 4 riders to do so, and he is flying on the back of the 85 of Chris Yeomans, trying to find his way through, but no door open for him to unlock the podium just yet.
As it stands, Yeomans holding firm, but Nick Bennett could be doing something magical maybe into St John's. Certainly had a think about it. He decided to back out at the last minute. Meanwhile, Keaton Payne might try and use that backing off as an opportunity to attack, but here goes Nick Bennett. Tries up the inside, but Yeomans squeezes the door shut. And unfortunately, he's going to have to hold on as once again Payne looks, but unfortunately can't find a window through. And as they continue to push on down, Yeomans holding off from Bennett, holding off from Payne, maybe there. A window for Keaton Payne to look through, but he just can't quite find it. Oh, here he goes. There goes Nick Bennett on the inside. Switchback though for Chris Yeomans. It's going to be a drag race down the hill coming into Stewart. It looks like that Nick Bennett will have a slight advantage, but Yeomans to the inside. Yeomans squeezes on through once again, and they were as they were a lap ago. Despite all the overtaking manoeuvres, despite all the pressure, they're still holding position.
Yeah, exactly. 4 laps left to run. Another fastest lap for David Maya, 55.5. He's getting closer and closer. Look to the inside as well. Nick Bennett under pressure from Keaton Payne, who is ramping it up more and more. 3 laps to run at the line. It's the 85 from the 711, from the 112. Nick Bennett, of course, in the middle, as you can see, the red bike with the red, white and black leathers. That's him in the middle. Then it's the 85 with the white helmet. That, of course, is Chris Yeomans. Bit of lap traffic to contend with. Then at the back of this train, of course, it's Keaton Payne trying to fight his way through. Nick Bennett, of course, trying to find the move to the inside, of course, of the hairpin, but the up and under works really well. Once again, it's a case of who puts the power down first.
Nick Bennett doing a great job to squeeze through, and this time Chris Yeomans does not have an opening down into Stewart, so Bennett will hold on. Bit more traffic. They got past Mark Payne a moment ago. Looks like that's Rob Gentry they're working their way through. Tried to see if he could have a look, unable to do so though. Now he's putting the pressure on to Chris Yeomans as Nick Bennett starts to extend the gap. Keaton Payne had a little look. Yellow flags are out coming around the final corner, but can't see anyone off to the side of the track, so it looks like everyone is okay. Making their way through the opening chicane once again. Maya leads from Birkin, the gap 2.5 seconds. Maya is not quite on the same rip-roaring pace as he was in race number 2, as there goes Keaton Payne to the outside of Chris Yeomans. Does he make it work? Was off to the side of the road there. Is that a problem yet? Someone's gone off coming through the final few corners. And yeah, indeed, Keaton Payne did get through Chris Yeomans, so Payne up into P4. As I was saying though, Maya is 2.5 seconds back to Matt Birkin. Not the same pace as he had in race 2, but still doing good enough a job to keep Birkin at bay. Nick Bennett in P3 now from Keaton Payne and Chris Yeomans 4 and 5th.
Yeah, not long left to go at all. Bit of an argy-bargy moment there. Keaton Payne versus, of course, Chris Yeomans. They were fighting towards the final corner, but there is our race leader. 1 lap left to go. David Maya. He doesn't need lap record pace, because as long you don't get any points for lap record, you get points for winning. And as long as he has a sustainable bit of pace that's enough to beat Matt Birkin, who cares how quick he's going? As long as it's quicker than the rest of them, I'm sure he doesn't really mind. He's going though for that all-important hat-trick. We've seen it done a couple of times this season, but never in the senior Mini Motos. It'll be the first time of 2024.
Absolutely. Coming through the final section for the final time, David Maya It's not quite been world-beating as it was in race number 2, but it has been more than enough as he negotiates Sunny Bend for the very final time. Mayat has been phenomenal this weekend, and it's hat-trick hero. 3 out of 3 in round number 4. David Mayat sweeps it here at Rowrah. The 4th round is his. Matt Birkin comes home in P2, but David Mayat with maximum points out of round number 4. 3 wins out of 3. The 22 is on absolute fire at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff. David Mayat, of course, before this race had only won once this season, and he's come back firing on all cylinders. Of course, a couple of podiums. In fairness, actually, before this round, he had 1 win, 2 podiums, and 3 top 5s. Nothing really to write home about drastically. I mean, it was all right, but nothing world-breaking. And then he comes into this round and sweeps it. Didn't quite take hold, but he's got the lap record. He's got 3 wins. What more can you ask for from David Mayat? I mean, the turnaround that he's had to end off the first half of the season is sensational.
And he's got 3 more races to do it in round 5 as well. Clearly loving it here at Rowrah. David Mayat takes a hat-trick of victories in round 4, sweeps it 3 out of 3 with a phenomenal ride as well. Matt Birkin takes 2nd with Nick Bennett rounding out the podium. Chris Yeomans was 4th with Callum White in P5. Isaac Greenstreet was 6th. Keaton Payne dropping down to 7th late in the day. I wonder if he ran into some issues. With Steve Johns in P8, Rob Gentry 9th. Unfortunately, we lost Rhys Gentry and Mark Payne as well. Only 11 bikes out there for that one. But round 4 now done for the senior Mini Motos. And, well, I get a feeling, Zach, that David Mayat is probably very, very happy that this is a double round because he's got 3 more races of the track he's just swept.
Can he do the sextuple?
We'll have to find out. Time for race number 3 in round 4 of the OH Logistics LC40 Elite Championship, the premier class for Mini Moto Junior Racing here at FAB. And we've had some great racing so far this weekend as well. Logan Cousins, seemingly a man on a mission to pick up a maximum amount of points. The championship leader has been looking phenomenal, but elsewhere we've been seeing some great action. The likes of Mason Frederick and Rex Austin, who also start on the front row looking mighty fast. Arthur Rich also been doing a good job. He'll be going for P6. Again, not a full field of bikes here this weekend, unfortunately, in the elites. And we've lost a couple to injury. Of course, Oliver Hall breaking his arm during training earlier in the week, and he's had to withdraw from the championship as a result. A big shame for Oliver. I'm sure he'll be coming back next year stronger and better. Also earlier on in the weekend, Josh Perkins had a fall and broke his collarbone, so a big shame. So he won't be competing in the rest of this weekend. So obviously spending our wishes to Josh for a speedy recovery. I'm not a doctor, but I'm assuming that collarbone is probably one of the better bones to break, as ridiculous as that sounds. I think it heals quite fast, so that's good at least. And sending all our best to Josh. But it's all eyes to the racing now. It's not about who's not here, it's about who is here. And who is here? Championship leader Logan Cousins on pole, dominant in race number 2. Who'll be looking to continue that in race number 3, Zach?
Yeah, he will be indeed. Of course, 6 seconds clear of Rex Austin and Mason Frederick. Caelan Ratcliffe was involved as well to some extent over the duration of race 2 earlier in the day, but nothing quite to the level that, of course, Logan Cousins has been able to rise to in the LC40 Elites. It's been all season long. He's won pretty much everything that he's finished bar one race, which was P2 at race 2 at Three Sisters. He is on fire. His next closest rival was Oliver Hall, who's now pulled out of the best part of the season. Then it's Mason Frederick, and even then that is a good 62-point lead that he had coming into this round. It'll be even bigger now. We've had a couple of races for him to extend that gap. It's going to be tough for Mason Frederick to close that, because that probably is a good 3 race wins if he wants to lead the championship.
Logan Cousins starts on the pole position alongside Mason Frederick and Rex Austin on the front row. Max Johnson is P4 with Caelan Ratcliffe in P5 and Arthur Rich starting P6. Jensen Ansell starts in 7th with Maxwell Keats in 8th and Tommy Keats completing the 3rd row of the grid. And then only 2 riders on row number 4, Daniel Longhurst in P10 and Oliver Wilson in P11. 11 rider grid here for the OH Logistics LC40 Elite Championship. Round 4, race number 3. Of course, they've still got 3 more races after this one to complete this weekend. It is a double header round, 6 races per class. It's just as different rounds technically at the same track. Riders making their way onto the grid. you've got to be thinking what's going through the minds of these riders right now. Normally this would be the end of their weekend. They've got 3 more races yet to go, so there's plenty of opportunity to still make some points. But as well, you want to be pushing now. You also don't want to wear yourself out for round 5.
Yeah, it's true. It's a very difficult balance to strike. You want to get as many good results as you can. I suppose it is finding that golden mean that you can just walk across. It is a tightrope, but all eyes to the lights for race 3 of the OH Logistics LC40 Elite class. From pole position, Logan Cousins leads us, and what a launch that was from P3. Goodness me, Rex Austin straight away into second place. Bit of a tussle for P3 as well in the background as they fight their way through the chicane for the first time, but Logan Cousins not waiting for anybody to take off on the opening lap.
Great stuff there from Logan Cousins, away from the lights and already starting to bridge a gap backwards, starting to build up that lead. That's how he likes to race, Logan. He likes to set out early, set a gap early, and then go from there. Not really control the pace from the front. He just wants to go out there, get out big, build a big enough of a gap that he's not under pressure, and then run his own race. That's just his style. It's what he does. And you can see there already a big gap starting to build up. Fedric, meanwhile, dropping back behind Caelan Ratcliffe now in P4 as Rex Austin tries desperately to hunt down Cousins from the lead. Can Fedric maybe try and negotiate his way back round the number 96? He's under big pressure from Jensen Ansel behind as well. Already a 3-bike battle beginning to form as they head into the chicane. End of the opening lap. It's Logan Cousins that leads from Rex Austin, from Caelan Ratcliffe, your top 3, but Fedric and Ansel are right on Ratcliffe, or right on Ratcliffe's tail. So this could very well be the main battle we're watching, the battle for 3rd place.
I think so, and even then that's good prestige. Of course, 1, 2, 3, the podium, that's what they're all going to be aspiring to go and do. And right now, Caelan Ratcliffe, we saw how good his defence was earlier on in the pros. He knows how to position that bike to keep a rider behind, and I think he's going to have to do it exactly again in this race. 7 laps left to go. A familiar rival, though, in the form of Mason Fedric.
Absolutely. Fedric and Ratcliffe down in the AC40 Pros have been going toe-to-toe the entire season. Of course, great friends off track, fierce rivals on it, as so many are in FAB-Racing. A real family atmosphere until the rubber hits the road and you go racing. And they are used to racing each other. They know each other very well, both in terms of friendship, but in terms of racing abilities and what everyone likes to do. So it's one of those situations where if you try and go for a move, chances are you know the other one knows exactly what you're going to do and going to try and cover it, which creates a bit of a stalemate. You've got to try and work your way through. And Fedric and Ratcliffe, they've started to pull away a little bit from Jensen Ansel. I wonder if Ansel's made a mistake, because it's not exactly like Ratcliffe and Fedric have upped the pace ridiculously much. But as they continue to work around Fedric, a little bit of an opening there to the inside coming through Stewart. Thought he could give it a go, decided against him, and now he's really starting to mount the pressure as the number 5, swerving left and right, looking for a way through. As it stands, no such way. Again, a small gap opening on the run into Sunny Bend, and now on the exit, gets the drive. Does Fedric have what it takes to get through on this occasion? I don't think he will unless he gets a good cutback. Had to sit the bike up to avoid Ratcliffe. That's going to allow Jensen Ansel to maybe get involved. Unfortunately there for Mason Fedric, just a bit too much and had to get out of it to avoid an accident. Yeah, exactly that. Showcasing how aggressive he can be, Mason Fedric. Was that too rash? Was it maybe a move in haste? Was it a mistake? However, that run out of the first hairpin is really putting him under pressure as Jensen Ansel tries to apply some pressure. Of course, back from injury is Ansel, firing very, very nicely in the championships that he's been racing in this weekend, and is looking to maybe get onto the podium on his return. 5 laps left to go. Make that about 4.5 at this stage of the lap. Logan Cousins will make it 4 to go at the line. Caelan Ratcliffe, though, under insurmountable amounts of pressure from Mason Fedric, trying so hard to keep that 3rd place. The switchback might well be open for Mason Fedric, but he can't quite get the run through Sunny Bend towards the final corner. Not enough. Ratcliffe has it covered. This time Ratcliffe left the door firmly closed, went super defensive into Paddock Bend because he knew Fedric would try. He did compromise his exit a little bit, but Fedric wasn't close enough to challenge. He actually came under pressure from Ansel there a little bit, did the number 5, but nothing that was really going to threaten him. Ansel once again looking to the inside. Jensen Ansel really fancies giving it a go on Mason Fedric, doesn't he? He's looking super, super strong on the brakes, especially up through the hairpins. Watching him come into Erden, he's braking a little bit later and a little bit harder than everyone else. But he's also taking a very, very wide line, so it allows him to carry huge amounts of speed through the corners, which is really interesting to see compared to what Fedric and Ratcliffe are doing. A small mistake there maybe from Ratcliffe as Fedric looked to try and go the long way around, but was unable to do so. And Ansel still having to watch from behind as it stands, patiently waiting, seeing if there's an opening, seeing if something kicks off in front so we can sweep up into the podium places. Best lap of a 56.053 so far from Jensen Ansel. Pretty competitive, it must be said. But Logan Cousins, his last lap, well, a 55.010. His best lap, a 53.880. So Logan Cousins right now is 4.5 seconds ahead of Rex Austin. He is flying ahead at the front.
It really is, but in fairness, the pace from Rex Austin isn't bad. It's just the gap is too big at this point. As there we go, a fantastic little move there from Mason Frederick to try and pick his way through into third place. There is our leader, but there is the fight for third. Caden Ratcliffe, by the time they reached Stuart Ben, was able to get back in front of Frederick, who gets back underneath Ratcliffe. It's now a drag race as they split either side of the lap traffic. Mason Frederick doesn't quite have the legs on the straight, but has he got the bravery on the brakes? No, he doesn't. Ratcliffe once again stays in third place. Penultimate lap at the line. Mason Frederick running out of time for third place.
This is imperious defence from Caden Ratcliffe. Absolute brilliant stuff. And as the number 96 holds on to third place, Frederick ducking left, ducking right, looking anywhere he can for an opening. But Ratcliffe is just holding on superbly. Off goes Ansel! Ansel, a low side in the background, coming into McRae's. Gets back on the bike, gets going once again. I think he might actually hold on to P5 because he was 8 seconds. Max Johnson has just slid through, but he's only dropped one place and is still in that fight as well. There's still 1.5 laps left to go for them. But Ansel, I'm not sure if there was a little mistake or the bike just stepped out from underneath him. But a low side there for the number 22. Gets back on, but he has dropped a position.
Yeah, unfortunately, but to be fair, he's been lucky in an unlucky situation. He's done the work in the first part of this race to mean that should he make a mistake, he is going to be okay. Only drops one position. Mason Frederick carrying so much more speed through Paddock Bend than what Ratcliffe is doing, but it costs him on the exit because he has to accelerate onto the back of Ratcliffe and then back off again to not hit the back of him, and Ratcliffe is then able to use that to bridge the gap and stay in third place. Final lap of the race though, there's our race leader, Logan Cousins. He's had the most boring race of the weekend, but in the same, that's exactly what you want.
It's a casual Sunday afternoon ride, isn't it? You know, sun's out, on the bike, have a good time. And why not win a race while you're at it? One corner to negotiate for Logan Cousins to make it 3 from 3 so far this weekend. As he completes round 4, round 5 looks ahead. Logan Cousins makes it a third win of the weekend here at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club. What a performance, what a weekend that young man is having. As Rex Austin on the 991 slots home in second place. Strong pace, but nowhere near the pace of Cousins, who gets third at the line. Ratcliffe holds on by 1/4 of a second. Wow, that was close. Mason Frederick, talk about last chance saloon to the line. Unfortunately, he just missed out. But Mason Frederick will have to settle for 4th place after that brilliant fight with Caden Ratcliffe. Max Johnson did hold on from Jensen Ansel in the end. There we see problems for someone, I believe that might be Arthur Rich, who's having issues there. But Logan Cousins, the man of the moment. 3 wins out of 3 so far this weekend. Round number 4 is swept, and that's 4 wins out of 4. This is round 5 now, isn't it? So that's 4 wins out of 4 for Logan Cousins, should I say? Or no, apologies. It is round 4. So there we go. So 3 wins out of 3. 3 races still to come, but looking mighty.
Is indeed, there he is, Logan Cousins smiling away, 6.2 seconds clear of Rex Austin. Caden Ratcliffe completes the podium, only just ahead of Mason Frederick, who will stay in 4th. Max Johnson able to stay consistent and on the bike completes the top 5. Just behind that is Jensen Ansel, who unfortunately had that low side through the first hairpin. He finishes 6th ahead of Henry Brody. Then come the 2 Keats of Tommy and Maxwell. Danny Longhurst completes the top 10. Behind that is Oliver Wilson. Arthur Rich, unfortunately, a DNF from this race. That's not the end of the LC40 Elites for this weekend. They'll be back tomorrow for round 5.
Race number 3 of round number 4 for the Pit Bike 140s. It's been fantastic so far this weekend. Well, I say that like I'm surprised. The Pit Bikes is always fantastic action. But the man of the moment has been Chris Wells. just about, well, I wouldn't say untouchable, but just outside of everyone's reach at the moment. Jamie King, his nearest challenger, not quite able to slide on through and pick up another race win. Is that 2 so far this season? Both at Three Sisters. The other one went the way of Chris Wells, who turned up for one race, then went on holiday. But Chris Wells has turned back up, the reigning champion, of course, not here competing in a full season, but showing why he is one of the very best on a pit bike. And it's reigning champion versus championship leader up the front. This is Chris Wells on pole, and Jamie King, Pit Bike Sonic, starts in P2. Keaton Payne alongside him in third. Sean Whittaker is fourth, with Bailey Lawrence in P5. She got a podium in race number 2. Let's see if she can continue that form, with Daniel Gilbert in P6. And Rory Jones and Robert Leveridge round out our 8-bike grid heading into this one. Jamie King, what's going through his mind? Again, championship leader. Still going pretty healthy in the championship again. He broke his win duck at Three Sisters last time out, his first wins in some number of years, leading the championship. He's got the pace, he's picking up consistent points. But you know Jamie, Zach, he wants to win. And, you know, Chris is looking, or he looked in race 2 anyway, just a little bit too fast for Jamie. What's he got to do in this one differently to try and get back onto that top step?
Get good.
I mean, you can do that. I mean, that's one way, isn't it?
Yeah, just... in fairness, he's not doing anything wrong. It's just that Chris Wells is just that ever so slight. He's got that edge, right? And to be fair, for the first half of the race earlier on, race 2, Chris Wells and Jamie King were pretty much matched. But then in that second half, Chris Wells was just able to turn it up ever so slightly and pull that gap. Jamie King needs to get track position, I think, is going to be an important thing.
Let's see what he does this time then. Red lights are on, red lights are off. Oh, big pick up on the front for Jamie King. Keaton Payne as well. And who's that sliding through? Bailey Lawrence takes advantage of the poor start from King and Payne to slot into third place. Meanwhile, Wells holds the lead off the line. Wasn't an excellent launch, but King and Payne got away so poorly that it just means that Wells just had to cruise away up the front. But look at that already. Jamie King straight back up into second. Or, well, it holds on second, should I say. But straight away pressuring the number 1 of Chris Wells and already trying to get in front. Maybe King feels like he needs to go on the attack early in this one. Try and get in front early and then defend. That might be the best opportunity to beat Chris Wells.
I think so. Like I say, he needs to get track position, and that's exactly what he's going to do to the inside of St John's, then into Sunny Bend. There is an opportunity that opens up, but you can tell Jamie King is riding aggressively, trying to apply the pressure to Chris Wells. The gap opens up in a paddock bend. Nicely done from Jamie King to take the race lead at the end of lap 1. Chris Wells now has to settle into second place. Now King is in control. Bit of a look there from Wells to the inside of the chicane, but now Jamie King has control. He's just got to defend.
Yeah, that's exactly what Jamie King wanted to do, just get up into the lead and then control the pace of the race from there. Doesn't want to ride too aggressively. He has a history of having massive accidents here at Rowrah, namely in 2021 when he destroyed our onboard camera in about 30 seconds, which we still haven't forgiven him for. And Chris Wells also having a look to the inside meanwhile, but he needs to ride hard because Chris Wells is just so strong. That's not saying that King is a bad rider, but he needs to just push to the absolute maximum. But he can't push too hard. He doesn't want to make a mistake, doesn't want to come off the bike or run off the track or something like that. Right now though, just about holding on. Going to be 8 laps left to run at the line. Pit Bike Sonic leads the way from reigning champion Chris Wells. Bailey Lawrence meanwhile doing a great job, up into third off the line, looking to make it 2 podiums in a row. 8 to go, shall we go? Jamie King holds on to the lead from Chris Wells.
He does indeed, but remember, he's been in this exact position before. Think back to Ella Park, both race 2 and race 3, was ahead of Lucas Brown, got the jump off the start, but then late on in the race gave the gap up on the inside through the hairpins and allowed Lucas Brown to take the race victory. He needs to learn from those mistakes, needs to make sure he doesn't repeat them, because Chris Wells is one of the biggest adversaries you can face in this field, and he's all over the rear end of Jamie King. That pressure isn't going anywhere. I do not think Jamie King has the pace to pull away. He needs to make sure he's got the intelligence to stay in front.
Chris Wells doesn't look like he's searching for an overtake too hard at the moment either. It must be said, he's having looks, but he's not making dives. Maybe this time he does, and through goes Chris Wells up the inside. Mirrors what King did to him moments ago and gets back into the lead of the race. How does Pit Bike Sonic respond to that one? 7 laps left to run in race 3 of round 4 of the Pit Bike 140s here at Rowrah. King and Wells locked in a massive battle. Wells better drive out of McRae's hairpin though, now into Airedale's. Very, very tricky through here. Getting the drive out of there also is Wells. Maybe Wells, now he's back in front, can just unleash the pace and drive away. Can Jamie King stick with him on that 76 machine? Or is Wells just too much to match at this stage? As it stands, it looks like Wells already starting to extend the gap a little bit. There we see Bailey Lawrence, who got into third, away from the line, looking to make it a second podium in the row, taking advantage of that poor start from Keaton Payne. But you've got to remember as well, got the podium, with a great run in race number 2, and slid right on through and did a great job. Now she doesn't even have to bother with the overtake. She did it off the line. All she's got to do at this point is run her own race. Of course, Bailey, as one of our talented female riders here at FAB-Racing, also competing in the highest achieving female racer award, the Cup, brought to you by House of Motor, the first grassroots level all-female competitor cup in British motorsport, and doing a strong job as that. I think she's currently second to Nelly Nuth in the standings, so that one off the top of my head. He's got some moves further down the pack as well. That was Daniel Gilbert having a fight with Sean Whittaker there. Those two having a big ding-dong as they make their way down to Stewart.
Yeah, Sean Whittaker we saw maybe have some issues in the race earlier on, and of course did win in motor team as well earlier on, so has got some pace about him here at Rowrah, and is just searching for the move for the top 5. That is right in front of him, of course, the all-blue 91 of Daniel Gilbert, and the top 5 going with it. 5 laps left to go by the time they reach the line. It's Chris Wells from Jamie King, Bailey Lawrence, the top 3. Jamie King dropping back. To be fair, it was quicker than Chris Wells that last time by 53 dead compared to a 53.1. There's Sean Whittaker on the inside. Great run out of Paddock Bend, but not enough by the time they reach the first corner. Jamie King needs to arrive back onto the back of Chris Wells and start throwing some sort of pressure to win this race.
Look at the front of Sean Whittaker's bikes on the brake. He's running on an AMR machine this weekend. He hits the brake, the front end just shoots down. It almost bounces off the shocks. It's so soft, but it makes for some great viewing action. Sean Whittaker clearly liking a bike a bit on the softer side round here at Rowrah this weekend. But currently Daniel Gilbert holding on to that 5th place on the number 91 as it stands. Let's see if Whittaker can make his way through. I think maybe there was a small error for Bailey Lawrence, because Keaton Payne has closed the gap up and is now looking all over the rear and looking to the inside. Had to think about giving it a go down into Paddock Bend, decided against it, maybe trying to get the drive down into the opening chicane as they head on to their next lap. 4 to go for the pair of them, but Bailey Lawrence still holding on, still spitting out the odd puff of smoke from the exhaust that we saw in race 2. Clearly it's not an issue, or not one that's too big of a problem, because it's not hindered her so far this weekend, but it's just something to keep an eye on potentially. Hopefully everything is okay on that number 9 bike. Right now she's doing an excellent job holding off the 112.
Yeah, exactly that. Of course, the pressure isn't going to subside. Keaton Payne wants that position. Bailey Lawrence, though, of course, wants her 3rd place. She very much deserves it. Got it, of course, earlier on in race 2. And with 3 laps to go at the line, definitely is in good stead to do so. But it's not going to come easy. The 112 looks to the inside of Sunny Bend. It's been a move that we've seen eyed up plenty of times. But if you can keep the throttle open on the exit, you can open the door just like that. The 112 tries to the inside, but Bailey Lawrence sees it coming and swoops her way around the outside to keep 3rd place with 3 laps to go.
That was smart from Bailey Lawrence. Chose not to defend into Paddock Bend. Instead just ran a normal line. Probably knew that Keaton Payne was going to try something like that. That means she didn't compromise her exit from Paddock Bend. Meant she held the lead up into the opening chicane. It's a bit wide though, coming out of McRae's. That gives Keaton Payne a bit of a look, but Lawrence gets the drives, gets the inside line into Airedale's, and well, maybe Keaton Payne can try and have a look here as well, but Bailey in a straight line, looking absolutely rapid, just getting that traction down out of the rear wheel, and still holds on to 3rd place coming through Stewart's. And Keaton Payne, well, he's really piling the pressure on, but Bailey Lawrence is doing an excellent job of defending. But can she hold on for any longer? Because Payne is looking left, he's looking right, he's looking everywhere for a gap that is not really appearing. He's going to have to make it appear himself, I feel, because Bailey Lawrence, she's not giving it up without a fight. And right now she is fighting tooth and nail to hold on as they head on to their penultimate lap.
Yeah, 2 to go, and time ticking down, getting very close to her rear end is Keaton Payne through the chicane. A lap and a half, and corners tick down, and with them goes opportunities. At the front, Chris Wells and Jamie King, now 3 seconds separating them, so it's all eyes to this battle for the final place on the podium. The number 9 machine of Bailey Lawrence is doing a fantastic job of just keeping her composure, keeping Keaton Payne behind, more importantly. That 112 running out of time for 3rd place.
Yeah, that's the problem, unfortunately. As much as we love FAB-Racing, the races are only so short. We'd love them to be longer because it gives us more action to watch, and it would be fantastic The riders would love it to be longer as well for moments like this when the laps are ticking away and you just can't find a way through. You need that bit of extra time, but unfortunately, that's racing. The lap count is the lap count. You can't do anything about it. Final lap of the race for these guys this time by now. Bailey Lawrence still holding on to third place. Chris Wells at 52.187, a ridiculously fast lap from Chris Wells. He's 4 seconds to the good in front of Jamie King, with Bailey Lawrence holding on to third place. And speaking of the devil, there is Chris Wells, the reigning champion, has put on a show and shown, well, why he is the reigning champion, I suppose. The number one rider has done a stellar job and has been the class of the field and is going to sweep the opening round here at Rowrah. Round 4, as he rounds the final corner, goes the way of Chris Wells. It's 3 out of 3 so far for Chris Wells. What a victory. Dominance defined for the reigning champion as he takes a brilliant win. Jamie King will hold on for P2, but we wait to see who is third as they come to the final corner. Bailey Lawrence is still holding on. Does Keaton Payne have anything in his locker? I don't think he does. Bailey Lawrence with a well-deserved second podium of the weekend. Awesome stuff for her, as Keaton Payne only a tenth of a second away, but a solid performance nonetheless. He can be proud of the fight that he put on. But Chris Wells victorious once again. Close your eyes and it's like he never left.
Exactly that. Chris Wells, when he does turn up, oh my goodness, does he. He is on fire. If he's finished a race this season, it's been in the top 2. And he has done the sweep here at Rowrah. Of course, he's completed 6 races and he's won 4 of them. That is a remarkable 67 rounded up % win rate in 2024. Chris Wells, I mean, it's like he's a champion or something.
The guy's just ridiculous, honestly. Jamie King, I know he'll be disappointed with that one, but there's still 3 more races to come for these guys. Round 5 awaits tomorrow. Potentially today, if we get through enough races today. We are very much ahead of schedule, which is, well, very interesting. We always run a bit ahead of schedule here at FAB, but here we are running very quick. So we're waiting to see how many races we can get done today. The final race of round 4 awaits for the Metrokit Mini GP 50s class, brought to you by King's 2-Wheel Centre. And boy, oh boy, this one could be very interesting. We've seen some great racing so far this weekend. And well, I've got to say, it's probably going to be all eyes on the front 4. Frankie Watson, Byron Johnson, Travis Shaw. Byron has been on fine form this weekend, not just in the 50s, but up in the 70s as well. He's been absolutely magnificent. But we saw that incredible battle in race number 2 earlier with Travis Shaw and Frankie Watson, and of course Byron as well, hounding each other all the way to the line. You couldn't fit a cigarette paper between the 3 of them. That's how close they were from the lights to the checkered flag. But elsewhere as well, we've seen some great racing. Again, a very strong grid as always in the 50s, Zach. This is sure to be another pelter.
I think so. Frankie Watson, Byron Johnson, Travis Shaw, the front 3. It's stacked, right? In the championship, Byron Johnson, of course, leads the way quite comfortably, it must be said, coming into this. He's been the most consistent. He's been on the podium a number of times. He's won races. And the moves that he's been able to pull off, it puts your jaw on the floor and it leaves you speechless. That 37, I don't know how he does it, but it's just so brave, well poised, and he just rides, spots gaps, of course, and dealt with the lap traffic that we saw in race 2 earlier on. Frankie Watson is the quickest rider of the 3. Byron Johnson's the smartest.
Yeah, Frankie Watson was absolutely rapid in race number 2. Unfortunately, he just got caught out by some sudden overtakes and some lap traffic late in the day, and ultimately ended up 3rd out of the 3 of them. Still on the podium, but he is looking phenomenal, is Frankie Watson. This time, if he's able to get a good breakaway at the start from pole position, we'll have to wait and see. It is Frankie Watson off the pole from Byron Johnson 2nd, Travis Shaw in P3. Sebastian Goslavsky goes off a 4 with Bradley Curtis, and Matthew Thomas joining him on row number 2. Archie Hooper starts in 7th with Riley Paisley, his return this weekend after the injury sustained at 3 Sisters, and Harris Watson in P9. Daisy Polden, who we spoke to earlier in the commentary box, she's in P10 alongside Kai Hawken and Callum Maxwell. This should be a very entertaining race if the previous one was anything to go by. Watson, Johnson, Shaw, the 3 you see on your screen, the class of the field so far this weekend. Are they set to entertain us once again? I sure hope so. The Mini GP 50s brought to you by King's 2 All Centre. It's all eyes to the red lights. It's lights out, we are underway. Great start once again by Byron Johnson, but Frankie Watson in the second phase just nails it. Johnson gets squeezed by Watson, has to settle for second as Travis Shaw holds on for third place. Kozlowski this time gets a better start than he did in race number 1. Was holding on from Bradley Curtis, but Curtis up the inside there at McRae's hairpin, able to slide on up into P4. Up the front, it is still Frankie Watson holding on from Byron Johnson, from Travis Shaw, the top 3 as they were away from the lights. Look at Frankie Watson. He's in the same vein of thought as Zak. He knows exactly what he has to do in this one to not wind up third. He needs to bolt away at the start and then control the pace from there. If he gets fighting, he can't show his pace.
Exactly that. He's done the right thing, which is get away, focus forward, focus on what's in front of you. The race is only going to be in front of you. Don't matter what's behind you, it's in front. You're only going to be going through the race. You can't look backwards at what's happened. Focus forward and try and hound in the laps. Let the race come to you. Obviously, yeah, you might have to defend, but ride faster and don't put yourself in a position where you're vulnerable. Unfortunately, I don't think that's a luxury that Frankie Watson is going to be afforded, because Byron Johnson, his pace is not bad. However, a poor run off the hairpin may be an issue, as side by side with Travis Shaw, the number 4 looks to go to the outside. He might well be able to get underneath on that run towards Stewart.
I think Byron Johnson may have missed a gear coming out of McRae's there as they bomb down the hill. Might be able to hold on, as there we see that is Bradley Curtis, who's come to a halt. Problem there for the number 71. A real shame down and out of the race. That's a real shame there for Bradley Curtis. But he'll be coming back bigger, better and stronger, I'm sure. Frankie Watson still leads from Byron Johnson, from Travis Shaw, and that's allowed Sebastian Kozlowski now up into 4th place as a result. And actually, no, it wasn't Bradley Curtis who's gone off. It's someone else who's gone off. I thought it was Bradley Curtis, but Curtis still holding on to P4 then. So we'll figure out who that is for you in a moment. Frankie Watson, though, still holding on. Again, we saw that mistake out of here from Johnson the previous lap. Missed the gear, but this time much better. It must be said, Byron Johnson, he's a rider who definitely comes on as the race develops. It's almost like as the bike starts to come to him, a flip switches and then he starts to push. He's very patient, especially on the first few laps. Happy not to push so much, happy to hold position, although obviously he will take an overtake if he spots the opportunity. It's late in the race you need to worry about that 37, because that's when the monster in him awakens and he just starts to rip up the racetrack.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen already that's a small mistake, that missed gear, whatever it was that happened off the exit of the first hairpin. Wait until maybe lap traffic gets involved, because that's what won him race 2, right? He didn't have the pace. In fact, Frankie Watson was a lot quicker and still is a lot quicker around Rowrah. But Byron Johnson, as we've touched on, knows how to deal with situations, knows how to perfectly capitalise on circumstance. Of course, he has got a little bit of trouble from Travis Shaw, but over his shoulder, who's going to look to go for a dive to the inside of that second hairpin, but not quite close enough on this occasion as Travis Shaw. Byron Johnson, is he focusing too much on what's behind him as opposed to churning in the laps and being as close as possible to Frankie Watson should something arise that goes wrong?
Frankie Watson, fastest lap of the race last time, 51.197, looking very, very quick indeed. Byron Johnson at 51.329, Travis Shaw at 51.325. Showed you how close those guys are. Still a little bit off the lap record. The lap times have actually got a bit slower since the lunchtime period. I think the track may have just warmed up. It has certainly got a bit warmer here at Rara as the sun's come over, and the warmer track maybe just slowing the rubber down just a little bit as Frankie Watson continues to push up the front. Maybe Byron Johnson does have to start worrying about what's behind him, because Frankie Watson might be starting to be out of his reach as it's 7 laps left to run. It was Callum Maxwell that we lost earlier, not Bradley Curtis. Oh, who's that off? And that's Callum Maxwell.
Yeah.
So just as I said that, he was the rider who we saw go off earlier, who I just took for Bradley Curtis. He's clearly rejoined the race and then has encountered problems once again and run off the road coming into Airedales. So if he wasn't out before, Callum Maxwell is definitely out once again as the roving marshals running the bike over to a safe area. Of course, a big thank you to all the marshals here this weekend. Couldn't go racing without them. And we won't be getting this great action that we're seeing between Byron Johnson and Travis Shaw. Shaw continues piling the pressure on Johnson in front. Of course, Byron, the younger of the Johnson brothers, his older brother Austin, a veteran of FAB-Racing these days. Byron really starting to show, meanwhile, what he can do.
He really is. Byron Johnson absolutely smashing it. Of course, took that amazing victory earlier on today in the GP50s, and then of course in the GP70s, taking his first tipping Finley pole hill after Wilson Dilks' problems. In fact, Byron was genuinely quicker than the dominant force that Wilson Dilks is in that Mini GP70 race. So Byron Johnson, look out for him over the course of today and tomorrow and the rest of the season and seasons to come as well. He is a star of the future, starting right here, of course, in FAB-Racing. So if you are just tuning in, make sure you stick around, because the stars of tomorrow are here today. 5 laps left to run for the Mini GP50 race. Race 3 of round 4, brought to you by Kings 2 Wheel Centre. You're watching the fight for second place. Byron Johnson, Travis Shaw, the 37 from the number 4. Half the race still left to run. And to be fair, Frankie Watson not a million miles away, but one small mistake could tip the scales.
It's 2.1 seconds. With the current pace, I don't think Byron Johnson would catch them. But as you said, Zach, it's a motor race. Anything can happen. And as a great man once said, it normally does. All it takes is a little bit of a traffic or a bit of a mistake from Frankie Watson, and he could find himself in the clutches of Johnson and Shaw behind. And indeed, as I say that, he is actually approaching some traffic now. Hopefully he's able to negotiate it very, very quickly. And as they come through, Shaw still heaping the pressure on young Johnson in front, who's won 2 races this weekend, as already mentioned, both race number 2 in the 50s and in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70s Championship earlier on today, as well. His first victory in that class, if I believe I'm correct in saying so. There, though, we do see race leader Frankie Watson, who this time I think is showing what he's truly capable of. He's not embroiled in a battle with his attentions behind. He was able to get away cleanly at the start, and now has just set his sights firmly forward. 3.5 laps left to run. 2 seconds is the difference. Last lap was a little bit slower, but he did have to negotiate some traffic, so that's to be expected. As always, no blue flags here at FAB-Racing. You have to make your own way around. But he's still setting the pace, still setting the standard at the top of the field.
He really is. It is so amazing to see. Frankie Watson, of course, he's only a little lad, but he's always smiling, always having a laugh, always playing games around the paddock with all the other riders. It's such a great communal aspect, but once he puts the helmet on, once he's got the visor down, he becomes a different beast and is absolutely hunting for victory. This is a fight between Harris Watson and Daisy Polden. Of course, we saw her in the commentary box a little bit earlier on. You listened to her commentate over the AC40 Rookies class, and at the moment is searching for a top 9. That was what she was aspiring for, and right now it's right on her doorstep. She's got Harris Watson to negotiate to get herself into 9th place, but there is Frankie Watson negotiating that battle. Daisy Polden looking to the outside of the 54, no way through, with just 2 laps at the line for them to go.
Yeah, super close everywhere throughout the field. This one is getting very, very exciting, and there actually is Byron Johnson and Travis Shaw having to negotiate. Johnson able to slide through Polden, Shaw was not, and Johnson, oh my goodness me, Byron Johnson, brave round the outside of the traffic, almost coming together and taking him out of the race. That shows Johnson's commitment. You know, we saw it earlier as well, just clearing the traffic like an absolute madman, quite frankly. If he sees a gap in traffic, he's going for it. It doesn't matter where you are, what you're doing. If he's coming past you and you're traffic, he's coming past you. Unbelievable stuff from him. That's given him a bit of breathing room as well. Back to this battle, though, on the penultimate lap of the race between Harris Watson and Daisy Polden. Harris doing a solid enough job, as Daisy still looking for a way through. The 127 looks left, looks right, just can't quite find the gap at the moment. Getting the knee down just as well, maybe just dropping back a little bit to try and assess for a way through. There will still be one more lap after this one. A last chance saloon for Daisy to try and get that top 9 that she wants.
1 lap left to go. There is Frankie Watson, who has been a dominant. What has he done differently in this race that cost him the race in race 2? I mean, his pace hasn't changed. He's blisteringly quick. He's just been on fire this race. What has changed for him to be so dominant?
I almost feel like it must have just been the battle in race number 2. Of course, he got caught up in the start of the battle, and then from there it was just kind of couldn't quite break away. In this one, Frankie Watson was just able to get the lead away from the line, hold on to that pole position, and then it's been smooth sailing. A nice, chill Sunday afternoon ride. Except not quite chill, has it? Frankie Watson, a handful more corners to go to make it 3 wins out of 3. Not 3 wins out of 3, but a win in race 3, should I say. Frankie Watson, a ride for the ages in race number 3 in the Mini GP50s, brought to you by Kings 2 Wheel Centre, takes a brilliant win as Byron Johnson, you saw there, celebrating second place. Travis Shaw has to hold on for P3. Respect between second and third place finishers. But man, oh man, not quite as big of a battle for the lead as we saw in race 2, but a very interesting race nonetheless. And that shows to the other two what Frankie Watson can do if you don't keep him under wraps and under taps straight away from the start. If he sees the opportunity to go, the boy's going to go.
Yeah, he was just a chained-up beast in race 2, was trying to break 3, and unfortunately, Frankie Watson couldn't do it. But this time he's responded and takes his second win of the weekend here at Rowrah. Still 3 more to go. There he is, smiling. And I'm sure he's going to be continuing to smile after this race. 3.7 was the winning margin ahead of Byron Johnson, who again keeps up that consistent run and does a decent job at maintaining that gap in the championship. Travis Shaw completes the podium ahead of Bradley Curtis, who is ahead of Sebastian Gazlowski for the top 5. Matthew Thomas, the 47, in 6th, ahead of Archie Hooper and Riley Paisley. P6, 7 and 8. Riley Paisley doing a brilliant job on his return after injury at Three Sisters to stay inside the top 10. Harris Watson, Daisy Polden unable to tip the 54 to P9, but still a top 10 nonetheless for the young lady, ahead of Kai Hawken and Callum Maxwell, who unfortunately we saw suffered some issue in the 111. But don't fear, the MK Mini GP50 brought to you by Kingsley Wall Centre will be back for round 5 tomorrow.
Now then, it is time for, well, in race 2, what has been the race of the weekend so far. The Extreme 200s returns for their final race in round number 4. Of course, still 3 more races to come for these guys after this one. This being a double round weekend, round number 5. 6 races for each of the classes. But boy, oh boy, it's sure to be exciting. We saw Wilson Dilks, Casey O'Gorman, Dan Goodman putting in a fantastic battle. And it was just simply phenomenal what we saw from the bunch of them. Casey putting in a display that only Casey O'Gorman could, as Wilson Dilks had to hold on for second. Dan Goodman tailing them just down in P3. Joined once again by the current reigning champion of the Extreme 200s, actually, Sullivan Mounsey. Welcome back, Sully. Good to have you back in the commentary box. We saw an unbelievable race 2 earlier on, where we had Wilson, Casey and Dan just going toe-to-toe from lights to flag. What can we expect in this one?
Yeah, well, to be fair, I had to come back and commentate again because I love it, and this is one of the best views. This is such a stunning track, but most importantly, that was such a stunning battle last race, so I just want to see how it goes. But I must say, Casey, I think he's quite chuffed. He's coming off quite a big adrenaline rush. Wilson's on a bit of a down low because his brakes overheated in their metric at 70 race, so he's not actually in a strong position, because I think that's why he was running right in the first race as well, when he was gapping everyone, was because his brakes were overheating. So I think he's now got that in his mind to basically take it a bit easier, because a lot of the riders have these problems. So did Daniel Goodman, which is why he lost the battle for the win, as his brakes overheated. So it's definitely a matter of taking it easy, braking hard and late, but also thinking about the brakes, because Finley and Archie O'Brien and all the guys in the metric at 70 class and Byron Johnson, they've been able to look after their brakes, as well as Casey O'Gorman. However, these guys weren't.
Absolutely. Wilson Dilk starts on pole, Casey O'Gorman alongside, and Dan Goodman completes the front row. Finley Polehill is 4th with Blake Wilson in P5. Sully would have been starting 6th, but unfortunately he's here instead. Harrison Day 7th, Austin Johnson 8th, Richard Holmes-Williams 9th, Jensen Bishop 10th, Harley Baker 11th, Beth Ashby 12th, Annabelle McCarthy 13th, Pat Larder 14th, Archie O'Brien P15 completes our grid as we get ready to go racing in race number 3 of the Extreme 200s. It is lights out. We are underway. Great start there from Wilson Dilks. Hold the lead down into turn 1. The front 3 all pretty evenly away in this occasion. But look at Casey O'Gorman already pushing super hard. Rear of the bike picking up under the brakes as he tried to shove it up the inside of Wilson Dilks, and the pair of them going toe-to-toe. Here comes Casey O'Gorman, sends it deep with a block pass up the inside into Airedales. That was brilliant from O'Gorman. Now coming down, both of them defending very aggressively. Is there problems for someone further back in the pack? O'Gorman leads from that is Wilson Dilks in P2. Dan Goodman holding on for P3 there as well. What a start that was, though, Sully, from Case O'Gorman. Did exactly what he needed to do to get into the lead.
Yeah, well, he just had to be there. And there's Wilson Dilks up the inside. No, he's backed out of it this time around. He done exactly what he had to do. Get up the inside, make it clear that he wants to win this race and mess up Wilson's ribbon. And that's exactly what he done. It was Blake Wilson that sadly crashed in this race. Daniel Goodman's there, and so is Finny Poe. And there's Wilson Dilks up the inside. Block pass, he's deep. He's back to 4th place, and there almost contact between Finny and Wilson Dilks. Wow, Wilson has completely messed up his run there, but he has got the pace to come through now. So Finny's going to get a nice turn. This is kind of split up the pack a little bit here, but Daniel Goodman's now in a comfortable second with Casey O'Gorman leading the race once again with a 4/10 gap over Daniel Goodman. Is Wilson going to be able to rein him in? We'll have to wait and see, but Daniel Goodman's looking quite big on that bike just because the size difference. This is the time for Daniel Goodman to strike. Daniel Goodman should strike now and try and get him. There's Blake Wilson trying to get restarted, but sadly bike problems have ended his day. But Daniel Goodman, he could be looking for an inside move into this next hairpin. Is he going to get a run? Wilson Dilks is now all over Daniel Goodman. Daniel Goodman's not going to have a look. Casey O'Gorman's there. Daniel Goodman looked like he's got a good run. Wilson Dilks is now having an eye in as well. Who's going to get overtaken? This is all dramatic, and it's only a couple laps into the race.
I think actually dropping back there for Wilson Dilks might have been a good thing for him, because it just gets him away from Casey O'Gorman for a bit. We saw in race 1 there was a lot of aggro going on between the pair, really aggressive racing, and I was wondering maybe if it was starting to get into Wilson's head. Now that he's away from Casey, he can just settle back into the rhythm and now start pushing as well. Again, he's also been racing elsewhere. Most of his racing has been done in other places in the championship, has Wilson Dilks. Maybe this time is the time he brings it forward in the Extreme 200. Dan Goodman, though, holding on to that second place. Casey O'Gorman still in the lead, but once again, the top 3, nothing to separate them. We saw Wilson Dilks starting to push once again. He was fastest on that previous tour of 48.967. Really, really pushing fast is that young man. Is it fast enough for the lap record? Not quite. Still a little bit off from Evan Belford's time from 2022, but getting closer and closer as the day goes on. Coming through Stewart now down the bottom end of the circuit. It's really, really fast through here, Sully. Obviously, you've raced here before. You know, what does it take to be racing at such a level with all these 3 guys just neck and neck out there?
Yeah, well, what a track this is. There's Wilson Dilks up the inside of Daniel Goodman. Sorry to cut that interview off, but that was an awesome move by Wilson. Wilson, he's just there looking after his brakes. But yeah, it's an amazing track, this. I'm not a fan of the stop-start hairpins, but it's something that helps me work at something and points that I'm not very strong. And there's Wilson Dilks having another look up the inside, as this track is all hairpins, and it's awesome for overtaking, but then it can kill your drive. So you have to take a matter of precaution. But as you can see there, Wilson made a lot of time on the brakes, but this is just, he just needs to make sure that he doesn't burn his brakes out like he has been recently. Looks like he's braking a little bit too hard, and it's just causing his brakes to boil and lose brake pressure. And this is not what you want when you're trying to battle for a Metrokit 70 championship and have a good battle here. I think this is really good track time as he's learning this for the Ovale 190 series. But here we go, he's lined up Casey O'Gorman. Is he going to get the drive to turn 1? No, he isn't. Casey is defensive every lap, which I must say you hate as a racer, but to try and keep the win against someone that's lighter, it's something you have to do. But Casey backing it into that corner. He's got to keep Wilson behind him. Wilson's looking all over the place, just trying to get past him, but he just can't make do at this moment in time. Dan Goodman's just sitting there comfy, waiting for a disaster waiting to happen. But Wilson is there, and Wilson there. Dilks up the inside of Casey O'Gorman. He's got it stopped. A beautiful move, and now he's on the push. Is he going to try and pull away now, or is he just going to manage the race? Last time he did try and pull away, but let's see what he can do this time.
That was lovely from Wilson Dilks to get up into the lead of the race. Waited until there was a clean gap and went through. Awesome stuff from the 85. Fastest lap of the race as well. A 48.469, only 5/500ths of a second, should I say, off of the lap record in the Extreme 200, and that was back in the old regulations as well, which were a bit faster. So Wilson is doing a mighty job right now. At the line last time, it was only 0.2 of a second back to Casey O'Gorman, himself only 0.2 of a second in front of Dan Goodman, still neck and neck between the top 3. Elsewhere, Finley Pohill and Harrison Day, P4 and 5. Jensen Bishop also in that battle. But right now, this is the one that we're watching. It's Dilks versus O'Gorman versus Dan Goodman for the race win. Dilks starting to pull away a little bit in front of Casey, who himself is starting to pull away a little bit from Dan behind as we go 5 laps left to go. But I'm sure it's not over yet. Oh, no, down goes O'Gorman. O'Gorman drops the front, coming through the opening chicane, and down, not out potentially, but certainly losing lots of places, gets back on the bike. The handlebar doesn't look too bent, but Casey O'Gorman, oh, what a shame. What a shame for Casey O'Gorman, just a small error, a bit too much speed. Down he goes, and he is tumbled down the order. Just goes to show, Sully, when you're pushing that hard, how easy it is to have things go wrong.
Yeah, what a shame for Casey O'Gorman. He wanted to win, and as you can see, and there we go, he's got a problem there, and that's a shame. His bar's obviously way too bent out, and he can't do anything about it, so he stopped, just trying to fix the bike, and he's going again. But what a shame for Casey O'Gorman. He was looking on, the battle was there, he was able to stay there, and he was just all over Wilson, as Wilson then went and beat his lap record from earlier on today with a 48.149. This has also caused Daniel Goodman to drop back 2 seconds from Wilson, and Wilson is now just in a comfortable lead. But now we're back on the battle for P3, the battle for third. We've got Finney Polehill, Harrison Day and Jensen Bishop. But as you can see now, Wilson Dilks in a comfortable lead, and he just needs to bring it home now. But we'll see, it doesn't look like he's taking it very easy. He looks very comfortable, smooth, and to be fair, he's not looks like he's on the limit. I think Casey, because of his size, it wasn't helping. He had to be pushing 24/7. But Wilson, he's just able to bring it, and I bet this will be an even faster, almost the same as his fastest lap time. He is just able to put some perfect lines and a perfect lap together, so props to Wilson for that.
Absolutely. New lap record then for Wilson Dilks. A 48.149, 3/10 faster than Evan Belford's lap, which he set back in 2022. Awesome stuff from him. Well, now it's just a nice little Sunday afternoon ride for Wilson Dilks. I mean, this is probably when you're at your best in a race, isn't it? When you're just out front, on your own, you can control your rhythm, control your pace, and just, go and have some fun as well.
Yeah, well, he just looks very nice, loose, and he's not tense at all. And this is something that a lot of kids struggle with, is they get really tight when they're in this position and can mess up. And it's something I've done before, where you go tight and they start making mistakes, and then all of a sudden you've got the guy behind you straight on you. So he's managing it very nicely, just looking quite calm and collected, and this is exactly what you want to be right now. And as you can see, he's just there, he's not on the limit, he's not got the bike moving everywhere, he's just taking it easy, he's not got to brake too ridiculously late. It's just been a perfect race for him, so it was really nice by Wilson. And just look at him, it just looks like poetry in motion. And there you go, Rich Jones-Williams looks like he's got a problem with the bike at the moment. He's been swapping between a 2-stroke and a 4-stroke all weekend. It doesn't look like he can get quite a good base setup, but just back on the man. He's done amazing all weekend in the Extreme 200s. He's just cruising now, and we'll be seeing him in the metric at 70 class, where he was battling with Finney Polehill and Byron Johnson earlier. So let's see what he's able to do. A rider crossing the track with a problem, but Wilson, he's just brought it home. What a lovely ride.
Yeah, it's been a much better ride in this race than race number 2 for Wilson Dilks. Race number 2, there was a lot of aggro between himself and Casey O'Gorman. You could tell the aggression was there, the tensions were flaring. This time, while there was still a battle, now Wilson is just home free, and he can just bring it on home with a lovely, lovely ride. And this is Wilson Dilks at his absolute best. Just look at him as he manoeuvres the last few corners. Super loose, super comfortable, and most importantly, super, super fast. Wilson Dilks is going to bring home race number 3 of the Extreme 200s in round number 4 here at Rowrah. What a ride for that young man. A new lap record to boot as well. That is how it's done. Brilliant, brilliant stuff, and you can tell he was satisfied with that as he picks the front wheel up in celebration. Dan Goodman brings it home in second, with Finley Polehill rounding out the podium. But Sully, that was much more like it from Wilson Dilks.
Yeah, that was a very good, nice race by Wilson Dilks and Daniel Goodman. Daniel just kept on the bike. He had no pressure from anyone else. A very nice ride by Dan and Wilson. Shame about Casey, but I heard this is a double header, so we'll be going again on Monday. Sadly, there'll be no visuals, but make sure you go on to the Speed Hive timing to look up and watch the racing.
Yeah, we've got visuals tomorrow. We're live all day tomorrow. All Monday, we're bringing you FAB-Racing action live from Rara, so you can catch all of round 5's action as well.
Sounds like you guys are going to have to tune in another day, because I don't blame you. If I was you guys, I'd be missing work for this, because I don't want to miss this.
Oh, I don't know why you'd miss it for the world. Wilson Dilks takes victory in race number 3 of round 4 in the Extreme 200s. Dan Goodman brings it home in P2 with Finlay Polhill rounding out our podium. Jensen Bishop is 4th with Harrison Day in P5. Austin Johnson 6th. Archer O'Brien P7. Harley Baker 8. Casey O'Gorman recovered to P9 with Annabelle McCarthy in P10. Fahad Lada was P11. Unfortunately, we did lose Richard Holmes-Williams and Blake Wilson at the end there. But a great race in race number 3 of the Extreme 200. Of course, they've got 3 more races to come. Round 5 this doubleheader weekend tomorrow. A big thanks to Super Sully once again for joining us in the commentary box for the Extreme 200. Of course, the reigning champion of the Extreme 200, as well as Redbull MotoGP Rookies Cup rider. He clearly approves. 3 more races to come from these guys in round number 5. Up next, we have the Moto Team race number 3. And it all got a bit exciting in race number 2, didn't it, in Moto Team? Of course, it's a double-header, so still plenty more action to come from these guys. But this being round 4, the final race of round 4, race 2 of round 4 was very, very interesting. Lots of ding-dongs out on track. And the one that we were really watching was Team Acme Racing going up against Ben O'Keefe for 2nd place in the standard class. A great race that we had on our hands at that moment. And well, let's see if we're going to get more of the same in this one. As they make their way out on their sighting lap, Sean Whittaker starts on the pole position. Guy Kite starts from P2 with Team Acme Racing starting in 3rd. Phil Mapplebrook is going from P4 with P5. Ben O'Keefe. P6 is Team Ernie the Badger. Team 7, we have P7, should I say, of Harrison O'Keefe. P8, Gary O'Keefe. And rounding out our grid is Madison Martlew. Our 8 or 9 bike grid heading into this one for race 3 of the Moto Team 4th round here at Rowrah. A great race that we saw in race number 2. Let's see how we fare in race number 3. Zach Swing?
Yeah, I think so. It should be an absolute cracker. Of course, Sean Whittaker, Phil Mapplebrook just pretty much dominated race number 2 in their own aspects. I mean, obviously, Sean Whittaker in the standard, Mapplebrook in the open, but Acme Racing versus Ben O'Keefe, now that was a race to watch. Unfortunately, in the end, Ben O'Keefe, for whatever reason, I don't know if it was a mistake or an issue, dropped off the back of the number 8 machine, but hopefully we can carry that momentum forward into their final race of the first half of 2024 before tomorrow they kickstart things for the second half in round number 5. There you can see the top 3: Whittaker, Guy Kite, Team Acme Racing. 11 laps around Rowrah.
Let's see how we fare in race number 3 of Moto Team, shall we? The riders all getting ready to go racing. Moments away from the red lights going on and the revs rising. The tension building. A bumper crowd watching along here at Rowrah for the final race of round 4 this weekend in the Moto Team class. It is lights out. We are underway. Strong start there from Ian Jackson in P2, but it will be Sean Whittaker that holds the lead. They all slot down into the chicane in the same order that they started, and all very, very clean so far as Team Acme Racing holding off from the 27 of Ian Jackson there. Further back we see some of the O'Keefes getting involved with each other, but moving swiftly onwards. Whittaker still leads from Jackson on the number 27. Can Ian Jackson try and find a way through on that number 27 bike in the open class? Again, 2 classes as always here in Moto Team, standard and open. The overall positions matter, do they not? Even if the guys like racing for position out on track, it is all about where you finish in relative to those within your class. Whittaker and Jackson are in 2 different classes right now. Oh, actually, Jackson might have to ride behind. Phil Mapplebrook's got through the Team Acme Racing number 8 bike. And there we go. Ian Jackson and Phil Mapplebrook, they are in the same class, so we're already seeing racing for the lead in the open category.
It's a double open sandwich with some Moto Team standard bread either side of him. It's Sean Whittaker from Jackson, Mapplebrook and Acme, of course. Acme want to get past Whittaker, Mapplebrook wants to get past Jackson, so hopefully a nice toasty little fight that we've got in store for the next 10 laps of racing action. Sean Whittaker able to lead, extending that margin, but look there as the 27 is under pressure. The 19 tries to go to the outside. Of course, that's Phil Mapplebrook, our race 1 open winner, swoops away around the outside of that second hairpin. Beautifully done, takes the open lead and is now all eyes on the overall.
Nice stuff there from Phil Mappelbeck. He was looking phenomenal in race number 1 and continuing that good form here in race number 2 or race number 3, should I say, race number 2 of today that's happened. Again, it gets confusing. Again, 6 races, 2 different rounds, too much to keep track of. Plus, you've got different categories and all that. Goodness me, my mind is boggled. But anyway, up the front overall, Sean Whittaker leading the way in the standard class as well. Team Acme Racing are second in standard, and they are currently running P4 overall. Ben O'Keefe just behind them is P3. And, Ben O'Keefe and Team Acme Racing, they had a big ding-dong in race number 2 earlier on today. Let's see if they can bring more of that. That's Team Acme Racing going around the outside of Ian Jackson. This is not for position, but unfortunately comes to nothing. But it was a good go there by the number 8 one. Ian Jackson, the number 27, for some reason not quite possessing the same pace that it had in qualifying, for whatever reason that may be. In the racing, it just seems like it's not quite going his way. But as they continue to push on, regardless, it will be Whittaker that leads the way in the Open. Phil Mappelbeck, new fastest lap on the previous tour in the Open class, leading the way. He's brought a bit of a gap back to Ian Jackson, so Mappelbeck looking to dominate the Open class once again. And look at that as well. Mappelbeck might actually be going for the overall lead.
He might well be indeed. The fast lap changed hands so quickly, the timing barely had time to react. Sean Whittaker went fastest with a 57.2. Phil Mappelbeck straight away across the line, 57.0, going the way of him. Of course, we have to emphasise Sean Whittaker, that number 1, is in the standard. I think he might have a problem as well. A missed gear off the exit of the hairpin. As he got it sorted, I think he has. Nonetheless, the overall lead has changed. It doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things because they are 2 separate championships. Sean Whittaker, though, whatever happened there, cost him the overall lead. Let's hope it's not a problem that develops over the duration of the race. Otherwise, Team Acme are going to be like, cheers, that's an easy win for us.
Yeah, hopefully not an issue for Sean Whittaker. Hopefully he can continue. I think it was just a misgear, though. We've seen a couple of riders across the classes struggling, especially Adam McRae's hairpin, the first hairpin, the left-hander, just struggling to get the gear. It is a little bit off camber, and you're coming down a hill into it, and then you're going up an even steeper hill coming out of it. It's just a very, very tricky corner. I'm assuming it's just quite easy just to get it wrong and miss a gear or just over-rev the bike or something like that. And that's probably what has happened to Sean Whittaker as well. But Mappelbeck leads overall. Whittaker leads the standard class. And, quite a gap back for both of them from their nearest challengers. The only real fight that's happening on track right now, well, there isn't one, because the only 2 riders that are next to each other that are in the same class is Ben O'Keefe and the Team Ernie the Badger bike, and they're separated by some 15 seconds. So right now it's more about keeping it on the black stuff and maybe fighting for overall lead. And actually, was that, I think I just saw Ian Jackson trying to do something, or Sean Whittaker should I say, trying to do something to the bike there. It looked like he was trying to fiddle with the handlebars or the front screen or something. Very, very interesting as Mappelbeck continues in the lead. Ox Racing, a new team this weekend in P5, put on a pretty good display in race number 2 earlier. They're currently P2 in the, or P3 should I say, in the Open class, so doing a good job. But again, in a bit of a no man's land at the moment, some 3 seconds behind the bike in front, which is a standard class bike, and some 3 seconds ahead of the bike behind them, which is also a standard class bike.
Yeah, pretty good race in store. 6 laps of it left to go. Phil Mappelbeck, of course, leading. An overall battle, not necessarily one for class position, because it goes Motor Team Open, Motor Team Standard, Open, Standard, Open, Standard for the entirety of the top 6. So we haven't actually got any intra-class battles, only inter-class battles between Open and Standard for the overall win and the overall podium, in fact, as well. Does that mean they're going to have an air of caution about it and be like, I'm not getting any extra points for it? Is it worth the risk, or is it I'm a racing rider and I want fun?
I mean, part of it is fun, I suppose. You know, a lot of the Moto team guys do just want to go out there and race. They don't really go out to the track thinking about, I need to be ahead of this person and this person for my category's championship. They just go, I just want to win the race, don't I? You know, finish first overall.
Keep it simple.
And, keep it simple, and that's absolutely fair enough. You know, do what you want to do out of the bike as long as you're having fun, because that's the main reason why we're here. You know, we go racing because it's fun and because we love it. You know, not for any really real reason other than that. And as we see there, some battles further back. That looks like the 119 of Team Ernie the Badger with Gary O'Keefe behind them. That is not a fight for position. Those are in 2 different classes. As Team Ox Racing are dropping down the order. I wonder if Team Ox Racing have come off, and it sounds like someone's just dived into the pit lane. That's got to be the 65 Team Ox bike, so I think there might be a mechanical problem for them. That's a real shame. Hopefully they can get back out. If not, that leaves 8 bikes left in this race with 5 laps left to go. But yeah, that's not what you want to see. And yeah, it looks like they've got off the bike and are down and out. Real shame there for the new team on the grid, the new kids on the block this weekend in Moto Team. But as we continue to watch this battle again, these guys, Team Owner the Badger and Gary O'Keefe, they're not fighting for position, but they're still going to go each other anyway. And back to the battle for the overall lead. These guys are both going to bring home maximum points because they're in the lead of their respective classes. But just for bragging rights in front of your mates, you'd rather be the one that crosses the finish line first, wouldn't you?
Yeah, exactly. Then it feels more like a win, I suppose, because you've bested everyone, even if it's you've still bested everyone in your class, I suppose. They're still fighting for position, they're just not fighting for points, I suppose. 4 laps left to go, 3.5, 3 at the line, of course. Phil Mappebeck then leads Sean Whittaker. And if you're thinking Team Ox Racing, they're new on the block, you want to get yourself into some bike racing as well, Moto Team is one of, if not the cheapest entries into motorsport you could probably find in the entirety of the UK. So go on to Facebook Marketplace, eBay, the FAB website, find an old bike, get some of your mates, sign up, and away you go. It is as simple as that. Build up some courage, build your way up on the bike, and maybe fight at the front. It is definitely a worthy paddock to be a part of. The communal aspect of it as Sean Whittaker tries to fight his way into the overall lead. No way through on this occasion, but 2.5 laps left to go, and Sean Whittaker still looking down at his feet. Is there an issue, or is it just him missing a gear going for the head?
I'm not sure what's happening with Sean Whittaker. I do wonder if there's maybe an issue with the bike. Maybe the gear selector's having a problem, or maybe it's just a slippy pedal or something like that. His foot's just not quite getting in where he wants it to be. But he's still set to take the standard class victory anyway, so it's not a complete disaster. But again, he would like to take the overall victory as well, wouldn't he? Just go back to the getting some mates together. That's what most teams do.
That's the most difficult bit. Yeah, is getting your mates.
Getting your mate. I mean, it is the most difficult bit. But it's also what Motor Team is entirely about. Of course, it's all about the bike, not who's on it, which is why sometimes, we get names confused because someone's been thrown on a bike and we've got no idea who it is because it still says it's this person's when it's someone else's. But you can very much let's say you get 3 of your mates, that's 3 races each, all on one bike, you're all fighting for the same championship. That's what Motor Team is all about. It's about being a team and coming together and having some fun and going racing.
Exactly that, and that's what we're all here for. Be passionate about it. No one's here because it's a chore, trust me. We're here because we want to be. It's tough, long weekends, especially if you're racing. You wouldn't do it if you don't enjoy it. They're out there because they're absolutely fine. This, of course, Ian Jackson, the 27 that we're following. It's at P3 overall, P2 in the open class, behind Phil Mappebeck, who is about 3 seconds up the road with a lap and a half left to run. Ian Jackson not doing a bad job, it must be said. Of course, dropping back relative to Sean Whittaker off the line, of course, falling back behind Phil Mappebeck, who just got an absolutely incredible launch. P3 overall, P2 in class. It's all right.
Yeah, it's not bad going at all there. Last lap then for our 2 race leaders. But who's going to get the overall win? Is Sean Whittaker going to give it a go? Because he's suddenly whipping it up and turning the pace up. Can he have a go? Apparently there was almost a coming together between the pair of them in the last corner. So Sean Whittaker clearly wants that overall race victory. Glances back to make sure there is no pressure from behind. Again, both these guys, presuming they make the checkered flag, are set to pick up maximum points. Both of them in the lead for the open class for Mappebeck and the standard class for Whittaker. Half a lap left to go though. Who is going to bring it home in the overall class, which doesn't exist, but whoever crosses the finish line first does get bragging rights. Right now, Phil Mappebeck looking to hold on unless Sean Whittaker can launch something brilliant into the final corner. They go. Mappebeck goes defensive, racing for the fun of it, not for points. It will be Phil Mappebeck who takes the overall victory. Sean Whittaker just 2 tenths behind him, but both of them taking their respective class wins and picking up maximum points as well. Ian Jackson finishes second in open, with Gary O'Keefe set to finish third in the standard class. Team FAB-Racing finish in second, with Ben O'Keefe finishing in P3 in that one. A very enjoyable race between the front 2. Again, they know it's not for points or indeed for position, but they're going to go for it anyway.
Of course they are, exactly. And again, they're involved in racing, right? It's just an instinct as a racing rider to look in front of you, see a position, see an overtake, and go for it and go for fun. That's why we see some people racing in practice or warm-up sessions, because it's just that adrenaline rush that they go for. And it's nice to see Phil Mappebeck, Sean Whittaker, of course, both of them winning their respective classes. This time, though, the other way around. And It's an interesting battle developing, even if it's not a battle for championship points or anything like that. And let's see what they can do over the duration, of course, of tomorrow, because we've still got the entirety of round 5 to go here at Rowrah.
We do indeed. What a great race we have just seen there in the motor team. As Zach said, plenty more action to come across tomorrow and today. Race number 3 of round number 4 in the Mini F1 sidecars is sure to be electric. We saw a fantastic race, number 2. Mick Williams and the Green Streets going toe-to-toe. A super, super tense battle between the pair of them, with no one giving each other an inch. And ultimately, while no real overtaking manoeuvres were actually attempted, it was just the fact that Mick Williams was so close to the back of the 90 and really just pushing them the whole way round. Maybe in this one, Mick Williams can try and get through.
Maybe so. I mean, he did show his nose a couple of times. It was into Paddock Bend, and the Green Street saw it coming. It was basically just a short fuse the whole race, and it just needed that spark. So hopefully in this race they can maybe strike the ground a little bit and get one going to sort of set that battle ablaze. Of course, they've got a lot of history between them, of course, over the duration of last season. Think back to Three Sisters and that very finale that happened back in Three Sisters, because it did. And then, of course, history repeated itself a few weeks ago at Three Sisters once again, and hopefully they're going to have a fantastic battle. But it seemed like there was great respect between them. Of course, they've dominated championships before. They've got years of experience under their belts. Of course, Mick Williams and his years of domination, and of course the Green Streets and their year thus far of domination. Hopefully it's going to be a nice, respectful championship battle all the way to the end when we head to Ella Park for the second time in a couple of months. But now we're going to round off round 4 of 2024 with the Mini F1 sidecars, and let's see what they got in store for us. 7 laps of racing, the 90 alongside the 26. It's going to be spicy.
Should be indeed. You could hear there in the camera shot, it was getting very, very windy. It's also getting pretty warm here at Rara as well. Again, situated in an old quarry at the northernmost point of the Lake District. It's a very interesting place to put a race circuit, but we're so glad it's here because it is just an awesome, awesome location, an awesome, awesome track. But the weather can be temperamental at the best of times, and especially the wind. It's always been an issue around here. And, well, that and the rain on occasion, especially when it rains, it gets super, super slippy because of all the kart rubber that gets laid down by all the karting that gets done here. Luckily, no rain in sight all weekend, and none due tomorrow either. Again, racing on a Monday, I know, sacrilegious, but it means if you're bored at work, you know, tune in, have a watch, watch some good racing here at FAB-Racing as round 5 gets going. Monday Motorsport for your enjoyment. And as they get going then, on their sighting lap, the Mini F1 sidecar grid looks like this. It is the Green Streets from pole. Mick Williams starts in P2, Mick Lee in P3, and the number 11 in P4. Chris Impey starts in 5th with Mark Parker P6, the Hoscar Bill, John Hoscar, the 127 P7, quite literally P7, and the 369 of Vince Bailey in position number 8. And what is a very healthy sidecar grid, it must be said. I think the biggest we ever had was 9 in recent years off the top of my head, so not quite off of a record there, so that's great to see. And especially at a track where it's normally actually smaller grids than normal for most of the categories, so great to see such a healthy sidecar grid here this weekend as the riders make their way and form up on the grid. There are the 2 outfits of the moment, the Green Streets on the left, the number 26 of Mick Williams on the right. The Green Streets held out in race number 2. Mick Williams took victory in race number 1. Who's going to take it in race number 3? The riders all forming up on the grid. Who has what it takes? As we all our eyes go to the red lights. It is lights out. We are on the way. Great launch there from Mick Williams at the 26 into the lead. They rocket that 2-stroke engine, giving them the punch, giving them the boost that they need out of the light. But here comes the Green Streets. Do they have a way round? Not at the moment. Oh, Mick Williams a little bit deep though. The 44 of Mick Lee currently holding on there in P3 as well. The 11 of Jamie Alexander also looking tasty, trying to find their way up through the pack. And it will be Mick Williams that leads the way from the green streets. Not the start the green streets wanted, Zach. They're now going to try and find their way through.
Yeah, they nearly got overtaken actually by Mick Lee on that 44 machine. In fact, the 44 had to back off as to not run into the back of them as to how poor the start was from the green streets. So Mick Williams able to settle into this race quite nicely on that 26 machine. And to be fair, the top three breaking away. That 44 of Mick Lee has got some decent pace underneath it. Let's see if they can sustain it for the next 6 laps.
We'll have to wait and see as they make their way round Paddock Bend to make it 6 laps left to run. Mick Williams, a little bit of a comfortable lead at the moment, but it's not massive. The green streets might just need to get their sights forward. That 44 of Mick Lee is looking absolutely rapid as well, isn't it? It's keeping right on pace with the leaders. Awesome stuff from the 44 outfit. We've got a 3 sidecar fight for the lead. I don't think that's ever happened at the Mini F1 sidecars before. This is awesome stuff here at Rara. The 26 from the 90 from the 44, your front 3, and all covered by roughly, I don't know, maybe a second. Brilliant stuff already here in race number 3. As they make their way down to the back section of the track, it is still Williams that leads from the green streets in P2. And the 44, tell you what, closing on the green streets. Oh, a bit of a mistake there, though, through St. John's. Little bit wide, missed the apex. That will cost them a bit of time. But that 44 looking very quick.
Yeah, it is indeed. Of course, took their first podium at Three Sisters when they first started the season. Did a P2, a P3 and a P3, so a triple podium is not bad going, and we had an 8 sidecar field then as well, so carrying that on into this, showcasing their level of competition. In fact, I think overtook Green Street at some point over the duration of that weekend as well. So that 44 has got pace, they just need to unlock it. There is the 26, there is the Green Streets as well on that number 90 machine. The 26, of course, of Mick Williams having to go defensive. The Green Streets are on the scene, but that 44 of Mick Lee not too far away either.
Absolutely not, and one little mistake from anyone here could ruin the race. Perhaps not more so than the green streets. They're the ones with the pressure. They're the championship leader. And if they make a mistake, they're going to have to fall into the clutches of the 44 late in this one. Got 4 laps left to go very, very shortly. And it is Mick Williams that leads the way from the green streets, but the green streets, oh, look at the run from the green streets there out of Paddock Bend. There's not going to be space down into the chicane. Mick Williams, I think, may have made a little mistake there as well, but boy oh boy, it's getting very, very close between the 3 outfits now. Can the 44 potentially, sidecar picking up there, the passenger had to hold on for dear life there for Mick Williams. 4 laps left to run, and it is super, super close between the front 3. It's anybody's guess as to who's going to be on top as they come down the straight now. Absolute fireworks at Rowrah. But this is absolutely amazing. The 26 leads the 90, leads the 44. We've got nearly 3 laps left to run. Who's going to be on top at the end of this one?
Who knows? It's absolutely scintillating stuff. Williams, of course, leading the way on that 26, but the pressure from the 90 is unrelenting. Of course, 3 laps to go at the line, and look at that run from the green streets. Mick Williams may be suffering some engine problems potentially that could be hampering his straight line speed, and that's why the green streets are able to stay so close. But considering that, he's not doing a bad job. But as soon as that throttle opens up, look at the gap the green streets are able to close. Mick Williams, what is a fairly narrow sidecar relative to the green streets, is about twice as wide as it should be.
Yeah, if Williams is struggling with that 2-stroke engine, it's surely a matter of time before the green streets get through as they almost come to blows there. That 4-stroke punchy engine that the green streets... Oh, here comes the 44! Surely not! Oh, contact between the 2 outfits, the green streets onto the grass, and muscling their way through goes Mick Lee. Oh yeah, this is Mini F1 sidecar racing. That is brilliant best. Up through goes the 44, and well, that one came out of nowhere. We're talking about, maybe can the green streets get through on Mick Williams? Suddenly, the 44 shot into second with 2 laps left to go on the clock.
Absolutely sensational stuff, but can they get after Mick Williams? Oh my goodness me, I think there's a problem. There is. That Mick Williams went slowly. Is that now the lead for Mick Lee? Oh, is it not? No, it's not. It's not Mick Williams. It's someone else. It's fine. Breathe. There is the 26. It's fine. It's chill. I thought the engine problems become terminal. Who has gone slowly, though? Who is suffering some problems? We'll update you, of course, as soon as we can. But the fight for the lead is not over just yet. Mick Williams from Mick Lee from the green streets. They're fairly spaced apart, but it's not going to take much for this fight to ramp up once again. A lap and a half to go. 1.5 seconds separates Williams from Lee.
One little mistake is all it takes. One wrong move, one missed braking zone, one locked wheel, and Mick Williams could be in the clutches of Mick Lee. Mick Lee could be in the clutches of the green streets. The green streets are really pushing now, trying to hunt down that second place back from the 44, but Mick Williams wants to take his second win of the weekend and make it 2 out of 3 in round number 4. One more tour of the Cumbria Racing Club in race 3 of round 4 in the Mini F1 sidecars, and what a race it has been. An instant classic in this category. The Green Streets looking for a way through the 44, desperately hounding Jason Greenstreet, shaking his head in frustration. He knows he can't quite get there at the moment, and look at the 44, they've closed right up to Mick Williams. Could Mick Lee do the impossible? Here they come to the inside. Is this an opportunity? No, not quite, but still half a lap left to go for the 44, but this is where Mick Williams is at his strongest, through the sweepers down the back end of the circuit. Can the 44 produce some miracles late on in the race? Last chance saloon for Mick Lee, or will Mick Williams make it 2 out of 3? Coming to the final corner now, through Paddock Bend they go. Too little, too late, the green street stopped. Mick Williams wins from Mick Lee in P2. But goodness me, what a dramatic end to that race. The green streets may not even make it to the checkered flag. I think Leo Greenstreet may have actually been thrown out of the sidecar. He's managed to get back in it. They were so far ahead of Jamie Alexander in P4, they've managed to hold on to third. But a race to forget for Jason and Leo Greenstreet as Mick Williams takes victory. Mick Lee, oh so close, one more lap, and who knows what could have been.
Yeah, but unfortunately didn't have one more lap. Mick Williams did everything he needed to do to cement that lead, and that is an important one, especially with the green streets maybe having some issues at the end. That is a good 9 points closed in the championship just from that one race. Mick Lee has actually done Mick Williams a number of favours. There you can see handshakes and celebrations amongst our top two. What could have been, but they still have one more round. 3 races to come over the duration of tomorrow for Mini F1 sidecars, and we've got 3 teams that potentially have the pace to win. This is one to watch.